Legendary Edition PS5. Still pretty early. I did the Eden Prime mission, which was lovely going back to Eden Prime. That's literally the first mission of the first game. It's always been my favorite mission. Chasing Saren and Eden Prime. Love that mission. I wish the third game was a little bit more upgraded, but, you know, I can live with it. They didn't seem to put as much care into the third game as the first two, but it's still pretty good. And, come on, kid. And to be honest, this is the Mass Effect I have played the absolute least. I've played the first two games numerous times. This game, I played some, I watched some, I didn't really go in on it. So, there's a lot I don't know. And I will say, for the fact that if you call The Last of Us Part 1 a cash grab, you're wrong. You gotta be more nuanced than that. It's potentially overpriced, but it's not a cash grab. Grant, come on, stop it. Cash grab would insinuate a lazy production. Lazy, uninspired production, which this is not. Not this, but The Last of Us Part 1 is not. They rebuilt everything from scratch, from the ground up.
No.
It's just not a lazy production.
We have an old friend there.
Holy hell.
People also say there's no need for it. I would there potentially is. The fact that the original game is nearly a decade old, even the remaster is 8 years old, it was built on 2 generations old hardware, and now the show is coming out early 2023, so there's going to be a whole new generation of gamers who have never played The Last of Us, who don't know what it is, who are interested in it now because of the show, and you can't start with The Last of Us 2, you simply cannot. So Naughty Dog and Sony want them to have something good to be able to, you know, go to and play. They want them to be able to experience the first game and to appreciate it. In, you know, current gen glory, current gen fashion. They don't want them to play some outdated garbage. And you certainly can't start with the second game. On a game like The Last of Us 2, I wouldn't advise it. Some games you can get away with that, not on The Last of Us 2. So we've covered the fact that it's not it's not a cash grab, it's not lazy. We've covered the fact that it's not a game that's completely unnecessary. We're talking nearly a decade old, 2 generations old hardware, and then the show's coming out, so there is relevance. So I mean, I think there's more reason for the game to exist than other people believe. And then covering the price, which I do think it's overpriced, but it's kind of hypocritical that people were so in favor of Demon's Souls remake, which they should have been, because it was brilliant, one of the best remakes ever. But the problem is, Demon's Souls remake was essentially the same thing as The Last of Us Part 1. The only difference is The Last of Us Part 1 doesn't have the multiplayer. That's the only difference, that's the only catch. But Demon's Souls remake, same thing. It was a technical remake. They didn't change any mechanics, essentially. They didn't change any elements. They just built all the assets from the ground up. It looked way better. It ran way better. It had better production, you know, better lighting and things of that nature. In fact, I would argue that The Last of Us, Part 1 actually does more to improve the game than Demon's Souls did. Because we're talking about advanced new AI. I think the animation system is probably more enhanced according to what they said. You see the particle destruction, like glass breaking, wood chips flying off, dramatically different from the first game. You could argue they did more to improve The Last of Us Part 1 than they did Demon's Souls Remake. The problem is, it's not going to look as significant to casual viewers who just glance at it, because Naughty Dog has always been very adept technically. They make beautiful games. In 2013, The Last of Us was the best looking game out there. Demon's Souls was never a good looking game, and it was a few years older, and there was never a remaster for it. So it's so The Last of Us Part 1 is not going to look as dramatically different, you know, as the original game compared to something like Demon's Souls, because Demon's Souls is a little bit older and made by a technically inept developer, you know. But you can't really completely judge it on that. It's not fair. It's also not fair to judge it on the leaks. I refuse to watch the leaks. People criticize me for that. I refuse to do it. I didn't watch the leaks for The Last of Us 2. And when I played the game, I felt like it was one of the best games of all time. Come on, Granty, why are you acting like this? If I had watched the leaks, maybe it definitely would have spoiled the game for me. Maybe I would have had a more negative opinion. I didn't want any preconceived notions going into The Last of Us 2. And when I played it, I thought it was brilliant. I knew about Joel, but not really the other stuff. I don't want to be someone like MBG, who watched the leaks and then made up his mind about the game before he ever played it. And the same thing with The Last of Us Remake. I'm not going to watch leaks that are purposely put out there to make the game look fucking bad. You can make any game look bad if you pick the right gameplay. If you specifically play the game a certain way and pick a specific segment intending to make it look bad, you can do that. Good. But everything Sony has showed, every official gameplay trailer Sony has showed, I think it's looked fantastic. So I will not watch the leaks. I've watched what Sony has showed. I remember when Ghost of Tsushima came out, K-Mega was trying to post some footage of a bear fight and trying to say how bad the game looked. Like, nah, I'm not about that. I'm not about people leaking or putting out bad footage purposely to make the game look bad. I'm not gonna feed into that. I'll play and watch the game when it comes out, and I'll make my decision then. It's also extremely hypocritical of people to say how deceptive Neil Druckmann and Naughty Dog were because they weren't crystal clear about specific combat mechanics. Yet nobody has a problem about Microsoft the past several years, how deceptive they have been about exclusivity. How many third-party exclusives have been announced, and Microsoft at the bottom announces the exact exclusivity window, saying 1 year console exclusive, 6 months, 3 months. I can't recall any this generation. They just don't do it. Sony does it. They did it with Final Fantasy, and they actually made themselves look worse. They said 1 year exclusive, and the game still isn't on Xbox. So everybody had assumed the game was just going to be on Xbox after 1 year. Some people may not have purchased the game on PlayStation or waited because of that. Some people that maybe are Xbox gamers who love Final Fantasy might have bought a PlayStation just to play 7 Remake, and maybe they held off because they thought it was going to be on Xbox after 1 year. So if anything, Sony and Square Enix were too honest with that situation. Forspoken, same thing, 2 year exclusivity window. They announced it when they show the game. And so many other games we've seen that for that are third-party exclusives for PlayStation. I'm just not seeing that for Microsoft, and this has been a theme since Inside. Since Inside came out and was announced. They played and acted like that was a full exclusive, quietly releases several months later on PlayStation. They did the same thing with Tunic. They showed it for years at E3, and they hyped it up like it was a real exclusive. Xbox fanboys hyped it up. The game is mediocre. That's one of the most overrated indie games I have ever played. But regardless of that, it came out 3 months later on PlayStation. And there's just numerous examples, from Death's Door to basically the whole launch lineup. The Medium, same thing. They put a gag order on Bloober Team. They did the same thing with Bloober Team's game Blair Witch. They put a gag order on them. It was almost laughable reading interviews about that game before it came out. People asking, is it coming to PlayStation? What's the exclusivity? And just to hear how their fucking hands were tied, how they couldn't say shit, how they had to give corporate workaround speech and insinuate that the game wasn't, necessarily coming to PlayStation. It was laughable and embarrassing, and shameful. And this isn't a one case scenario. This is consistent. This has consistently been happening for years. I mean, look at the whole fucking launch, basically the entire launch lineup, or launch window, basically. All the games within the first 6, 7, 8 months that were third-party console exclusives on Xbox, from The Tourist to Call of the Sea to Enlisted to The Medium to even Bright Memory. All of these fucking games are either on or announced for PlayStation. Like, it's crazy. And they never, the Falconeer, they never announced what the exclusivity was for these games. It's so fucking deceptive. People don't have a problem with that. People have a problem with Neil Druckmann not being crystal clear about some specific combat mechanics. And, you know, I've heard people say, oh, this is the final straw. This is my final straw with Naughty Dog. As if they did you wrong with The Last of Us 2. That game technically is the best game I've ever played. I would say it's my favorite, probably in my top 3 all time. It's definitely top 5. But that game, unequivocally, is the most impressive game I've ever played. The most impressive production of all time. And I would love to debate that with people who want to shit on the game. So it's like, this is your last straw. The remake hasn't even come out yet, and The Last of Us 2 was the most awarded game of all time. Lost Legacy was a phenomenal expansion, right? Uncharted 4 was phenomenal, consensus game of the year. Like, what, your last straw? All they've been doing is fucking putting in work, putting out great products. And it's funny, because I look on the other side and I say, it's my last straw with Microsoft. I've got an Xbox Series S, I've got Game Pass. I'm not one of these frauds like MBG or a fanboy who rips the position but doesn't have the, you know, he doesn't actually play it. But my last straw with Microsoft, no, it's not the exclusivity thing. It's the fact that they did this and it wasn't covered. Most fans don't even know about it, which is pathetic to me and embarrassing to me. And I'll tell you what it is. At Microsoft's E3, they showed a lot of third-party games. A lot of third-party indie games, AA games. Maybe one third-party AAA or two. They showed a lot of third-party games. And what they did, they didn't announce any exclusivity windows. They didn't give any dates. They didn't say anything about how long any of these games would be exclusive for. So it's confusing, right? Okay, to make matters worse, I've never heard of this. They put an embargo. They put a 48-hour embargo, media embargo, on everything that was shown. All the third-party stuff that was shown at their E3. They had a 48-hour media embargo, meaning 2 days after their conference, the media could not write about these games. They could not inform people which games were exclusive or potentially for how long. They couldn't do it. And I know they have their wacky messaging that say exclusive, this and that, but nobody fucking knows what that means. Nobody knows how long it's for. And a lot of people don't pay attention. A lot of people don't watch the show. They just see the games that are announced, or they just see blurps about it, or little write-ups. And a lot of casual fans, there's a lot of them out there who are uninformed. They don't know. They might think everything or more of that stuff was exclusive than really was. When they say day one Game Pass, you know, they might not know, like the Team Ninja game, Wu Long or whatever. I'm sure there were people out there who thought maybe that was exclusive, and that's a pretty big game, and it's not exclusive. It's going to be on Game Pass. But they purposely wouldn't allow the media to write and to explain these things 2 days after the conference. I've never heard of a publisher putting an embargo on games after E3 for 2 days after E3. I've never heard of it. The only thing I've heard of is review embargoes, which makes sense. They want the reviews to come out at a certain time. They don't want people writing about the game before, you know, they want the information out there. I've never heard of an embargo just to deceive people into thinking certain games are exclusive. That to me was the last straw. That was the most despicable thing I've seen this year in gaming. It was horrendous. Almost nobody covered it. The only coverage I saw was Push Square. Otherwise I wouldn't have known about it. That's the only coverage I saw. Because I don't know if it was Sammy Baker maybe. He's on my friends list. He's a good pal. but from the UK. But yeah, they were complaining because they were like, we can't inform people about the exclusivity of some of these games, and we can't talk about them because there's an embargo, there's a 48-hour embargo. So they made a little write-up about it. It got almost no attention. Even the quote-unquote hardcore gamers in PlayStation Nation in my group, I don't think they knew about it. They certainly didn't just talk about it. Even when I mentioned it, they didn't say anything about it because they probably don't know about it. And they're the hardcore of the hardcore. And if they don't know about it or didn't know about it, there's a fucking problem. But yet this Neil Druckmann thing, because he wasn't crystal clear about combat mechanics in one game, PlayStation and Sony are the devil. But Microsoft can literally be deceiving people about exclusivity for years now. For fucking years. And then they can literally put a 48-hour, a 2-day embargo on the games shown at E3. So it makes it confusing to people whether or not some of these are exclusive or for how long. It's wild to me. Wild. Like, I've never heard of putting an embargo on games shown at E3. So the media can't inform people about exclusivity. I'm not saying Sony's perfect with it. There are many games they just show at their conferences and they don't say anything about. No! Not every game they say, this is multi-platform, this is coming to every system. Games that are multi-platform, they typically won't say anything about. Games that are exclusive, they will say console exclusive, and they'll usually give a time window. They'll say 1 year exclusive, 6 months, 2 years. Usually it's not 6 months. It's almost always a year or more. And that's another difference with PlayStation. When a game is announced exclusive, you can pretty much guarantee or assume that's going to have some legitimate exclusivity. It means more when PlayStation announces an exclusive. Because A, you're generally going to know how long it's going to be exclusive for, or roundabout, and B, you generally know that it's going to be a legitimate amount of time. It's not going to be some little 2 or 3 month borrow, like a Death's Door, or like a Tunic, or like fucking almost every game. Most of the Xbox third-party exclusives. I couldn't believe it. There were some holdouts, like Bright Memory, even though the game was apparently trash. Hadn't been on PlayStation yet, so I would always point to that, like, yeah, you still got Bright Memory. Also, there's Century, Age of Ashes, a free-to-play kind of dragon riding lair sort of copycat, which I actually did install at one point on Game Pass on Xbox because it's free. But I haven't tried it. Like, it actually looks pretty good. It got decent reviews. It looks good for a free-to-play. That was exclusive. And then there was one more, I forget what it was, that was just recently announced. But point being, I didn't even notice, like 2 weeks ago, on PlayStation's YouTube channel, they announced Bright Memory Infinite for PlayStation. They announced Century, Age of Ashes for PlayStation. And there was another game as well that was an Xbox game. That was an Xbox exclusive that's coming to PlayStation. Like, it's crazy. Like, they almost have nothing left. Nobody Saves the World already came over. I'm hard-pressed to think of any... Arkvale? Arkvale is still exclusive, I believe, which I actually really liked Arkvale. I think it's really underrated, kind of Enter the Gungeon, but not a roguelike. You know, Enter the Gungeon and a regular kind of little RPG. But same combat, same kind of controls, same kind of system. I really, really like Arkvale. And, you know, I'm the fanboy. I'm the fucking PlayStation fanboy, so I can't give credit to anything that's not on PlayStation or that's Xbox console exclusive. No, I liked Arkvale. It's not a great game. It's a good 8 out of 10 game. I think it's rated in the low 80s. Low to mid 80s. Which maybe is a little bit high, but I really, really enjoyed Arkvale. I actually got 100% achievements for it on Xbox, because yes, I play fucking Xbox. But it's crazy. They almost have nothing left as far as third-party exclusives. Very, very little. Like, so point being, when Microsoft announces these exclusives, or people hype these indie or console exclusives, it means so little. It means so much less, because you know all these games are coming to PlayStation relatively soon. I remember when they hyped up The Ascent. They hyped it up so fucking much. Like, it was the biggest deal ever. The game came out, got low 60s Metacritic. It was a shell of its former self on Xbox compared to PC. PC, it had ray tracing. Xbox, it didn't. It was rated like at least 10 points worse on Xbox, like low 60s. I played it. It was okay. Maybe a little bit underrated, but this is a 6.5, 6 to a 7 at best. It's an okay game. Decent game. Repair the tower. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Yeah, it wasn't all that, and then it came to PlayStation soon after. So it's just very deceptive, and putting a fucking embargo on the third-party games that were shown. I've literally never heard of that. That's a theme that needs to die. It needs to have died yesterday. That should never be a thing. It should have never been a thing. That's bringing the industry into a very, very dangerous place. If we're going to start putting embargoes on games shown at conferences, games shown at E3, if we're going to now start putting a multi-day embargo on these games so people can't find out if they're exclusive or for how long they're exclusive, meant to fucking deceive people. I mean, I don't know if people understand that. I don't know if they understand the magnitude of that and what that could mean. If that starts becoming a norm, if that starts becoming a regular thing, you know, we're basically admitting and okay with the fact that publishers are legitimately trying to deceive people. Like, legitimately, not even trying to hide it. There's just no excuse. There's no other reason why a game would, why games that were shown at E3 would have 2 days of an embargo after they were shown. Why the information couldn't be displayed about the game from sites. The only reason would be to deceive people. And yet people are okay with that. There was no controversy about that. Virtually none. You didn't hear about it. It wasn't the topic of hot topic on M4G. It wasn't trending on Twitter. But of course this Naughty Dog thing is. This fucking Naughty Dog thing is. It's embarrassing, but even more so than embarrassing, it's shameful. It's shameful and dangerous. It's a dangerous practice to start fucking putting embargoes on games shown at conferences. Not only are we not going to announce how long the exclusivity is for certain games, or even if they're exclusive, but what we're going to do is we're now going to prevent websites from telling people the truth about these games and whether or not and for how long they're exclusive for. We're not going to put an embargo so websites cannot write about these games to even inform the casual masses. That's fucking dangerous, man. And nobody had a fucking problem with it. Only one that did was Push Square. And they made a small article about it, and that's all I ever heard. And I was the only one I ever saw bring it up. My friends group, on forums, on Twitter, I think I mentioned it on Twitter. No fucking body else. Nobody else brought it up. Nobody else engaged in conversation with me about it. People just ignored me when I mentioned it. Just like they ignored me when I criticized Phil Spencer for threatening to end the relationship with Activision. I saw people in PlayStation Nation and in forums say, "Oh man, Phil really seems serious about this. He's really gonna cut the relationship with Activision. Phil's making a stand. This is great for the industry. This is really meaningful. Like, good job, Phil. He's really gonna stop working with Activision because of the disgusting sexual assault and harassment and discrimination that Activision had with the lawsuit exposing all of that." And I was like, okay, like, if Phil's really gonna do that, great, but I didn't believe it. Yeah, Phil was threatening to cut the relationship with Activision because of their disgusting behavior. He was so serious that, you know what he did? He acquired them 2 months after he made that statement threatening to end the relationship. He literally acquired them. He had Microsoft buy the publisher. He bought them 2 months after he said that. I mean, it's the most hypocritical thing ever. And I've heard people, Xbox fanboys, idiots like the crib walkers, or the fucking septics, the worst of the worst, the absolute scum of the fucking industry, try to defend it as it's a good thing. Oh my God, Phil the savior. Phil the savior. No. He wasn't hypocritical. What he was this man saved Activision, and he bought them only because he wants to clean up their act. He bought Activision because he wants to clean up their act and make the place better for everybody. That's why he bought. That was the only reason he bought them. That's literally what I've heard these apologists say. Like, I don't even have words. Like, are you fucking serious? No. What he did was he bought them 2 months after he threatened to stop the relationship with them. He bought them because they were in the midst of a sexual assault, harassment, discrimination lawsuit, being sued for millions, and their stock prices plummeted. And I don't care what you want to say, you want to bring up the numbers, they would have been far more expensive, Activision, had that lawsuit not happened. Far more expensive. It's just a fucking fact. So what Phil did was he bought them cheaper, even though it was a very expensive price, because of the sexual assault lawsuit. That afforded them the opportunity to actually have the chance to get them at a price they were comfortable with. So he used a sexual assault, discrimination, sexual harassment lawsuit to get a better business deal. He basically used people being abused, used them for money, for business. How does it feel if your girlfriend was sitting on your lap? Yeah, I think that's awesome. I like it. It's good. I'm down with that. My girlfriend is vamoose though. I ain't got no more girlfriend. But yeah, I think that's a good thing. I'm down for that. I think it's good. I have the size to support it, so.
What have you got?
As your partner said,
So it's just wild to me, the double standards that go on, man. Everybody wants to just thrash Sony for everything. Because Naughty Dog wasn't crystal clear about some combat mechanics within one game.
I'm on it, Shepard.
Yet, Microsoft being deceptive about exclusivity, Microsoft putting embargoes on third-party games after E3 to make people think they are exclusive for 2 days, embargoes, so websites couldn't write about them and tell people what's exclusive, what's not, for how long. Crazy. Also, being deceptive about Bethesda. Case-by-case basis is what they originally said, and then they tried to make it seem like everything's gonna be exclusive. They're manipulating people, being deceptive. Lying about fucking VR. They, at one point, several years ago, they were going to support VR. They had headsets coming out. They were talking about VR. They were publishing a game. And then they go dark on it. They go silent. They say nothing about it. They don't address anything. Like, what? That's not being very open, not being very clear, and being pretty deceptive. They lied about True 4K. Kept bragging about True 4K when PS4 Pro came out. They started admonishing and just thrashing Pro, making fun of it, saying their system was True 4K. And then in their definition of True 4K, they have checkerboard and dynamic rendering, when they were criticizing PlayStation. They're criticizing the PS4 Pro for being checkerboard and dynamic, and saying their system was real 4K. It was True 4K, and literally in their description of True 4K, on the box for the Xbox One X, it said dynamic and checkerboard rendering was part of their definition. Like, are you kidding me? How about Crackdown 3 showing a fake destruction demo? The cloud destruction. They literally showed a fake demo that never made it into the game. That was a few months before the game actually released. Like, people didn't thrash them for that. People want to thrash Gran Turismo 7 for having loot boxes, for having microtransactions. Forza literally had loot boxes. Did it receive as much criticism? No.
Okay, let's get him on the shuttle and get out of here.
Yeah, I mean, some people like that whole daddy thing, man. Some people are into that.
We're in the middle of a war zone.
Some people dig it. It's just wild to me, the double standard, and how Sony gets over criticized for everything that happens, and Microsoft, Nintendo, the other two big guys, they don't receive a fraction of the criticism. People are complaining about $70 for The Last of Us remake, right? It's a from the ground up remake. Yes, it doesn't have the multiplayer, but it's from the ground up remake with PS5 features, new AI, all of that. Yet Nintendo basically releases straight ports of Wii U games on Switch for full price, $60, whatever. Like Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Basically a straight port. Come on, Granty. Basically a straight port Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. The game gets great reviews, sells through the roof. But yeah, people have a problem with The Last of Us remake. And that's not the only time. Nintendo does it all the time. They constantly create ports of Wii U games and release them on Switch. They've been doing it since Switch first came out. Releasing ports of Wii U games, selling them for outrageous prices or full price, and nobody has a fucking problem with Nintendo doing it. Nobody has a problem. And then Sony actually makes... they create a remake, an actual remake, where everything is rebuilt from the ground up. Literally, they have an art director, like, they're changing the art direction. The AI, new animations, everything. Predictive animations, particle destruction, like, adding a lot of stuff besides the DualSense, besides the Tempest 3D audio and the adaptive triggers, and, you know, the better resolution and frame rate and rendering and all that, but... you know, it's a from the ground up legitimate remake, a la Demon's Souls. But they get thrashed because it's full priced. But Nintendo, no fucking problem. No problem releasing straight ports. Straight ports for full price. Whether it's Zelda, whether it's Mario Kart, they have numerous other ones. They've done it the entire generation with the Switch. It's just wild to me. It would be funny if it wasn't sad, like, and it's sad because of the immense double standard and how it impacts developers, how it impacts success, how it, you know, it impacts developers' lives and happiness and criticism, game success, IP success. It would be funny if it didn't impact success and people's lives so much, you know? Mario Kart 8 Deluxe scored in what, the low to mid 90s, low 93, something like crazy reviews. It was just a port. It was just a fucking port. Life's going kind of shitty, man, to be quite honest. Not great. Not the best, but what can you do, right? How are you doing, dude? I actually like this gun. Very, very stable. I added a stability upgrade for it. But it just irks me when I see this fucking double standard, man. And they're fucking everywhere. It's Nintendo and Microsoft. And I'm sick of it, man. Everywhere I look online, people are criticizing The Last of Us fucking remake. Last of Us Part 1. Everybody. And there are some criticisms to be had. I'm not saying there aren't. It's definitely overpriced in my opinion, even though I understand why it's priced how it is. The amount of work that went into it sort of justifies the fact that it isn't crazy to be charging full price, even though there's no multiplayer. I still think it's overpriced, but I understand why they charge full price. I mean, The Last of Us Remastered literally took 10% the amount of work, maybe less. And I believe that was full price, near full price. You know, this was a full game production. They had to have an art director. They had to have, you know, a full staff. They had to have everything. So they probably feel like, you know, this is 10 times the production and effort. I'm gonna fucking die. That the remaster was. Yet the remaster was, you know, basically or almost full price. Come on, get down, motherfucker. Oh, I'm gonna die. He's gonna kill me. Why am I not healing? So they probably feel like, look, this is a much more intense production, much more expensive. We basically charge full price for the remaster. So I kind of get it. Though I still think it's overpriced without the multiplayer. Your life isn't wonderful anymore as roaming. Yeah, man. I'm having a tough time too with life lately. But it's just like, I get the fucking multiplayer thing too. It kind of split the player base. Would there really be enough players to actually do it? Plus, they want to push the factions online, but it sucks. You're getting less content and they're charging full price. So I do think it's overpriced because it was never going to sit well with the public. But I mean, I also do understand that they put a lot of effort into it. It's just, it's a lot to ask. It's a lot to fucking ask people to spend that much when there's no multiplayer. So I get that. I get that. The overpriced thing I think is legitimate, but yeah, even so, Demon's Souls Remake was the same thing. People didn't really have a problem with that price. It was just a technical remake. Dude, I need fucking ammo. But I get it. You know, if people say it's overpriced, I agree. I agree. But to say it's a cash grab, I disagree. I totally disagree. People don't seem to understand what a cash grab entails. Like, a cash grab entails that the product is lazy, uninspired, and pointless. It was literally only created to poach money from people. And that's just not the case. Damn, I have no fucking ammo. That's just not the case. I mean, it wasn't lazy. They rebuilt everything from the ground up. It was inspired. This was a pitch from Visual Arts and I believe worked on by Sony Bend, a passion project from those guys. Naughty Dog took it over because they're so passionate about the IP, they wanted to make sure it was done well, that it was done right. So definitely there was passion. So it wasn't lazy, there was definitely passion, and there is a reason for it. You're talking about basically a decade-old game, built from 2 generations old architecture. Even the remaster, which was really just, you know, a regular remaster, not a remake, was 8 years old, and then the show's coming out. You get the fucking show coming out. So they want, you know, a relevant current-gen version of the game for new fans to be able to play. It's not archaic and old, because the original game, even the remaster, is old. It's old, it's a bit archaic, it's stiff, and is as much the visuals as it is the actual, you know, animations and gameplay. So I get it. I fucking get it. You know, with the show coming out, there is some relevance. The fact that it's basically a decade old, the game, 2 generations old hardware, there is relevance. So calling it a cash grab, we now cover the fact that it wasn't lazy, that it wasn't uninspired, and that there is some relevance and some point to it. Is it the most necessary remake? No. I can think of worse ones, but no, it's not. But the fact that the show is coming out, the fact that it's a decade old, the fact that 2 generations old hardware, the fact that there are so many new gaming fans, and there's going to be so many new Last of Us fans once the show comes out, they want them to be able to play the game that mimics the show. And you can't just start with The Last of Us 2, it's completely different. It's not going to mimic the show at all. Ellie's much older, totally different. They can't just start with the fucking sequel. They just can't. So, I mean, I get it, I understand, you know? Jesus Christmas. So I understand it, you know? More so than most. I'm not gonna watch the leaks. Everything I've seen released by Sony makes the game look good. I won't do it. Good. I won't watch the leaks just like I didn't with The Last of Us 2, and then when I played The Last of Us 2, it was one of the greatest games I've ever played in my life. If I had watched the leaks and maybe got a negative opinion about it, and spoiled all of the story, yeah, it would have probably been less enjoyable. I don't think I would have liked the game as much, obviously, having it spoiled. Watching leaks that make it look bad, I'm not gonna do that with The Last of Us Remake. I'm just not. I'll play and watch the final release product and make up my opinion then. So, I have a real problem with the way people are going about this fucking remake. And the level of criticism it's getting is outrageous and not consistent with other games. Not consistent with other publishers, and it really bothers me. It really bothers me, man. If I saw Microsoft getting the same type of criticism when they put embargoes on third-party games that were shown at E3s in order to deceive people about when they're coming out, so literal sites couldn't write about the exclusivity, trying to make people think Wu Long and shit was exclusive when it wasn't. If Microsoft was more transparent about third-party timed exclusives, and they actually gave exclusivity windows when they announced them, and they weren't just most of them 3-month exclusives, then maybe a little bit more harsh on Sony. If people actually criticized Nintendo for doing so many straight ports of Wii U games for full price, then maybe I'd be a little bit more critical on Sony. But when I see this fucking double standard, it fucking irks me. I'm gonna get killed. Jesus. It fucking irks me. And it makes it really, really hard to be super, super critical. When I know people have been bullshitting from the fucking beginning. They've been bullshitting and they've had a fucking agenda from the beginning. Even before this controversy about the combat mechanics came out, there was still, they were still killing the fucking game. The Last of Us, ever since it was rumored, has been getting killed. Ever since the game was just rumored, it's been getting absolutely filleted. So then this combat mechanics controversy comes out, and it takes it to a whole nother level. Same exact thing happened with Gran Turismo 7. And I would have been more fucking critical about that game with the microtransactions if people didn't have agendas from the fucking beginning, calling it a PS3 game and shit. Kratos died at God of War, I'm absolutely, I mean, if Kratos does die, I'll respect it as part of the lore, and he could die, he could. My guess is that they're not gonna kill him, because I think the original idea was to kill him, but I think there would be such a big backlash, especially after they see what happened with Naughty Dog and Joel. My guess is that they're not gonna kill him, but I think the original idea was to kill him, and if they did, you know, if it was done well, I'd accept it. I accept it. I mean, I'm interested to play as Atreus, and I'm very interested to go to Egypt, because that's where the game is going next. Okay, yeah, hand, what would you like, kid? You're fed, you're all good. We played, what? Yeah, good. I'm very excited to go to Egypt. The next game after Ragnarok is definitely going to be in Egypt. Sources tell me that. So, I'm super excited to fight fucking Anubis and all of the Egyptian gods. Like, that's gonna be so awesome, fighting the Egyptian gods. I know it's not a god, it's a statue, but damn it, I wanna fight the fucking Sphinx. Good, yeah, good, buddy. I wanna fight the Sphinx. I'm gonna fight the Sphinx, even if it's in the game or not. Good, good. So if Kratos dies, I'll accept it. I'll take it on the chin if it's done well. I mean, yes, it was sad when Joel died in The Last of Us Part 2. Spoiler, I mean, it happens in the first 2 hours. I think everybody knows by now. But I accepted it. You know, I accepted it. It was done with extremely high quality. It was the most dramatic scene I've ever played in a video game. And I respect Naughty Dog for having the balls to make a fucking dramatic scene. For having the balls to do that. It was drama, man. It made me feel something, and that should be the point of media or interactive drama, is to make you feel something, and it did with Joel. Good. And it created motivation. You know, so I was alright with it. And you should play Horizon. I mean, whether Kratos dies or not, Horizon is one of the best Western RPGs out there, in my opinion. It is one of the absolute best. I thought Forbidden West was a better game than Zero Dawn. Similar to how The Last of Us 2 was a better game than The Last of Us 1. Though in both games, I could see people liking the stories more because it was more endearing with the relationship with Joel and Ellie in the first game, even though technically it wasn't as dynamic or daring of a story. And then in Forbidden West, you know, the second game comes around, the world's not as interesting because you've already seen it before. You know, the story's not necessarily as interesting to some people because they've already experienced this crazy setting with the first game. Everything's no longer new. But I think the second game's better. Technically, design-wise, structurally, in every facet, I feel like Forbidden West is better than Zero Dawn. So definitely should play Horizon. It's one of the best Western RPGs out there. It's phenomenal. And God of War 2018 was my game of the generation, launch generation. So I'm sticking with the franchise if Kratos dies or not. I'm gonna be very high on it. My only fear for this game coming up, Ragnarok 5, whatever, is that it's not directed by Cory Barlog, who directed 2018 and God of War 2. He worked on it, but it's not directed by him, so I'm a little worried about that, but I don't believe it's going to be as good a game because of that, though it's going to have more action, more boss fights. I think it's still going to be a phenomenal production, and I'm excited about the future of the franchise. I think what they did, rebooting it, the new style with the close camera, the change in combat, the change in having more impactful story and relationships and character depth, did nothing but elevate the franchise. I feel like God of War 2018 is vastly superior to any God of War ever before it. And 3 to me is the next best game. God of War 3 to me is one of the better games of all time. I think it's easily one of the best PS3 games ever. It's one of the great action games of all time. It might have, other than a Souls-like, it might have the best collection of boss fights ever in a game. I really believe that. Almost all the boss fights were epic. Absolutely epic in that. Even the ones that weren't huge highlights were still great, like Hercules. God of War 3 is so fucking good. But having said that, 2018's better. It just has more depth, more character depth. I actually think the combat is better. Even though the combat's always been great in God of War. The story's better, it's more intimate. I think it's even higher quality. It's just incredible. It's really incredible. There's more depth with the skills, with the upgrades, with the loot. And that's only going to improve going forward. I love the way these PlayStation studios are improving and building. It's wonderful, man. It's wonderful. They went from doing all linear games to doing mostly open world games or semi-open world games. Yeah, they're really evolving. And I don't see that from Microsoft. I don't see a whole lot of open world games from Microsoft. In fact, I see none, other than Eraser. Like, I've not seen evolution from them in terms of their first party in Microsoft. I'm seeing it with Sony. I'm not seeing it with Microsoft. I'm just not. I mean, you see Sony go from straight linear to open world, semi-open world to, you know, a lot of things like that. I just don't see it. Like, I don't know, man. People really like Gears of War 5. It felt like just the same crap. Same crap to me. I love the first Gears of War, but shit's getting old by now. And you have to have some open areas, like with the dog sled and shit, but it just,
Shit, I hate those things.
I don't know. To me, that game felt more linear than God of War 2018.
I never should have left Earth.
It's gonna be bad all over.
Leaving the fight just
I
pisses
don't
me
know.
off.
If anybody disagrees, fucking say something, motherfuckers. That's the problem. Nobody says anything. Everybody fucking, even on forums, on PlayStation Nation, people just, you know, they'll engage in certain things, and then certain things they'll just ignore it, and it's like, if you disagree, say something. You disagree with the Microsoft putting an embargo on the E3 games, or you feel like Microsoft has been very transparent about exclusivity, and I'm wrong about that. You feel like it's more egregious that Naughty Dog wasn't crystal clear about combat mechanics in one game. That's more egregious than being deceptive about numerous third-party exclusives and putting embargoes on E3 games. Yeah, let me fucking know. Let me know. Fucking let me know if you feel like, oh, Microsoft was totally, they were not deceptive at all about Bethesda games. They weren't deceptive at all about VR back in the day. They weren't deceptive about cloud destruction or any of that shit. Let me know. Yeah, man. The 2019 consensus game of the year. It's funny because that was Death Stranding.
Not sure.
It beat Sekiro.
Sounds right.
From Software Sekiro, which I didn't like very much. I really didn't think it was that great.
Yeah.
Sekiro. I thought it was a bit overrated, but
They said the Primarch was headed south.
yeah, 2019 consensus game of the year, Death Stranding. Whether people like it or not, that was the best game of the year according to review sites, the media, everybody. That's for 2019 consensus.
A little closer than I'd like.
I'll say.
Following that, 2020, it was The Last of Us 2, which people still won't accept or like. It's fucking truth, whether people like it or not. Back-to-back consensus games of the year. Two of the most hated games I've ever seen by trolls and idiots, fools. Death Stranding, Last of Us 2. Back-to-back consensus games of the year. And yet they receive so much fucking hatred. Crazy, bro. Never seen consensus game of the years get that much hate,
It's
ever.
not that easy.
The Batarians took the first hit when the Reapers
Happened back to fucking back.
And the Krogan have never forgiven us for the genophage.
Right.
It's funny, that was actually back-to-back consensus game of the years for Sony.
And the Krogan hate them both.
They had 3 consensus game of the years in a row.
I fought with
2018 God of War
Sons of
beat Red Dead Redemption for consensus game of the year. I think it even won at the Game Awards, the biggest show of the year. 2019 Death Stranding consensus game of the year. It did not win at the Game Awards. I forget what did, maybe Sekiro, but it was the consensus game of the year. 2020 The Last of Us 2 consensus game of the year. That's 3 Sony published games in a row. 3 years in a row, Sony won consensus game of the year. Crazy. Fucking crazy, bro. Unfortunately, they're gonna have a 2-year drought because 2021, laughably, It Takes Two won, which it's a solid game. I played it. I didn't finish it, but I played it. It's a solid game, but it's not a game of the year. And then Halo won like 50. That's the most laughable and embarrassing. Forza won a bunch, which is fine, but odd because racing games and sports games don't typically win game of the year. And also, while it's a good, high quality product, very good, solid, high quality product, I just didn't see game of the year. I didn't see, some people are saying the greatest racer of all time. I mean, this is just not even close to me. To me, it did things that I was doing on Vita with Need for Speed Most Wanted, from speed traps to busting signs to finding cars out in the world to a casual arcade open world. Like, these are things I've been doing forever in open world racers for literally a decade or more. RuneScape, man, I gotta research RuneScape more. I don't know that much about it actually. I never played it. Never fucking played it. But it's unfortunate. Sony's gonna go 2 years in a row without having consensus game of the year. I feel like Returnal should have been the consensus game of the year last year. Maybe even Ratchet and Clank, but to me, Returnal was the best game of 2021. Like, good by a pretty long shot. Like, it was great. I feel like that was underrated at 85, 86 Metacritic. I think it's at 85 or an 86, which is still really good. I still feel like Returnal was a little bit underrated. I get why it wasn't for everybody, but I think that game was so original, so good, so new, had such good atmosphere, such good combat. I feel like Returnal was a little bit underrated. Seen that game getting an 89, 88, 90. I feel like it was the best thing of the year. And I played Forza, I played Halo, I played It Takes Two. And they're all solid games except for Halo. It's not a bad game, it's just a mediocre game. But I feel like Returnal, to me, was the best game of the year. I can't be too mad though, it had flaws. It did have flaws, it wasn't for everybody, so I get it. But it was such a weak year for Game of the Year. I feel like, it probably could have had a shot. I also feel like Ratchet and Clank got massively underlooked. And I didn't understand why. Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart literally had everything going for it that it could. Other than the fact that it was kind of short. It was a pretty short game, but it had everything going for it. it was a technical and visual benchmark. It had great, fantastic combat and improved gameplay. It innovated with the SSD. It was the most next-gen game we had seen. Some of the best adaptive trigger use, great haptics use, combined with that cutting-edge SSD performance, and just the fact that it actually had a pretty good story. It had great characters. It had great combat. Like, that game was so fucking good. I enjoyed Returnal more, just because I love roguelikes and I love Housemarque, and the game spoke to me. But I could argue that Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart may have actually been a better game, if you break it down. I feel as though that game deserved way more Game of the Year awards. To me, it was shocking that it didn't receive more. Like, I can't believe Halo got basically triple the Game of the Year awards as Rift Apart. I can't believe that. I mean, I'm not just being a hater. It's like Halo Infinite had one biome. The entire world looked the same. It had no variety. It had one biome. It had bad enemy variety. It had horrible vehicle controls. Maybe the worst boss fights I've ever played in a game. The story didn't seem like anything great. The enemies and antagonists was cheesy as fuck. The enemies were cheesy, like little gnomes and fucking gorillas, basically. The NPCs looked bad. They had bad AI. The AI was terrible overall. The multiplayer was alright, but even that was just very run-of-the-mill. I didn't get it. Man. This shit was the most overrated game I've played in a long time. So, unfortunately, PlayStation did not have the consensus Game of the Year in 2021, and they have no chance. Literally no chance at having the consensus Game of the Year 2022, and you would think they would with God of War, maybe even Forbidden West, but no. Forbidden West will win a good dozen or more, dozen and a half Game of the Year awards. God of War might win maybe 20, maybe 30. Elden Ring, nothing's beating Elden Ring. Elden Ring does not deserve consensus Game of the Year. Elden Ring wasn't even as good of a game as Forbidden West, in my opinion. Not even close. Increased force and damage, increased impact radius. I thought Elden Ring was massively overrated. But so unfortunately, after going 3 years in a row, Sony publishing the consensus Game of the Year, which is almost unprecedented, they're not going to go 2 straight years not having the consensus Game of the Year. I felt like Returnal, Ratchet & Clank had a shot last year, but they didn't win it. And this year, Forbidden West and God of War aren't going to have a chance. They're not going to have a chance. Nothing's going to be Elden Ring. Did you have that time with your girlfriend? I cut off what you said. The time with my girlfriend, what? Increased recharge speed, increased force and damage to frozen targets. They freeze? This is concussive shot. Increase recharge speed or force. I'll do force and damage. For some reason I cut off what you said. Power concussive shot with the properties of the what? Increase force. Increase damage to organics by 100% over 10 seconds. Increase force. Power concussive shot with the properties of the active ammo power, enabling it to burn, freeze, disrupt, warp, and pierce. Ooh, that's interesting. Or it'll just slay organics. Let's see. Does he have a? Alright, he's got a pierce shot, but that's it. It's a toughie. I think I go damage. All he's got is pierce. So I'll go fucking damage. And it's funny, I fucking rant about this shit, but anybody who disagrees, say something. Fucking say something about it. Tell me why. Tell me why I'm fucking wrong. Increase grenade capacity, increase damage to organics by 40% over 10 seconds. Capacity is nice, but we're gonna go with damage all day. Damage all day, bro. I actually worked out last night. Fucking finally. Alright, what do we get here? We can't get it yet. Alright, we'll wait. I wonder if there's a thing I can do. No, not really. We got Gary back. Big old Gary. It's weird that they took Liara out. Like, I'm so focusing on what I'm saying and not what I'm doing. That's the problem with the grenade, is it doesn't hit them, man. Like, you throw it by them most of the time. I hate that, bro. You really throw it by them most of the time. What the fuck was that I got? Alright, it seems like I've... Wait, what is this? What the fuck was that gun? I don't even know what that was. Wait, why is this a straight shot? I don't have to actually press the button? This is a straight shot. Now I'm out of ammo? What the fuck is going on here? This is so strange. Overloaded shit, I can't. Oh, it's armor, we gotta incinerate it. Frago, proximity, and warp. The combat is definitely improved in this game. There are some things about the combat that's worse, but it's improved, I'd say. Okay, that's weird. He's just chilling there. Alright, now that I'm upgrading, it's a bit easier. Can we actually get the lift grenade to fucking lift them? You throw it by them every fucking time, dude. I hate it. Dude, I can't get the lift grenade to fucking work. You always throw it by them. That's a major fucking flaw. A major flaw. I love that you gotta dodge. A fucking dodge roll. It's great. That's a huge fucking flaw, man. That the fucking lift grenade just goes right by them. It's like, I got a nice idea. Like, bro, I throw a fucking lift grenade. No, those are our guys. Okay. Yeah, I don't get it. Alright, where am I going? I'm not even paying attention here. Where the fuck am I going? Alright, we gotta go there. Alright, those were the enemies? No, those were our guys, right?
General Victus.
Yes?
So tired of going online and seeing all the fucking bullshit about The Last of Us for me. So fucking tired of it, man.
Wait to find out what brings you out here. Vicarian, where did you go?
Nintendo gets
Heavy
away
Reaper
scot
unit on
free.
the right flank. I believe your exact words were, "Get that thing the hell off my men."
Appreciated.
General, you're needed
I put up a challenge to people
It will take
on
something
YouTube
beyond important for me to
on
lead my
specific
men
videos
or my
that
Turian brothers and
other people
sisters
made.
in their fight.
We're trashing The Last of Us 2.
You're the new Primarch.
And so come into my stream. If you do, I'll play The Last of Us 2 on a stream. And I said we can critique The Last of Us 2 in real time while I'm playing it. And you tell me why it's bad. You point out the negatives, the flaws. I'll literally play it for you live. And nobody took me up on the offer. Because they're just loudmouths with political agendas, that's all they are. They just want to cry about SJW and fucking political shit. Because they're conservatives and their nuts shrink up when they see a non-heterosexual female protagonist. It makes them insecure about their own masculinity seeing a strong woman.
But that
And
kind
I'm
of
not even
passion
political.
is deceptive.
I just think it's
Make
a
you
joke.
seem reckless
Any of those
anything
people
but.
want to watch me play the fucking game,
War is your resume.
point out
At
the
a time like
criticisms
this, we need
live.
leaders who've been through that hell.
I like that. You're
Point
right.
out what's wrong with it.
And honestly, uniting
I
these
would
races
love
may take
that.
as much strength as facing
Even
the
just one
Reapers.
person take me up on that
See
offer.
this devastation
I made that
crime
offer so
army?
many times too.
Double that for Earth.
On so many
I need
games.
an alliance. I need the Turian fleet.
All these casual morons. The vocal majority of casual idiots who just parrot the same garbage
Give me a
rhetoric from
moment
each
to say
other,
goodbye to my men.
who have no valid opinions and have no
Without him
facts
down
or
here,
base.
there's a good chance we lose this move.
They want to
Without
talk
him up
shit
there, there's a good
and
chance
not
we
back
lose
up their
everything.
claims. Anybody hearing this video
Look at that. And they
who
want
wants
my
to
opinion
trash
on
The
how
Last
to
of Us
stop it?
2,
Failed CSEC officer, vigilante, and
you got
I'm
no
their
fucking
expert
nuts.
advisor?
Come say something.
Shepard.
I'll turn the game on
Yeah,
as soon as you
I'll
say
hear
something
it.
on stream.
Sure as hell
I'll
gonna
turn
give
it
it my
on
best
immediately
shot.
and we can dig
I'm
in,
damn sure nobody
evaluate
else
and criticize,
will. For
critique,
whatever it's worth, I'm with you.
point things
Welcome
out.
aboard.
I
Are you
love
ready,
it.
Primarch Victus?
I love to do that.
One thing.
Best game
Commander,
I've
I
ever played,
appreciate your need
production
for our
wise.
fleets, but I can't spare them. Not while my world is.
But nobody's got the balls. People want to
But
just,
if the pressure could
people
be
want to
taken
just
off
talk
Paladin,
shit and they don't
That's a
back it
pretty
up
tall
ever.
order.
we need the Krogan. I can't see us winning this
Pathetic.
thing without
That's
them.
the fucking world we
Get
live
them
in.
to help us,
TMZ fucking
and then we
gaming
can
world.
help you.
The Krogan.
Where people just
Looks
crow
like your
about
summit just got a lot more interesting.
headlines and they parrot each other, propaganda, rhetoric with no fucking base to back it up. No facts. And the only rebuttal you'll get is a fucking dumbass meme or a fucking gif
Down this road before, Commander
or some
Shepard.
dumbass cliche
Madam
fucking
Counsel,
line
let me-
about ratio
I
him.
tried to smooth things over
Nah,
with
bro.
Salarian down
I
the
ain't beat
pass.
for all
To
that
say
bullshit.
she's upset would be a monumental
You're a pussy if you do that stuff.
Some of these
It's
issues
not
are
advancing the
hundreds of years
conversation at all.
old. Time to let go.
You're not giving any facts
Sad
by
to say,
doing that.
but any effort to ally these disparate groups
Calling
seems
someone a
doomed to failure.
fanboy or trying to discredit
And I'm
someone
sure you understand that we cannot afford to waste
without
time with
giving
Reapers
facts.
knocking at our door.
That's the
This must be
problem
my
now with
final
social
word.
media with
I'm
gaming
sorry, but
fans.
the Asari will not be at your side.
Nobody's about facts,
Our
nobody has
alliance
a
will be
memory,
stronger with the Krogan.
nobody has their own
You
opinions.
need them. We all do.
They're all
I
just
wish you
sheep.
luck, Commander. Goodbye.
So I put my money where my mouth is, man. People who want to trash The Last of Us.
Admiral Hackett's available on
You mean you want to trash The Last of Us remake? I'm down to argue it, even though I think there is some criticism there. But The Last of Us 2, I'm sick of the fucking criticism it got. I continue to see criticism for it too, because the remake now is getting trashed and there's relevance there, so
Commander, have you
people are
retrieved the
bringing up
Blackmark
The
for
Last
your
of Us
summit?
2 again,
Yes,
trashing
sir.
that again.
But the Asari are staying on
Sick
the
of it, man.
sidelines.
You want to trash it, have the nuts to watch me play on stream
The
and
Solarians will be there.
criticize and pick things out while I'm playing it. In fact, I'm gonna play the game tonight,
We expect the Krogan will be joining us too.
I see.
and I would love it if some of these people would actually come on and pick it out while I'm playing. Say, oh, the combat doesn't look good because of this. Oh, the acting was bad here. Oh, the animations were bad here. I'd love to see it. Yeah, do your thing, bro.
Have you pieced together how the Reapers hit Earth?
It wasn't all that complicated, really. They surged through the relays and hit Arcturus Station before we knew what was happening. From there, it was a short jump to the Sol system. Earth didn't stand a chance.
That's a problem. Nobody fucking... Problem with fucking gamers today. They all wanna,
Up for the fact that the Reapers nailed us to the wall.
you know, go on popular
I
videos
sacrificed
that
the
just
entire Second Fleet to provide cover for the Third
regurgitate
and the Fifth to retreat.
headlines and garbage,
Hell, I presided
and then they
over
want
the
to
most
spew their
devastating military
stupid,
defeat in
tired,
human
fucking
history.
cliche-ass propaganda opinions about The Last of Us or whatever. But they have
How do
no,
you see us winning this
they have no
war?
nuts to back it up. They don't want to actually engage in conversation. They don't want to hear the truth. It's just
But the Normandy's just one
sucks,
ship.
man.
And a fast one. You can move
Fucking
quickly,
sucks.
hit a target, and leave before
I can't
the enemy
get
has time to
any
react.
fucking hard conversation engaged
It's an advantage.
about these games with these fucking people.
It's the larger principle that matters. We'll never defeat the Reapers
In fact,
full frontal
I got some
assault.
responses
The battle
from some of my
took
YouTube
years,
comments
took everything we
I'm gonna stop streaming this in a little bit. I'm gonna respond to all of those comments, and I'm gonna say, look, I'm gonna stream the game right now. I'm streaming the game right now, and I'll start streaming The Last of Us 2. I'll say, come on in and let's evaluate the game together. I think that's what I'm gonna do, because nobody seems to give a fuck about Mass Effect.
How long can we keep that up?
As long as it takes. The reality is, Shepard, everything I'm doing is a delaying action. I'm buying us time, keeping us in the game while you gather what we need for this Prothean device. So keep at it.
Has your analysis of
The hour appears to be right. It's a weapon of some sort. A big one. Beyond that, we really can't say, other than it's going to be a hell of a thing to try and build.
So that's what I'm gonna do.
To be honest, the thing's
I'm gonna stop playing in a moment.
but the Reapers have
I'll
forced
get on The
our
Last of
hand.
Us.
2 centuries ago, scientists faced the same problem in the Second World War. They weren't sure what the atomic bomb might do. Some thought it could even ignite Earth's atmosphere, but they did it anyway.
any updates on Cerberus?
There's still the wild card here. Hitting the archives on Mars suggests they're after the same thing we are. A way to defeat the Reapers.
It didn't seem as if the Elusive Man was suggesting we appease them. Not like Saren did. You'd think we'd be on the same side, now more than ever.
Cerberus has never played by the rules as we know them. I don't know what their agenda is, but it has nothing to do with humanity's best interests.
The Elusive Man talked about controlling the Reapers. He seemed to think that's how we win this.
He's wrong. Dead Reapers are how we win this.
Doesn't mean he won't try.
I saw your report on that Cerberus soldier you found. If the Elusive Man is good at one thing, it's finding new ways to subvert science. It's never worked for him before, and it won't now.
Nothing more.
Good.
Keep me posted. Hack it out.
Can't stand people, man. Can't stand the state of fucking urine fans. Shit turns my fucking stomach. Better. I don't even get all that.
Commander, thank you for allowing me the use of your ship, and for going along with this plan.
Alright, Victor.
Garrus said he had to
Victus.
attend to the Normandy's weapons.
Sounds like Garrus. I'm sorry to say the Asari Counselor won't be joining us. She thinks there's too much bad blood with the Krogan.
She may be right, but they'll be...
When you put it that way.
The sooner we have this summit, the sooner we'll know. Is there something else I can help you?
I understand.
If the Krogan help us on Palaven, then I give you my word.
How is it being the Primarch?
Not what I imagined.
Was he the Prime
The
Minister?
battle of all time is happening on Palaven, and I'm light years away, reading casualty reports in the millions. If I'm going to die, I want to be with my men, so there's no doubt we fought to the last soul.
I understand.
I'm not surprised. You never asked to be a leader. Yet your people will... We find ourselves in similar circumstances. Let's hope the spirits grant us the strength to see it through.
How are things?
The casualty reports are... The Reapers are using our own tactics against us.
I've seen the same on Earth.
The strategist in me admires their brutality. The Turian in me knows I'm watching the destruction of my civilization. And mine with Earth.
I know this game's getting boring, but that's what it is. I play what I want. I'm actually gonna fucking play The Last of Us in part because of the way people are
do you
reacting.
mean,
It's something I don't normally do, but I would love some of those people to jump in that were criticizing this second game and the remake.
Commander, comm systems are going haywire. I'm trying to restart the systems, but something's blocking me.
See if you can get to Edie. I'll check the AI core.
What? Sorry, you mean purgatory ever proposition for you Shepard? You won't want to pass it up. I'm in a nightclub on the Citadel. Are you? Huh. That's awesome. Interesting. What? I don't know how to say this. Udina wants me to be a spectator. It's crazy. Not a fan of the Citadel, drop by the hospital. I'm getting a little sir. Wow, that's cool. Very, very fucking cool, man. I kind of would rather continue playing this, but I'm gonna run The Last of Us 2 maybe in a half hour, 40 minutes, 20 minutes, 15 minutes, something like that. 10 minutes even. Probably more than that, but maybe 10 minutes. Oh man, I just want people to come in and have some conversations about the fucking IP. What's going on with everyone? Jordan Bell. Sounds about your brother. Maybe in the Citadel. How do people stream this game? Because I mean, it is kind of boring, but it's what it is. People, I mean, this is the game. This is how you play the fucking game. You could skip all this shit, but I don't do that. I actually like the game. Who is this? Thane? Oh wow, Thane, nice. So what, he's at the Citadel? Alright, that's for the DLC. That's for the DLC, isn't it? Alright. So working on the name Garrett Bryson. YouTube. Boy, there's a lot to fucking do now. A lot of Citadel shit. Alright, so look, I'm seeing that resume. Borders, soon, in the meantime, come see me in the Citadel and the effort. Yes, we were okay. Arya sent 2 fucking messages. That's really weird. I don't get that, but okay. Let's go to the captain's cabin. Captain's log. Let's take a look at the new stuff I've gotten. So I got fish yet. Gotta get those. No gerbil. I got all the fucking ships I got. Lots of cool ships. More ships than last time. I don't think I got any armor pieces. Why do you always have like buzz on your fucking hands? It's so weird. Damn shit. Hey, what? Less health, more melee, no. Health for weapon damage or materials make difference. Okay. Oh yeah. Man, it's less than a lot of shit. Ammo capacity is up. Power damage is up. Less weapon damage, less headshot damage, less health. I go with this shit. Alright, I'm fucking crew together. Crew deck, not even worth it. We'll see what Blair says. I'll have much crew. And on Garrus. We'll check in on Garrus. Man, they're not having much chatter, that's for sure. Why can I use Javik yet? What's going on with fucking Javik, dude?
The problem isn't here. Systems all agreeing on my board.
You sure?
Maybe something was miscalibrated.
You do know.
Garrus. Didn't waste any...
Whatever's wrong with the Normandy isn't down here. Besides, after what I've been through lately, calibrating a giant gun is a vacation. Gives me something to focus on.
We're gonna need you for more than your own.
Oh, I'm ready for it. Sovereign didn't go down without a fight. I doubt 1,000 more. Still not convinced I should have left Palaven behind.
There was a boy back on Earth. Somehow I'm still alive.
Being right about the Reapers has never felt much like a victory, has it?
We both knew this fight would be tough.
At least my government listened to me.
So you're their expert advisor now?
Just followed your example, Shepard. Not that they'll actually do anything about it.
Until hell shows up at their door.
Not like the old days, is it? Rogue Spectre and C-Sec agents running and gunning outside the lines, making it up as we went along.
Definitely.
We're actually respectable now.
Yeah. I have a feeling that respect comes with a lot of sleepless nights. I can't even count how many lives are depending on us, Garrus.
Well,
like always,
things are looking grim, and I'm pretty sure they will. Just remember, a certain Turian friend of yours isn't sleeping any better, and he'd be more than happy to meet you at the bar and drink you under the table.
Okay, let's do it.
Something else you want to talk about?
Yeah, let's drink under the table. Maybe over the
You
table.
mentioned you still had family on Palaven.
My father is there. Sister, too.
How long has it been since you heard from them?
Long enough to be worried.
I'm sure they're okay.
That's the thing about getting old, Shepard. The platitudes get just as old. Pretty soon, blind hope is all we'll have left. And I hate being blind.
The platypus gets just as old. I mean, platypus do
I
get
know you
old
don't
too.
have any illusions about what we're up against, Garrus.
Yeah, it's in the same
How do you
shit
rate
in
our
last game.
chances?
I know it looks bad now, but I think we can win this, Shepard. For the first time since we met, we're not alone in the fight. It's something I learned long ago in
Finish the
C-Sec.
fight,
An
man.
imminent and painful death has a way of motivating people. Instead of questioning your every word, whole civilizations are going to be begging you to save them.
After what's
I
happened
like
to
this
Palaven,
dialogue,
do you still
actually.
believe that?
I didn't say there wouldn't be casualties. It's something Turians are taught from birth. If just one survivor,
I don't really want to stop
standing
playing
at the
this,
end of
but
war, then the fight was
if
worth
I
it.
answer the people
Humans
on
want to
fucking
save everyone.
YouTube, I'm gonna have
In
to.
this war,
I'm gonna have to play,
that's not going to happen.
Last of Us 2.
So what's this Reaper task force you've been running?
After what happened to you out there in Batarian space, I knew time was running out for all of us. The Citadel
I'm not
Council was a
even
dead
sure
end, so
from
I did
what I did
something
working
I
out
never
yesterday.
thought I'd do. went
I
to
really
my
thought I did enough
He used
to
to
get
work for
sore.
C-Sec, didn't
I
he?
did biceps, I
I
did
seem to remember
triceps, I
that the
did
two of you
shoulders.
didn't see eye to eye.
I did back even a
To
little.
put it mildly.
2 hours I
He
worked
still
out for.
had heavy pull
I'm not
from the
sore at
Turian
all,
government.
really.
The Primarch,
Both a good
well,
thing
the
and a bad
older
thing.
one, was a friend of his. So I went to my
The
father,
weird
laid
thing
out
was-
everything we knew about the Reapers, from Saren all the way to the Collector base.
I'm not sure even I'd believe it.
I had to admit that parts of it sounded crazy, meeting Vigil, talking to Sovereign on Vermeer. But my father just listened. It's what he did in his days at C-Sec, putting together all the pieces. If the connections were there, he wouldn't deny them, and he saw what we always knew. The Reapers were coming.
I'm glad someone finally agreed.
He did more than
It's a
agree.
very cerebral
He took
game
it to
that
the
I like to kind of play
Like
and
his
relax
style.
to.
Except the Primarch
I guess
wasn't
people don't
as
really like
convinced.
watching it,
My
but
father kept pushing
not
and
my
finally
fault.
got him to commit some token resources.
I like playing
And if
it.
you call them a task force, it sounds like you did something about it.
I like it, man.
What did you do with it?
Cerebral,
As much as I could
relaxing,
get away
you
with.
know?
And a little more. We hardened our lines of communications, expanded emergency stockpiles across the colonies, improved our early warning detection protocols.
You think it helped?
I'd like to think it bought our fleet some extra time. We'll know when this war is over.
Yeah, I don't remember where I was at. Okay, yeah, this is the last one.
So you can vouch for this new Primarch?
Javik is so
Well,
awesome.
even if
I don't know why I
couldn't,
can't
you
use
go to
him.
war with the army.
I think I'll be able to use him now.
Will he live up to his word?
I've never known Victus to lie. Play fast and loose with strategy, maybe, but betray an ally.
Can we use it?
Not his style. And if he did try, well, we'll just find another Primarch.
I noticed generals saluting you, Garrus. How far down the line of succession are you these days?
Yeah, he's gonna become the Primarch.
Let's not go there.
Primarch Vicarian, honored war hero. Somebody's
So,
gonna have to rebuild Palaven when this is over.
Yeah, somebody who knows how to hold a hammer.
That's all for now, Garrus.
nah, we don't get anything for all that combo, huh?
It's damn good to have you back.
Wouldn't miss this fight for anything.
FNA,
Now,
man.
I'm sure somebody screwed up something down here. I want to get the old girl back in fighting shape.
The old girl. You get that old girl. Okay, I got some rep. How's my rep doing? Yeah, Shepard's so hung, bro. He's like me. Hung like a lobster. Bro, he's huge in the pants. Like, just massive. Shepard's swanging, bro.
Shepard, what's happening?
Something's in the AI core.
Edie, you'd better go quickly.
Shepard,
I'll
what's
check
up
on my
on
own
that?
computers.
Running safe mode diagnostics.
Shepard, what's
Please
up on
stand
that?
by.
Oh, what's up happening on hot stuff? Oh, what's up happening hot stuff? But Mando was like really not beat. He's like, yo,
Shepard, what's
I'm
happening?
bored.
Something's in the
Alright,
AI
bro.
core.
Edie, you'd better
Do
go
your
quickly.
thing, bro.
I'll check on my own computers.
Running safe mode diagnostics. Please stand by.
I like it laid back cerebral game sometimes. What else?
Edie, you'd better go quickly.
How am I supposed to fix this?
At your service.
And man, after every main mission, I always talk to everybody. I play this shit thoroughly. This is what I like to do. So, fuck it, man. So, how I roll. Get the whole fucking experience, man. Wait, where the fuck is Javik at? He's such a jabberwocky.
Have you seen our newest crew member?
I'm not really enjoying this third game. The game I've played the absolute
No
least.
way. Talk about?
But I'm digging it.
Is everything alright?
Yo, I'm totally gonna have sex
Is
with
everything
her.
alright?
Wait, say it
Is
again?
everything alright?
Get out of here. Yo, broad. You damn broad. You doggone broad, you. I can't stand people. Like, what do you fucking want to hear? What do you expect to hear? You see my description. You know, I'm gonna fucking mention these things. Somebody's got to. Somebody's got to tell the truth. Somebody's got to mention this shit.
You're saying they survived into this cycle?
And you can fucking say it's ranting, oh, whatever. Fucking say something. Don't just leave. The people that come in and leave. Fucking say something, motherfuckers.
I am
You
feeling
disagree?
better.
Say something.
I stand ready. Do not be concerned about
Say
me.
something, bro.
The years in stasis have only made me hungrier to
You're
fight
just
the
a fanboy. I don't care. Say anything. Say fucking anything, bro. I have an intellectual debate all day. Tell me Microsoft is justified. It's okay to deceive people about exclusivity, to put embargoes on games shown at E3, so you can deceive people into thinking they're exclusive. So the media can't write about the games for literally 2 days and let people know what's exclusive for how long, or just to inform people. Let me know if I'm wrong about that. If that's okay, if that's cool, that's a good thing. That's way worse than not being crystal clear about combat mechanics. Let me know. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe I'm just, you know, my fanboy is blinding me from the truth. So let me know, people. Let me fucking know how I'm wrong about that. Let me know how I'm off about that. Microsoft is justified, man. How Sony doesn't get more hate than everybody else. How Nintendo can do full price ports like Mario Kart 8. Shit like that. And that's okay. That's okay, but yeah. But Sony they deserve the hate for doing full price remakes. I love it. Let me know that there is no double standard, that I'm just making it up. I'm just making it up. I'm wrong. Like, all these fucking people, like, say something, you disagree, you don't like it, you come in, you leave. Fucking say something. Let me know. Nobody fucking says shit. Increases rounds per magazine, 50%. The salty salt rifle. I said rifle. I'll take it. Pistol. I'll use the pistols. Done. I'll use the pistol. The Indra. Okay, what is this? This is a sniper? The Indra's low-powered scope leaves it most effective at medium range, but many soldiers believe this limitation is offset by the gun's rapid rate of fire. The Indra's military-grade sniper rifle. It has an extremely efficient heat-sink system that allows a surprisingly large number of shots to be fired before the weapon ejects. Yeah, that sounds pretty good. I'll take that. That's really, really solid. Shit, I think that stuff's more expensive. I probably should have got out the City Dell. The City Dell, man. Or at other shops. Ruck. Fuck Ruck. I'm almost thinking I shouldn't improve any of this stuff. I really like the particle rifle, but I'm almost thinking I shouldn't improve too much of this stuff because we're gonna end up finding better weapons, you know. That's the problem. You end up finding better fucking weapons. Good! You know, I've already improved the rifle too. That's the problem. I like the weapon upgrade system. It's pretty solid, let's take a look at the newest sniper. You're just a baby and you know it. You're a baby! Like a baby? Oh, baby! Oh, baby! Oh, baby, you got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. But you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. But you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. But you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. But you say he's just a friend. But you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you. Oh, baby, you. Yeah. Oh, baby, you. This baby. This baby's a crazy baby. This is a crazy baby. Whoa, baby, whoa. Okay, so what's the difference between these? We got increases accuracy. Oh, what's extra damage? Did you say he's just a friend moving anything else? Target through smoke. Oh, that's cool. But you say he's just a friend. Oh, baby, you got what I need. Spare ammo. Ammo capacity. Ammo capacity. Ammo capacity. Ammo capacity. Ammo capacity. Boom, boom, boom. The Addams family. They do what they want to do. Play how they want to play. Dance how they want to dance. Live how they want to live. Addams family. The Granty family. He does what he wants to do. Plays how he wants to play. Dance how he wants to dance. Cries how he wants to cry. The baby family. The baby family. He plays how he wants to play, dance how he wants to dance, lives how he wants to live, does what he wants to do. The Granty family. The Granty family. You're a baby now. Yay, baby. Yeah, you've grown into babyhood. Are you a baby? You baby. You baby. You baby. You baby. You baby. I'm sorry. You're just a baby. Biotic sensors. Oh, fuck. Increase damage by 5%. Speeds perception by 25% anti-game. Time biometrics and other software. Adjust the user's pulse and breath rate, assisting aim. Good! So better aim, 5% damage. Good! Good. Oh, baby! I see a baby! So I will have more shots. Get shots. Shots to your fitted cap. Brrr, brrr, brrr. Where yo is that? You a baby Jesus? You got your block on fire, remaining the juice. Up until the moment you expire, you know when it is. You make it something out of nothing, you handle your bills. With all that time and the something, you a baby Jesus. You got your block on fire, remaining the G. Up until the moment you expire, you know when it is. You make it something out of nothing. You handle your business with all that crown and the circle. Usual baby Jesus. You got your block on fire, remaining the G up until the moment you expire. You know when it is. You're making something out of babies. Hi, baby. Baby, yeah, baby. Hi, baby. Okay, I don't. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm sorry. Are you okay? Are you okay, Munchkin? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Hug. I didn't mean to scare you. Sorry, Munchkin. Are you a baby Jeezy? What? Is that a car? You found a car. Good boy. You found a car. Good. You're a big baby now. You're a big baby. Like your dad. Man, he's a baby Jeezy. Man, he's a baby Jeezy. He got the block on fire. No, Jeezy. Aka hand. Aka hand. Aka hand. Pull. 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 Come on, you're stronger than that. Pull. Pull, pull. Come on, don't be a baby Jeezy. Oh no, get away from the baby! I got away from the baby. Na 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 poo poo. Listen, you're a baby. I know it. You know it. The cats know it. You're a baby. You can't deny it. You can't deny it. You're a in rider. You don't want to with me. No, you're a baby. No. Yes. You're a baby. You're a baby. You're a baby. You're a baby. You're a big baby. Hug? Okay. Hug. Hug. Come on, big baby. You're a 40-pound baby. You're a 40-pound baby. A 40-pound baby. A 40-pound baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. Ooh, baby. You're driving me crazy. Every time I look away. Every time I look away. Ooh, baby. Baby, 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 baby. Ooh, baby, baby. Ooh, baby, baby. Boom, 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 boom. Ooh, baby, baby. Ooh, baby, baby. Ooh, baby, baby. Ooh, baby, baby. Boom, 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 boom. Ah, smush it. What's your real good? Little baby, oh baby, baby, oh baby, baby. You're covering my mouth. You didn't want to hear it. No one wants to hear it. Nobody on stream wants to hear it either when I talk, so I don't blame you, baby. I don't blame you, baby. Whoa, baby. Down goes phrase, down goes baby. Baby, 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 ooh. Boom shakalaka, boom shakalaka, laka, laka, boom shakalaka, laka, 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 boom, 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 boom. Yes, I can. Down goes the baby. Put him up. Good. Come on, let's go. Put him up. Boom, boom, boom. Come on, boom. 2, 1, 2. Boom, boom. Boom. Dance. Too much baby in the pants. Dance. Come on, dance. Okay, hand. What do you want with this hand? Where are you going here? Hand. Come on. Come on, hand. You want food or something? Come on. You want some ham? Maybe you said ham instead of hand. You want some ham? You're not in trouble. Furthest thing from it. Here, have some ham, Bubba. Here, bub. Have some meat. Get your protein in. You need that protein. Hey, Mike O'Hearn's kid is 3 years old. He's your age. And he's 4 feet tall, 56 pounds. You're like 3.5 feet and 40 pounds. We gotta get you, on that Mike O'Hearn status. Though I'm sure his kid's probably on fucking growth hormones and fucking testosterone. At the very least, the kid's getting like top of the line protein shakes, supplements, fucking top of the line fucking nutrition. Probably has like jungle gyms and equipment for the kid to do shit on. I don't have that luxury. I'm not a YouTube success. I'm not an MBG. I don't get $100 per fucking stream in donations and then YouTube money off the top. I get zero anything from anyone. I don't even get fucking views hardly. Even just to converse with people. Because I just ain't knowledgeable as the MBG. I ain't got the personality of an MBG. Because, you know, I could be monotone and I could say, hey guys, what's up? Thanks for watching the video. Make sure you smash the likes. I wanted to talk about the new situation going on with Sony and The Last of Us 2. A lot of people are talking about blah blah blah. This time, guys, I think Sony really messed up. Yeah, let's fucking talk like we're on Thorazine. Let's talk like fucking zombies and give people no information, thought-provoking comments or, you know, anything original. Let's just be fucking zombies. That's how you get 100,000 viewers. That's how you get 100K, baby. God, I hate his delivery. God, I hate every fucking, almost every fucking YouTuber out there who is a popular hardcore gaming guy. Other than like Mystic, who's great. Mystic's great. It's the only person I can name off the top of my head who's any good. Who's any good at all, as far as a gaming YouTuber, influencer. Particularly PlayStation associated, but not just PlayStation, man. They're all bad. Mystic's the only guy. He's the only guy I can really name who's like, he's good. He's real. He's legit. He's knowledgeable. He's a good guy. And he's not super exciting. He is kind of monotone, but I can't hate on it because the dude is passionate. and he actually plays shit. He has a record, man. He's got his fucking jacket. He's got legitimacy. God, I hate it. I'm salty and jealous and critical because it bothers me, the state of the industry. I don't like people follow these jackasses. These fucking jackasses. People want no personality. They want that. They want boring ass monotone motherfuckers who don't know anything. And I say this all the fucking time, but I'm getting like 12 views, 16 views, 25 views. I say whatever the fuck I want. I have nobody to fucking appease. Maybe I'll be a little more controlled. A little more focused on what I'm doing. I actually set times to stream, make sure the production's better, set up my PC, put real thumbnails on, set up my camera, be on camera, make sure I look good, make sure the house is tidy, make sure the kids, playing and not in the way. Sure, I'll do all that if I have multiple thousand subs. Having 406, 410, 404, whatever the fuck it is, it ain't gonna cut the mustard. Getting 20 views a video, it's not enough for me to be like, I gotta up the production. I got an audience I need to do right by. I need to make sure I'm not making food, playing with my kid during videos, and having lulls. No. If I actually got support, if I made any kind of residual income from it, you best believe I would fucking treat it like a job. A passion, a job and a passion. I don't get dick from this. This is just for fun. And I barely even get anyone to converse with. So what the fuck am I gonna go crazy on production and fucking effort? I would rather have someone with production, but they know what the fuck they're talking about. They got a fucking personality. I'd much rather have that. That's what's important. Not manufactured, fucking produced trash. And again, I tell people, tell me fucking otherwise. Tell me I'm annoying. Tell me my voice stinks. Tell me this. Tell me that. But you can't tell me I'm fucking more boring than MBG. You can't tell me I'm less knowledgeable. Like, you just can't. You just fucking can't. It's not like I'm making a big effort. I just literally throw my PS5 on and hit fucking stream to YouTube. It's not like I'm putting fucking any real effort in to where I can say, oh darn, I really tried and I only got 25 views. No. I'm not putting in any effort, but at least what you're getting is fucking legitimate. That's the funny thing. People don't give a fuck about what you say until you're relevant. Once you're relevant, once you're relevant, people care. They suddenly care. Like, if there's a girl, if there's a girl talking on stream or something, you can't see her. She'll probably still get some attention, depending on what she sounds like, but just because she's a girl. But regardless, she won't get a ton of attention. But then, oh my god, if she's like beautiful and she's on the camera, suddenly everything she's saying is important. Suddenly she's got a great personality. Suddenly it matters what she says. Suddenly people care about what she thinks and what she's saying. Like, it's the biggest false, reality ever. That, like, for example, that beautiful women or, people with a large following have about themselves. They think they're so smart, they're so knowledgeable, they're so interesting, just because, that people are paying attention to them. That's not the case. Most of the time, these beautiful women who get so much attention, they're just getting attention because they're beautiful. That's it. Not even on stream, but in life in general. They get treated like the queen, like the president, like the prime minister, just because they're beautiful. They have such a false perception of reality. If they were ever to lose that beauty, they would suddenly realize nobody finds you interesting. You're not unique. You're not interesting. You're nothing special. But just because of how they look, they get treated as if everything they say is gold. Thought-provoking, interesting, funny, unique. They're such a cool, unique, interesting person. But 99% of them aren't. They have such a false perception of reality. And the same thing happens for streamers guys even, who have a large following. However they amass that, whatever luck and production work they put in to amass that following, suddenly, just because they have a following, everything they say is interesting. Everything they do is interesting. People, with MBG, people like, with MBG, he was like, I think I'm going to start streaming games, more often. I didn't know he ever did. And people are like, I'd watch that. I don't watch streamers, but if you did it, I'd watch it. Like, people pay him to answer questions, and it's all because he has a following. He has 100,000 followers. Just because people feel as though he is important because he has a following. It's not like he gained the following due to talent or due to fucking anything, impressive. Just literally reiterating the fucking news. That's it. But because he has a following, suddenly he becomes 10 times more interesting. People care. He has relevance. He has impact. People care what he has to say. People will pay him to answer questions, to be seen on his fucking channel. Just to super chat him, just so he can acknowledge them and they can be seen amongst the hundreds of people that are, in the chat. It's crazy. Like, if you have status or you are a beautiful woman, and sometimes a beautiful man at times, but basically if you have status or you are a beautiful woman, suddenly everything you say is now interesting. Your personality is now, interesting and deep, and you're funny and charismatic and creative and original and thought-provoking and entertaining, and it's such a lie. It's such a lie. If people were just based on their personalities and their brain and their knowledge, the world would be so much better, such a better place. People literally only care. It's so funny the way guys react to these chicks on YouTube, like who are hot, who maybe had a BBL, that's a big thing now, every fucking chick getting a BBL. Literally, it's making your stomach and midsection skinny and making your ass fat. Any girl, a fucking average-looking girl with no ass, fat midsection, who didn't work out or eat right her whole life, and no boobs, literally can take like 20, 30 grand and make themselves into an Instagram star. Just get a BBL. You've now got a thin, in-shape midsection and a fat ass. Get an implant. You now have like a D cup. And get like one procedure done to your face. Get a nose job or something. You've now gone from a mediocre, a girl who's not pretty and has no body, who's out of shape, who never worked out a day in her life. You've now gone to a beautiful, curvy, busty, fit, slim, thick, in shape Instagram model. Like, it's crazy. And now suddenly everybody cares what she says. It's crazy how guys react to these chicks, like as if they think they have a shot with them or something. Like, I don't get it. Why are you sucking up to these fucking YouTube chicks, Instagram chicks, whatever, social media chicks who get BBLs and shit and implants and all this, and take fake pictures, whatever? Why are you sucking up to these chicks, bro? If you're a guy, you really think the chicks oh my god, he made a nice comment, I'm gonna show him my tits. Yo, I'm gonna DM him a picture of my ass in a thong, because this guy was flattering. He was very flattering. He said I was so smart and beautiful. Like, why? What's the point, guys? What's the fucking point? Just, goddamn. It's not going to influence your chance with this girl at all. There's a less than 1% chance that it would, and the only way that it actually would is if you are a stud, and you've got a picture of yourself, in the avatar, and then you can actually back it up. Like, it's not just fake. You can go on fucking, camera or whatever and back it up. Then maybe that'll be your doorway in. But, 99% of the guys aren't going to be physically acceptable for the girl to even, think about even sending them a picture. Like, I don't know why these pathetic guys just suck up to these girls as if everything they're saying is witty and smart and they're funny and like maybe some of the girls are. And it's not just girls, it's guys too. People suck up to MPG or anyone with a following because they have a following, they have status. So they feel as though, oh, if I suck up to this guy, like that'll somehow give me status. That I feel cool because I was acknowledged by someone with status. Like, come on, man. Suddenly these people are so much more interesting, and even the guys too. As long as they have status, they have a following, they have 100,000 followers, 40,000, 50,000, a million followers. Suddenly they're interesting. Suddenly everything they say is of relevance and is entertaining, and they're smart, strong, they're in shape, they're handsome. Oh, MBG, you're working out? Like the guy's jacked. Come on, he's a normal guy. People are always like, yo, you working out? He's normal, Joe Average. What's wrong with it, bro? Just because the guys got status, like, you're sucking up. Like, I don't know why guys do this to chicks, to guys, to anyone with status. Like, they just suck up. Like, I don't know if they think it's gonna somehow make the guy your friend and give you status and, like, I don't know, get you followers or, like, you want respect from the guy who's popular. It's like fucking high school all over again. He doesn't even have to be the best looking guy, the most in shape guy, the smartest, wittiest, fun. No, just if the guy has status, that's all that matters. If for whatever reason, you know, his family had money and he's an athlete or something, and I don't know. If the guy's got fucking status, he's gonna get chicks, he's gonna get attention, he's gonna get friends, he's gonna get worshipped. If the girl is pretty, same thing. Everything she now says and does is interesting. She is now a completely different, interesting fucking person. And same thing with the guys. If the guy has fucking status, he's now fucking interesting. Everything he says is fucking gold. Is, oh my god, that's a great point. You're funny. You're this. I mean, not even that. Just you get attention. You fucking get attention. These people must have such wildly inflated egos. And the funny thing is, 99% of them, it's based off of nothing. It's based off no talent. It's based off of nothing impressive. It's not based off of knowledge. It's just because they have status. And you can argue, well, they worked hard for that status. I mean, sure. I got like MPG makes a 10-minute video every other day, every day. It probably takes them a good hour to cut it together. He's just reporting the news. I mean, there's a million other sites that do that. You just go on Twitter, like, and look at the fucking news. I mean, I don't get it. Like, I guess he worked for it. It was luck. Work. I don't know. I don't get it. Like, I don't get it, man. I don't give a fuck about status. I don't care about any of that shit. I care what the person has to say. That's why I respect people's opinions on our little bullshit PlayStation Nation group as much more, actually, than I do with an MBG or a Dreamcast guy or a Rich Musashi from Review Tech USA or Cole Eastwood. I respect just regular Joes on forums more because they tend to have more thought-provoking, interesting things to say. A lot of times they're more knowledgeable too. Just Joe nobodies. I get better information from. I get better conversation with. I get more thought-provoking, more personality just from Joe fucking nobodies. Like, it's crazy, bro. The conversations we have on PlayStation Nation, even though I don't get acknowledged as much as I feel I deserve. Still, the conversations we have on PlayStation Nation, like a 17-person group on PS5, annihilates the conversation, the, you know, whatever, you know, thought-provoking content that I'll get from basically any YouTuber, any popular fucking YouTuber. Just simple conversation with guys that I know. They're guys that I know from online. Like, it fucking annihilates this shit. It means nothing just because you have status. It means fucking nothing. Absolutely nothing. And it doesn't mean that you're going to get great conversation on Reddit or 4chan or GameFAQs or M4G, but you have just as good of a chance as hearing some interesting information or thought-provoking material on any random forum from a person as you do from almost any of these gaming insider, influencer, whatever's. Because they're nothing. They're just nothing special. They're just casuals. Like, yeah, even on a little 17-person PlayStation fucking group, dude, we have such heated debate and such good conversation. Like, it trumps anything I see anywhere. M4G, YouTube, anything. Like, honest to God, you're gonna get more good shit if people were able to watch in, listen in, participate in like our little 17-person groups. They would get more thought-provoking content than they would with, a popular YouTuber or a website like a Push Square or something. For like, in a week, you get more probably from us than you would in I don't know, 6 months from like a popular influencer or from even a popular influencer on YouTube or on Twitter, then in the comment section, or from a popular YouTuber, or then from even like an M4G or something at times. Like, bro, we fire sometimes, and even those people don't acknowledge me the way I deserve to be, and even they're not perfect, but still, I mean, you gotta deal with what you gotta deal with. They still, come through, and I ignite the conversation more than anybody. I move it, push it, sometimes exacerbate it. But, this is a more interesting conversation than I'll see from any of these fucking YouTubers or any other Twitters or anything. Any fucking thing. Fucking Per Drone said that, like, oh, we gotta make a website, and he's fucking right. Or have like a podcast. He's fucking right, man. The world fucking needs it, man. I'm tired of all this garbage, monotone, trash, non-thought-provoking conversation. People just parroting the same fucking opinions as everyone else. Whatever's popular automatically becomes the opinions of these people. That's just how it goes. MBG, oh, The Last of Us remake getting hate, so he's immediately gonna just side with the hate, even though he's a PlayStation fanboy. People are were trashing when it was announced, and like before it came out, PlayStation Plus Premium and Extra. Of course, he's gonna side with that, even though he's a PlayStation fanboy, just because that's the popular narrative. Like, I don't give a fuck about that. Even on PlayStation Nation, it's not perfect, besides me at least. And I'm not perfect either, but a lot closer to it. But even on PlayStation Nation, people still conform to what the popular narrative is at times. A lot less often, but at times. They still don't understand things, but it's much better. It's at a much better clip than you're gonna get like anywhere else. And the world fucking needs it, man. The world needs some thought-provoking conversations, some people with actual knowledge and experience, not people gaming on PS4, mid PS4 generation, like MBG. Played one game basically before that. One franchise they're passionate about, Metal Gear Solid, and that's all they fucking talk about. No. You need people that started gaming on NES, people that started gaming on Atari, people that played Dreamcast and have history, have fucking played things, have opinions, who aren't just sheep. It's crazy, man. It's crazy to me. It's fucking crazy, man. That's how all of these horrible takes and all this propaganda gets spread. Because most of the popular YouTubers are just fucking sheep. They're idiots. They're sheep. They're fools. They're casuals. So they just regurgitate this nonsense. And PlayStation's fan base for this generation, for whatever reason, actually starting late last generation, from about The Last of Us or Days Gone On, probably about The Last of Us on, They have had no balls. PlayStation fanboys, for whatever reason, for the past several years, 4 years they've had 3 years maybe, they've had no balls. So even the popular YouTubers and influencers who are associated with PlayStation, who are PlayStation fanboys, they'll regurgitate these popular narratives because they don't have any opinions of their own, even if they go against PlayStation. And I'm not saying support everything PlayStation, but just use your fucking own opinion, make your own decision, like it's just sick. They just all fall in line with the popular narrative. I can't stand it. And since PlayStation has just been getting trashed this generation, and even since before, like a year or two before, even the popular PlayStation influencers fall in line with these Sony hate narratives. It's crazy. And like I said, I'm not saying just be a shill. Sometimes Sony does deserve hate. At least some criticism, but when I'm saying the same takes over and over again from the same usual suspects, from the most popular people, the shit gets just... And they're wrong a lot of times, or at least they're not complete. It's so lazy. Just about, like, The Last of Us remake is a cash grab. The Last of Us 2 sucked, as MBG will tell you. That's so fucking lazy, and I think wrong. But, and I have reasons why, and I voice those often, but nobody listens. But it's just so lazy, man. It's just regurgitating the popular narrative. It's so fucking lazy. At least have a unique fucking... At least have a unique take. But that's the problem, is nobody really has any opinion. Nobody has any personality. Nobody really has any thoughts, any takes. Even hot takes are usually just something someone heard on fucking Twitter, like, from somebody else. It's sad, man. It's sad. And I'm cleaning. I'm gonna talk to nobody while I clean. You can't see the screen. The video ain't gonna get shit for views. No one's gonna probably hear this, but fuck it. I'm cleaning right now. I might as well just spit facts while I clean. Maybe one day when I, get even better shape and get my shit together and get my PC set up and get on camera and actually become popular, people can then go back and suddenly then I'll be appreciated. Suddenly then people will go back like what I said, and maybe this archive shit, they'll be like, yeah, well, those were great thoughts. Now they think it because they think I'm more charming because simply due to my status and looks, if I can ever get myself to where I want. It's just hilarious and sad. Just sad, man. I love it too. Like, I'll propose that to MBG as well. Like, the guy trashes The Last of Us 2. He really has forever. And it's like, I'll play the fucking game on stream, The Last of Us 2. Watch me fucking stream it. And if you have such big opinions, Mr. PlayStation, that the game isn't good, while I'm playing it on stream in real time, not cherry picking anything, playing it in real time on stream, and in fact doing it from my PS5, so it's gonna have bad compression. It's not gonna be the best looking thing. It's gonna make the game look a lot worse. Whatever though, I'll fucking do it. Mr. MBG or anybody thinks The Last of Us 2 is trash, and they've had it with Naughty Dog, I would love it, man. I'll play The Last of Us 2 on stream, live. You watch me play it and critique it. Point out the bad things while I'm playing it. Point out why it's a bad game. Should be easy to do if the game is so trashy. If I'm playing it for a good hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, just raw footage, raw live gameplay, I can't cherry pick it or anything. Should be pretty easy to point out why it's bad. Should be pretty fucking easy. Point it the fuck out. Oh, look at the combat sucks because look at the bad AI, and the story sucks because look at the method of storytelling, look at the bad voice acting, look at, there's no drama, there's no emotion, or the The pacing's bad. Look how long you go without combat encounter. Look at whatever. Look at the animation quality. Look at this. Look at that. Look how boring it is. But don't just say it's boring. Tell me why. Look how boring it is because of X, Y, and Z. There hasn't been combat in this long. It's so boring. Oh, whatever. Fucking people have such strong opinions about The Last of Us 2, man. Such strong opinions, yet they don't spit any facts. They don't spit any facts. I don't think I've ever seen anyone be like, The Last of Us 2 sucks, and be like, it sucks for this reason, this reason, this reason. I've never heard that, other than them saying, the story sucks, and Abby sucks. Okay, why does the story suck? And, like, you gotta come better than just be like, oh, the story sucks because Joel died, or because Abby. The story sucks because Abby. No. Like, you gotta actually have something to say. You gotta not be a casual and actually know how to dissect a game. And you can't say the story sucks because of the writing. Like, you just can't say that. You gotta say why. What's wrong with the writing? Is it the actual dialogue that's bad? Is it the structure? You don't like the fact that they actually highlight the antagonist and they highlight the enemy faction and you get background on them? Like, why is that bad? Is that bad? Like, give me something. Because Ellie's a one-dimensional character. Why? Is she? She seems actually very conflicted. She seems to care that she's killing these people. It seems to bother her. It seems to make her go into panic attacks and hyperventilate. She seems to have remorse. Yet, she has this burning desire of revenge and love for Joel. Yet, she has this love for Dina pulling on her, and Dina doesn't want her to do it. Dina wants her to stay with the family and start a family and not risk her life. So she has three different ways she can go emotionally. Her revenge for Joel, her turning into a monster and not wanting to be that, and feeling remorse and regret and getting sick over, having to be a monster and what she's doing, and having the third position, having to make a decision of whether or not to leave her revenge behind, to leave who she was behind, and do what, some would say the right thing, and just be there for her family. Be there for Dina and the baby, and she has all these things pulling at her, and Tommy as well, and Tommy wanting the revenge, and I don't get, it's lazy, it's one dimension. No, there's so many dimensions, and that's just Ellie. It's just freaking Ellie. There's two protagonists, essentially. You have Abby and her fucking whole situation. Oh, because you play as Abby too long. Like, bro, you gotta come better. Oh, Ellie is just one-dimensional. Sucks. You play as Abby. It's bad because of Abby. You play as Abby too long. Like, why? What's bad? What's bad about Abby? What's bad about her story? Like, it's bad to get background. It's bad to actually have two protagonists, and then the one protagonist is actually as well. That's such an innovative, deep, and dynamic idea. I've never seen a game really do that, where it's got two main protagonists, and one of the protagonists is the antagonist, but the depth, other games have done that to a degree, where you play as the bad guy for like a little bit, or you see some background. I've never seen a game where you play as the antagonist this long, where you get this much background on them, and where it almost becomes conflicting when who the final boss fight is actually going to be against. So which character are you? Which character is the good guy? Which character is the bad guy? To me, that's so gray and so fascinating and so much more real, instead of just black and white, good guys and bad guys. Life doesn't work that way. Life deals in gray. That's what it's about, and that's what I love about The Last of Us 2. And that's why it shits on the first game. It shits on it. First game's great, but it's so much deeper, so much more dynamic. The first game was so cut and dry. You knew who's the bad guy, you know who's the good guy, it's a cliche story. It's a great game, and for its time especially, it elevated the genre. But the second game shits on it in every way, even story. And story's the big thing that, oh, you're not allowed to say this. anything good about the story in The Last of Us 2. I've heard so many people, even people who love the game, or PlayStation fanboys, people who like the game, be like, yeah, the game was, but the story sucked. The game was great despite the story. The game was really good even though the story sucked. Like, the gameplay was great and technically it was great, but the story, no, the story was equally as good. The story was more impressive almost. The fucking depth that they went in. I don't. I think what it comes down to is that people are just so cardboard. They have such a little nuance and depth to them. They're not even able to identify these things. They're not really able to have a legitimate opinion, so their opinion just becomes whatever the popular consensus is. Like they don't have enough depth to even understand or appreciate or identify these things. So they just go with whatever the popular consensus is. They almost don't even have enough depth to know what's good, or even to know what they like in a lot of circumstances. You play games, a lot of them are similar. You watch movies, a lot of them are similar. Some people do really love certain games or movies, but a lot of people don't know what. They don't know what they like. They don't know what they like. And their opinion now becomes whatever the consensus is, or whatever someone who they respect thinks. Like, it's sad, really. And for the people, like, the story sucked. Okay, they're not talking about Abby, they're talking about Ellie. She sucked in the story. She just was one-dimensional, and no, she wasn't. Like I just said, she wasn't. She wasn't just a one-dimensional killing machine. At all. Did you not pay attention to the game? Did you not see her when she reluctantly killed people? Especially, like, with Owen, that situation, when they literally attacked her. She wasn't necessarily going to kill them. They literally attacked her. She had to fend for her life. You know, and she killed, what's her name? That chick, that annoying, bitchy chick. And she was turned out. Like, she felt so much remorse. She was hyperventilating when she realized she killed a pregnant woman, and she didn't even intend to necessarily do that. She felt so much remorse. She was, like, freaking out, hyperventilating. She was very conflicted with her revenge for Joel and her remorse and her humanity. And then her relationship with Dina, who didn't want her to do it because she cared about her and they're starting a family. It was three different directions. It wasn't just a straight revenge tale where she's just killing everybody and it's just, oh, the story sucked. Ellie just kills everybody. She's one-dimensional. It's a one-dimensional. No. Even in her deep revenge story, her dark, aggressive revenge story, there was so much depth in there. So much nuance, so many subtleties. You just weren't paying attention. Did you miss the parts with Dina? Did you miss the part where Dina left after she decided to go after Abby again? Did you miss the part where Ellie literally was hyperventilating and almost having a panic attack, almost having a heart attack after she killed the pregnant woman? Did you miss the part where she wasn't just killing in cold blood, where almost every single time she was provoked, she was massively provoked, virtually every single situation? She wasn't just a cold-blooded killing machine. She was massively provoked in every situation. In virtually every situation, there was a reason to do it that was beyond just revenge. Even with, what's her name? That African-American doctor lady who you have the chase with, and she like kills her with the axe or whatever in the hospital, who she said Joel cried like a bitch. Okay, that's motivation, but still, it's kind of ruthless to slay her like that. But no, the girl was infected anyway. She was infected. She had breathed in spores. She was gonna turn. She was already infected. Killing her was almost humane, even though she didn't do it necessarily in a humane way. And then, yeah, the girl fucking provoked her. Saying that Joel was crying like a bitch, and then running from her and doing all this shit. And then, oh, by the way, she breathed in spores. She put her life at risk, running and trying to kill her. And she breathed in spores. She was gonna die anyway. She was turning, so it wasn't even like she totally just killed in cold blood, and there were so many factors on top of it. with Owen and what's her face, they attacked her. You know, I think she accidentally like shot Owen, and then that girl tried to kill her and had a knife at her throat, and she had to defend herself, and she killed her and realized she was pregnant afterwards and hyperventilated about it. Like she wasn't just a one-dimensional killing machine. And I don't even know, is that what people are saying? Like I'm trying to dig in and understand the criticism. Like understand what could be perceived as criticism, what could people not have agreed with. Like I don't get it, man. There was so much depth to Ellie, so much depth to the story, depth to Abby. I thought that was brilliant, daring and brave and bold. Whereas you want the antagonist to be just this evil demon, this nameless, faceless monster. Even Naughty Dog has done that in the past with like Lazarevich, which is a horrible antagonist. He has no depth at all. No background, no depth, no meaning, no personality. Nothing to him. Just a monster. That's it. Like, those days are done, man. I don't want that shit anymore. I want characters with depth. I want antagonists with depth. I want to know their motivations. I want to know they're real people. I want to know why they're doing what they're doing. Just to be evil for the sake of evil? Like, that's just James Bond 1970s, bro. Like, we're way beyond that. Drama has evolved. At least it should have. We're way fucking beyond that. I want to know deep motivations. I want these people humanized. I want to understand. I want levels of gray. I don't want a perfect antagonist. Even in Returnal, or protagonist or antagonist. Even in Returnal, the protagonist, Celine, was very gray. She wasn't necessarily even a good person, or a good mother, or necessarily a bad person. It was areas of gray. It was for you to decide. She was troubled, twisted. She had mental issues. She had life issues. She did bad things. She had bad intentions. She had bad thoughts. She wasn't necessarily quote unquote good. Like, I loved that. That was my favorite part about Returnal, was the protagonist and how daring it was, and how gray she was, and how interesting if you actually took the time to dive in. If you actually took the time to read all of the logs, all the text logs, to watch all the story cutscenes going into the house, to play the Sisyphus DLC and see all of the extra cutscenes and text logs, audio information. I did. That's how I roll when I like a game. I mean, there are people who played it, PlayStation fans who played it, never even went in the house and finished it. Literally, you missed half the game if you did that. I don't know, man. Same thing with The Last of Us 2. If you're not seeing the depth and nuance, you're missing it. You're not paying attention. You're just not fucking paying attention. It's insane to me. Insane. It's insane to me how people are like, this is the last straw with Naughty Dog. After The Last of Us 2, The Last of Us Remake is my last straw. I'm done with them. As if The Last of Us 2 wronged us. As if they fucking wronged us with The Last of Us 2. They did something wrong. They didn't deliver a good game. Like, it was only the most awarded game of all time, and I don't give a fuck about awards. I just say that because that's at least some ammunition to have against the idiots. But in reality, I don't give a fuck about the awards. You can brag about Elden Ring fucking winning, which will win basically every Game of the Year award, every award. Probably break records, be the consensus Game of the Year. You can brag about the Elden Ring Metacritic, the Elden Ring sales. That doesn't mean anything to me. I played the fucking game. I know what it is. I know what people are. I know the fucking general public. I know the casual fans. I know the vocal majority. They're idiots, by and large. Their opinions don't mean anything. I know how bad gaming journalism is now. It doesn't mean that much to me. You know, I've devalued Metacritic score, and even reviews, and even opinions and sales. I'll use them sometimes in arguments just because that's the only thing the casual morons can understand. It's the only thing they can understand. Something that's co-signed, by legitimate people. That's all they understand. They don't understand actual words. All they understand is review scores, sales, general consensus, popular opinion. That's all they understand. Headlines. They don't understand actual words, actual sentences, actual, thought-provoking ideas, actual interesting comments. They don't understand something that makes sense. They just flashy fucking scores, headlines, sales. That's all. That's all they understand. That's the only language they know. Especially now with COVID creating so many casual gamers. There's such not even it's an overbelly. It's the masses. It's the masses. It's the majority. They're uninformed. They don't have anything to say. What they do have to say is just regurgitated bullshit that they've heard from somebody else, or that they saw from a YouTuber, or that they saw on Twitter, or from a headline that they saw. It's like, it's crazy, man. But they're so loud about it. They're so loud about their terrible opinions or bad takes. So I don't give a fuck. Now it means less than ever. Gaming journalism is essentially dead. There's so few good ones out there. They're all influenced by each other now too. The quality of gaming journalism on websites means so little now. Review scores is hard for me to put much stock. Yes, I'll get excited if God of War is a 97 Metacritic. Of course I'll tout it and get excited because, like I said, it's the only language people understand. But it won't happen. That game's going to be a low 90s at best. I don't think it's even going to hit 93. 93 is the absolute ceiling. I don't think it's going to hit that even. I would say a 92, 91 or 92. I'd say maybe a 92, and that'll probably be considered a win, honestly. Anything over a 91 I'll be happy with just because I expect some negativity because of the whole DLC thing and because people are fucking idiots now, and people get influenced. Even critics, reviewers, media, they get influenced by whatever the general consensus is, whatever the popular hype is. And David Jaffe created that DLC hype about God of War Ragnarok, and I believe that's going to play into people's heads. It can't not. If something's been drilled through your head for months and months and months, it can't not be in the back of your mind when you're playing the game or reviewing the game. You're going to look for things you otherwise wouldn't have. Oh, this combat mechanic's the same. This seems similar. This level design is similar. This enemy is the same. This experience feels the same. This isn't much different. It's gonna. As you would have just not thought about those things as heavily. That's the problem with pre-launch hype, with pre-launch smear campaigns. They set a tone. They set a precedent. They influence people. These people who actually play the games, they're involved in the media. They're involved in social media. They're involved in the industry. They see what's being said, what's going on. You can't avoid it. So if there's a huge narrative that's set before a game comes out, it's going to push the reviewer in that direction. Now, if the game is great, maybe they could overcome it. If the game stinks and the game was hyped, maybe that will, take the place of the hype. But at the very least, I still think that pre-launch hype is going to be impactful. It'll at least make somewhat of a difference. And it's that. People are going to be looking at God of War Ragnarok more so now. And saying, oh, it's too similar to the first game. And you're going to see that in reviews. It's really great, really good, and the story is good, and the combat's good, the production value is good, but it's just so similar to the first game. And they're going to say, it's just more of the first game. And they'll say, that's not necessarily a bad thing. But saying it's not necessarily a bad thing is already putting negative connotation on it. You're already perpetuating a negative stereotype, a negative narrative about the game. There's just no need to say that. Unless it's so glaringly copy-paste that it needs to be said because it's going to impact the review score, or that it should impact the review score, but also to me, this is just such a double standard. You can't attack certain games and then not attack Assassin's Creed, not attack Call of Duty, not attack Gears of War, not attack Forza Horizon. So all these games are quote unquote DLC from the last game. They all use the same assets, engine, system, design. They all do it. It's not fair to isolate certain games, PlayStation games in particular. Ratchet and Clank, God of War Ragnarok. These are games that get isolated as being, DLC, as being, just a copy of the first game, as being copy-paste. Virtually every sequel is like that. And then, even the ones that aren't like that for PlayStation, they still get labeled like they're like that. Like Forbidden West. What more could they have done to improve that game? I literally think the studio had sat down after Zero Dawn, once they were in pre-production for Forbidden West, and said, we want to improve every single aspect of the game. How can we do that? They identified every single aspect of the game and set out a plan to improve it. And they executed that plan exceptionally well. Like, how can we evolve and improve literally every aspect? They did the same thing with Killzone 2 coming off Killzone 1. Coming off Killzone. I feel like they did it and they executed it. They actually they had the production, the talent, and the time to do it. Sony gave them the time and money and help. And they did it. They accomplished their goal. They created the prototype sequel along with Assassin's Creed 2 and Uncharted 2. It was a very Assassin's Creed 2, Uncharted 2 style sequel where everything is improved. It's a vastly superior product. Visually, combat-wise, world-wise, settlement-wise, game design-wise, side quest-wise, like everything improved. Traversal-wise, gear-wise, skill tree-wise, just everything improved. Even the voice acting, the soundtrack, the depth, even the writing. Even though you might not like the story as much, but structurally it was more well put together, the narrative. Ben McCall, I think, did a great job. He did a better job than John Gonzalez. Now, people might like the story from Zero Dawn better because it was all new to you at the time, so it was more interesting. But was it actually structurally more impressive? Were the characters more well written in the first game? Of course not. The characters had way less depth. They were way less interesting. There were way less interesting characters. It wasn't written as well. It wasn't as well supported, as dynamic, as cohesive in certain areas. As interesting in certain areas. The only interest came from the world. That intrigue and interest came from the world that they created, not necessarily the writing and narrative structure. I don't know, man. People are just so off. I can't stand the industry. Can't fucking stand it. Can't stand it. Every fucking PlayStation game is a goddamn controversy and a hate fest. Every fucking one. I don't see it with other fucking publishers. Other publishers make whatever crap they want and get away scot-free. They don't get these massive fucking controversies pre-release. Good. They just don't. Completely unfair. Completely biased. I hate it, man. I can't stand it. I can't stand the state of the industry. Can't fucking stand it. It's disgusting to me. Absolutely disgusting. Sure, let's go with this. This is awful. Absolutely awful. Yeah, come on now, knock it off. Fucking weak sauce, man. Sucks, man. Can't stand it. And that's not to say that PlayStation's false, because they do have faults. And Last of Us remake is probably overpriced.
That Primarch's got some real cojones.
Doesn't mean
What
it's
we need
cash
are more
grab.
politicians like him.
Taking
Not
names
the
and
same
kicking
thing.
ass.
It's not. It's just not the same thing. Overpriced and cash grab. Cash grab means lazy, pointless, you know, money grab. It's not what it was. It wasn't even created like that, man. This was a visual arts pitch. Visual arts pitched the project. I think Sony Ben worked on it. It wasn't even like PlayStation and Naughty Dog just were like, yeah, let's screw people over. Let's create this unnecessary game. And let's just fuck people. That'll work. No, the project was created organically by another studio within Sony. And it became a passion project, and
I'm
then
trying to restart the systems, but
Naughty
something's blocking
Dog.
me. Whatever's happening, it's taken Edie offline.
Okay, what am I supposed to do about Edie?
Commander, fire alarm in the AI core. Get down to deck 3.
And then Naughty Dog ended up taking over the project because they're passionate about it. They love the IP, man. So to say it's uninspired cash grab is so wrong and off in so many ways. To say it's overpriced, okay, that makes sense. I'll listen to you. I halfway agree. I do kind of agree about that. But to be so lazy, where am I supposed to go? To be so lazy just to call the fucking thing a cash grab and uninspired, useless cash grab, like you don't even know what you're talking about.
Good to be back on board, Shepard.
Where the fuck am I supposed to go? You don't even know about the production of the game, about how the game started. You think Naughty Dog started the remake? No. You think Naughty Dog and Sony just came together and said, yeah, let's screw people? No, it didn't even happen. The project was created more organically than that. Not even from Naughty Dog. The reason why Naughty Dog got on board is because they loved the IP and they wanted to make sure it came out good. It means they were passionate about it. They cared about what happened. They could have just let Visual Arts and I think Bend make the fucking game and it wouldn't have been something they would have been proud of. Naughty Dog would have, it upset them. They care about the IP. They didn't need to work on a remake. They didn't need to fucking go work on a damn remake. They have so much going on right now. They're doing The Last of Us Online. They're doing the new IP, Neo's new IP. They didn't need to go fucking work on a remake. They did it because they're passionate about it. Dude, he said deck 3. What am I supposed to do, bro? They did it because they're fucking passionate about it. That would absolutely. Oh, the chick is awake. Fuck. She's gonna be a new member.
Joe, what's that sound?
They have passion, man. They have passion. That goes against what everyone's saying too. That's a uninspired cash grab. Don't be a fucking sheep and just say what everybody else says. Think about it. Do research. Be knowledgeable. Have your own opinion. I'm not saying say everything positive about it. Say it's overpriced if you feel that way. I understand that. It makes sense. You're right. But I would agree. But to just say it's a lazy cash grab, you're a lazy commenter. You're a lazy fan. You're a lazy fan saying that.
Is there a particular topic you wish to discuss, Shepard?
You don't understand the development of the game.
Edie?
Yes.
You're
Yo.
in Dr. Eva's body.
Yes.
Not all of me, but I have control of it.
You don't understand it.
It was
This
not
is a lazy
seamless
comment, man.
transition.
A transition? You blacked out on us for a while there.
Lazy as fuck.
Correct. When we brought this unit on
Lazy
board,
cash
I
grab.
began a background
Not what it is,
process
idiots.
towards information on the Protean device.
And the worst part is the people who call it a remaster or a graphics mod. Come on, man. They rebuilt every asset. They rebuilt the AI. Like, come on, bro. The animations.
During this process, it struggled. Thus the fire.
Come on, man. It's not a graphics mod. It's not a remaster. They didn't take the same assets from the first game and just add a new, higher resolution and frame rate. They rebuilt everything. Come on, man.
You need to alert us about incidents like this. You shouldn't have done this alone.
Bringing the crew up to speed would have been counterproductive. All attempts to help would have been limited by reaction time.
So tired of it, man.
So if you're in there, are you still in the ship?
Those are the worst comments, actually.
For optimal control, this unit should remain within Normandy's broadcast or tight
Remastered graphics
Are
mod.
you planning to take that body somewhere?
Normandy's
So
weaponry is
stupid,
not
though.
suited to every combat situation.
And people get likes
This
off of it.
platform could provide limited fire
I've seen
ground
numerous
support.
likes from comments like
You mean
that.
you
They
could
sound
come
like
with us?
such idiots, and the people who are liking
This
their comments
body
are
could
such
accompany you to
casual
areas
fools.
that Normandy cannot reach.
Before
Sad.
we do that, I need you to guarantee this mech doesn't have any more surprises in it.
Sad, dude.
Run whatever tests you can. Then we can talk about using it in combat situations.
One moment. I am running trials. Complete. I can send you a full report.
And the saddest part is, nobody calls them out. People agree with them. Like, for you to say it's a remaster, it's a graphic, it's just a graphics mod, you're an idiot.
Don't be surprised if the crew is a little wary of your new.
It's literally not factually true. Whether or not you think it's improved enough is another conversation, and they did what they could, but
on that we can agree.
They didn't have the luxury of remaking a project from a garbage developer, like From Software, at least garbage technically, you know, short visuals and performance. Like Bluepoint, who's a master at visuals and performance, remaking a project from one of the worst graphical and technical developers in the industry. They make great games, but as far as graphics, performance, animation quality, lip syncing, From Software is probably the worst AAA, because they're AAA now, AAA developer in the industry. And now you have one of the best graphics, animations, technical developers in the industry remaking a project from one of the worst, and it's a little bit older, and there was no remaster. So yes, the difference is going to be more dramatic with Demon Souls. Whereas Naughty Dog is remaking a masterpiece game from themselves that they had already remastered, so they're not going to be able to make the visual overhaul as noticeable, as wildly impressive. It's just what it is, you know. They can only do so much. We're taking something that was cutting edge, benchmark visually for its time, that was already remastered, and they're trying to improve it further. So you're not going to get as large of jumps as you did with Demon Souls, which, you know, the original Demon Souls was hideous graphically. It ran awful. It didn't have any lip syncing. Because that's how From Software rolls, even nowadays. Now it's the first major fucking game on PlayStation exclusive. So there was so much improvement to be had. Whereas with The Last of Us, there's not as much you can improve. They still did the best job they could. They tried to address every area they could without making it a different game. If you want to jump in The Last of Us 2 and dodge and go prone, then you're going to be playing some different kind of game. Because The Last of Us with all those mechanics is not going to be The Last of Us. The level design is going to be completely different. It's going to have to be way bigger. You're going to have verticality. You're going to have more enemies or harder enemies or different enemy attacks if you're able to dodge. And if you're able to go prone, it would break the game if you didn't change the level design, you didn't change literally everything else. It would break the fucking game. You can't just add dodge and prone and jumping. Have the same enemies and level design you had in 2013, 2014. It's impossible. I mean, it's possible, but the product's going to be horrible. I mean, it would be so easy and just different, and it'd be a breed. It wouldn't make sense again. And those aren't little changes. Especially Naughty Dog being as talented as they are, caring as much as they do, having as much production value as they do. They would feel the need to change everything, because if they had prone and dodge and all that, if you could jump, they would need it to make sense. So they would have to have verticality in the levels. It would change that alone would change the game dramatically. If you could dodge, you're gonna need harder enemies with different attacks. You're gonna need wider areas so you can actually move around. If you're going to go prone, you have to create areas that you can go underneath. You have to change the stealth encounters, 100, all the encounters. It becomes a different game. And not only a slightly different game, an entirely different game. Where the only thing that will stay consistent is the story. The story makes up less than 10% of the experience. Maybe 10%, 15, 20% at most of the experience. So yes, the story would remain the same, but the majority of your game time would be completely different. That changes it from a remaster to a reimagining. To a degree, that's what Resident Evil did. That's definitely what Final Fantasy VII did. Final Fantasy VII is a completely different game. I mean, it has the same story beats, but it's completely different. Not necessarily better either. Also, Final Fantasy, people say it should be like Final Fantasy. Look how they did it. They added new stuff. You're talking about a PS1 game? PS1 game. You're talking about a PlayStation 1 game. No, damn near a 30-year-old game you're talking about. Not a 9-year-old game. You're talking about a game that just moved away from sprites. Right. Of course they had to change the whole fucking thing. And then, there are some negatives about the remake, even though I think Final Fantasy VII Remake is great. You're only getting a fraction of the, of the actual narrative. Even though they took the narrative beats and they pumped them up and kind of explored them more, you're only getting a tiny portion of the actual overall story in the first game. So you're going to have to buy multiple games. You're going to buy 3 games in order to get the same narrative coverage that you got in one game in the original. Now, that's a good thing and a bad thing. Because there's more depth, there's more production, there's more to it. But you're going to wait 2 more games just to get all of the narrative, all the plot lines that you got from the first original game. So it has a negative as well. And then you can argue which game was better, It's hard to do because different eras, but to just say they should have did what Final Fantasy VII Remake did. Such a lazy comment. 2 totally different products. You got one game that's literally 3 times older than the other game. A PS1 game. It's totally different. They had to reimagine it. They had to. Even with Resident Evil 1 and 2 and 3. You're talking about PS1 and I think PS2. Or was Resident Evil, or PS1, right? Well, all Resident Evil 1 to 3 were on PS1, I think. I mean, you're talking about old fucking games. When you're talking about PS1 games, of course they have to be reimagined. You can't just build it out, pixel for pixel. The gameplay won't be relevant. Even the gameplay in The Last of Us remake might be a little bit archaic. Maybe that's what people are complaining about, but they want to be faithful. The game's 9 years old. It's not 25 years old. It's a huge difference. A 25-year-old game, if you create it exactly how it was, if you can somehow even do that with a PS1 game, It's not gonna feel right at all, like even close. You know, the depth, the narrative depth, not overall, but in scene by scene, is just grown. You know, cutscene quality has grown. The game, those games. The Resident Evil remake, Final Fantasy VII remake, those games had to change. They had to be reimaginings. They were too old not to be. They were too old, man. And there's nothing wrong with a faithful remake. Shadow of the Colossus and Blue Point. Shadow of the Colossus and Demon Souls show us this. A reimagining is great. Not everybody wants a reimagining of a truly beloved classic. Not everybody wants that. Like with Demon Souls, other than maybe the 6th Archstone, people wanted it to be faithful. If they had made some stupid decisions and changed shit, it could have been detrimental to the product. The reaction could have been really bad. The game is like a 93 Metacritic. And I don't put a lot of faith and stock in Metacritic, but it's the only thing that people understand. Basically saying the game was perceived as being enormously successful as a straight, faithful remake. A straight pixel by pixel remake. Of course, new assets, production quality, lip syncing, all that. Even art style, but, you know, as far as the game design, combat mechanics, the mechanics in general, it was a faithful one by one remake. There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. And the more recent a game is, the more likely it's going to get a faithful remake. I'm talking about a game that's less than a decade old. I mean, to reimagine it would be peculiar. Because it's not that old, it's not that archaic yet. You can basically just copy it, but with all new assets, all new technology, all new lighting, everything. So it's disingenuous to me when people are like, well, Resident Evil remake, Final Fantasy VII remake. Yeah, you're talking about PS1 games. If you remade it one for one, it would have been archaic and wouldn't have played right. Even though the narrative design and the dialogue and all that would have seemed very off. It wouldn't have been palatable. Those are totally different situations. Completely different situations. And it's funny because the examples I go back to every time, PlayStation's own Bluepoint. For people, and I've seen them, who are criticizing a faithful remake and want to point out Final Fantasy VII, that's not the only fucking way you can do it. And motherfucking Bluepoint proved this to us. They flat out proved this to us. It's not the only fucking way you can do it. Do a reimagining of a 8-year-old game. No. That's not likely to happen. Especially a game that is so massively beloved. And a game that people weren't even sure about whether or not it should be remastered. Even when The Last of Us 2 was remastered, people were apprehensive about being upgraded to 60 frames. Legitimately, this was a controversy. The fact that the game was now going to be running at 60 frames. They said, oh, it's going to change the style, it's going to change the feel, it's going to change the cinematic, look of the game. It was 60 frames per second was literally a controversy when The Last of Us Remastered came out, or was coming out. And you mean to tell me they should have just done a complete reimagining? People are like, Abby should have been in the game, and it should have been this and that, and it should be like Final Fantasy VII Remake, where it's reimagined. The remaster was 8 years ago. The full game was 9 years ago. I mean, that's long enough to remake it if there's something relevant. Like the fact that the IP is very relevant, and that the second game recently came out, and that The Last of Us Online is going to come out and be a full game, and that the show is coming out early spring next year. It's relevant. The IP is relevant, so it makes sense that 9 years old, they're going to want to bring it up, catch it up to current gen. It makes sense. The Last of Us 2 is still more than reasonably adept technically to play. With the 60 frames upgrade, of course. Still looks and plays great. The Last of Us Online is going to be a brand new next-gen game. It's just the first game is going to be a little rough, even if you play the remaster. With all of this relevance for the IP now, with The Last of Us 2 coming out 2 years ago, with the show coming out this spring, with The Last of Us Online potentially coming out next year, the IP is is as relevant as ever. And the only version of the game, if they didn't do this remake, that would be a bit archaic and antiquated, would be the first game, which is probably going to go down in history from what other people think, not what I think. But Fred, get out of there. But it'll probably go down as the best of the bunch. And then people who watch the show, people who have never played Last of Us and are now interested in the IP because of the show, people who are interested in the online game, they like a Division style game, they like co-op, they like multiplayer, they like online service games, might be interested in The Last of Us Online. If they've never played the IP before, you really shouldn't start with the second game. I mean, it's one of those sequels that you can't really play. I mean, you can, but you shouldn't play it if you haven't played the first game. Some sequels you can get away with it, some you can't. This one, in my opinion, you can't. So the most praised and hailed game in the fucking franchise is going to be 9 years old. Even the remaster's going to be 8 years old. A generation ago. 2 generations ago on the original. I can understand why they would want to do it. Why they would want to do it, and then maybe even do like a package. Once all of them are out, do a package, put all 3 together, you know? Once they've all been out maybe for a year or something. Full price, $70. Have the first game, the remake, have the second game, have Last of Us Online. Put them all together for like $70. Something like that. And you can't really do that if the last game looks like shit. If the first game looks like shit, the most praised game in the franchise. I mean, it kind of makes sense. The IP is so fucking relevant right now. This isn't just something that came out of the blue. There's literally a show coming out, I think, this upcoming spring. Last of Us 2 is only 2 years old. Last of Us Online might come out next year. Like, it's relevant. The IP is relevant. And then the only game that people wouldn't be able to truly appreciate necessarily would be the game that's thought of as the best one. The one game that's going to mimic the show the best, the only game in this franchise, out of the 3 games that will be out around by the time the show's out, The Last of Us 2, The Last of Us Online, the only one that's going to actually mimic the show is the first game. With a young Ellie. With a younger, intact Joel. It's basically, going to be more closely related to the first game, the show. So they want people to be able to play that fucking experience. I mean, it kind of fucking makes sense. The Last of Us Online is going to be completely different. The Last of Us 2 is very different from what the show is going to be. The show is a young Ellie and Joel. It's basically the first game, essentially. People are going to see the show and want to play that fucking experience. I mean, it makes sense. Fucking makes sense to me. Oh shit, I didn't think I had anybody on. Alright, I'll play. I didn't think there's anybody on. Just ranting, and I was eating and doing things. But I'll play. But I mean, it makes sense. Especially, you talk about by holiday next year, The Last of Us Online is probably going to be out. The Last of Us 2 is obviously out. The Last of Us will be out. The show will be out. Good. And the only one of those that's going to be antiquated and old and really borderline unplayable to a degree is the one that matters the most. That's the most relevant to the show. I know I'm repeating myself, but it makes sense, I think. I think it fucking makes sense. It's at least understandable. People just say it's just a cash grab. Came out of nowhere, it's just a cash grab. Has no purpose. Like, it kind of does have a purpose. And that picture will become so much more clear by late next year, when all the shit is out. You know, it's like people are going to want to play the game that mimics the show. And if they go and play the second game, they're not going to know what the fuck's going on with the characters. Joel's going to be dead, like, instantly. Ellie's going to be old as fuck, like a woman. It's totally different. The Last of Us Online isn't even going to probably have those characters. It's just going to be an online game. It's going to be good, probably, but... And then what are they going to go back and play? A PS3 game? They're going to go back and play 2014 PS4 game in late 2023? Even though they did a great job with the remaster, still. Like, come on now. Come on. Like, it at least makes some sense. People to be like, it makes no sense, it's completely unnecessary. Like, you're not being honest. And it's not just the show. The show is a huge factor. It's not just the show. It's the fact that the IP is extremely relevant right now. And you're not going to want the only portion of the game that's going to be borderline unplayable because of it being old and shit is the first one. The most praised, the most similar to the show, the most relevant. It's understandable. And it's not even a situation where it's like Sony mandated that Naughty Dog make this fucking remake and poach money from people because it has to match the show. No. It wasn't even a Naughty Dog project. It didn't even originate like that. And Sony didn't even mandate that Visual Arts do it or that Sony Bend do it. It was their idea, you know? Essentially. I'm sure Sony had some say in it. I think it was between remaking Uncharted and remaking The Last of Us. And I think Sony said The Last of Us. Because why wouldn't they? It's a more relevant IP right now. I don't there's nothing Uncharted that's coming out. The movie came out, but there's no fucking sequels in production or pre-production or anything that we know of. So it made sense that Sony said, yeah, we'll go with Uncharted. It wasn't even fucking Naughty Dog who started the project, man. People are trying to make Naughty Dog out to be the devil, like Naughty Dog's trying to rip people off. This is a cash grab, Naughty Dog's fault. They're blaming Naughty Dog more than they're blaming fucking Sony. And the joke of it is, these morons don't even know it wasn't even Naughty Dog who started the fucking project. It wasn't even their idea. It wasn't even necessarily Sony's idea. Fucking Visual Arts pitched it, and then I think Sony Bend was working on it. People just don't have the fucking information, man. They make these stupid fucking comments, these idiotic fucking casual, loudmouth comments, baseless comments, backed by nothing. Loudmouth motherfuckers, and they don't even know the facts, man. They're just going along with what the popular general consensus is. Just trash The Last of Us. Just trash it like they've been doing since 2020. One of the best games I ever fucking played. the most awarded game of all time, is one of the most hated because of fucking propaganda and political agendas and fucking misogyny and whatever else. All these factors, man, and leaks. The worst part is, even the biggest Sony, who should be the biggest Sony defenders, I'm not saying they had to like the game, but they still didn't even give the game the benefit of the doubt. The biggest PlayStation fanboys, who are the most successful on YouTube, still judged The Last of Us 2 before it came out. They still fucking killed the game before it came out. They still decided the game was trash based on the leaks. They're supposed to be the biggest PlayStation supporters. They're supposed to be the knowledgeable ones. They're supposed to be, the legitimate ones, and they're doing it. What hope is there for the rest of the world? What hope is there for Xbox fans, for trolls, for fucking Nintendo fans, PC fans, whatever? Like, what hope is there for everybody else when PlayStation's biggest fanboys, most popular YouTubers, are trashing The Last of Us 2 before it even comes out, based on the leaks? What hope is there for that game when PlayStation's biggest supporters can't even be reasonable about it? That's why it disgusts me that these people become popular. I'm sorry, man. MBG seems like a nice enough guy, but he just isn't knowledgeable. He just doesn't have thought-provoking or original opinions. He's not a hardcore gamer that's been doing it for a long time. He's a casual guy who's got serious about gaming mid PS4 generation. Hasn't played any God of War games other than 2018. Never played a Final Fantasy until someone just bought him 7 Remake. I don't think he's ever played Mass Effect. He just doesn't know. And that's fine if you haven't played these games, but to be someone looked upon as knowledgeable and as a beacon of the industry for PlayStation and someone respected, you're hurting the brand. You're hurting the industry. Like, what? I don't get these two things. You're hurting the fucking industry, man. It's bad. It's bad for the fucking industry. And if you do play the game and you don't like it, and that was based on a completely, non-biased opinion, no prior influence, you didn't see the leaks, and you have valid reasons, that's fine. I never begrudge someone for not liking a game. Just be honest about it, why you didn't like it. If you think it's a bad game, that's different from not liking a game, and you have to be nuanced enough to separate the two. I can say there are many good games that I didn't like, but I can still appreciate, this game had decent design, this game had good visuals, this game had adequate animations, this game had adequate combat and pacing. It just didn't click with me. I didn't like it. I'm not going to trash it and say the game is horrible, it's wretched, because I didn't like it. Maybe I didn't like the art style or the characters or the story. If the game was still quality, I'm not going to trash it. I will say I didn't like it, and for this reason, but people just aren't nuanced enough. Even people who are supposed to be the best of us, the most popular people who earn 100,000 followers, subscribers. These people who you would think have a responsibility to be knowledgeable and have an, thought-provoking original opinion backed by facts. They're the worst. They're the worst of us. They're actually the worst of us. And it's sad, man. It's sad. And the people who do have interesting, thought-provoking opinions, the people who do have something to say, who don't follow the crowd, who are thought-provoking, who do research and give reasons and are, try to be objective, and honest, even if they have a bias. Like myself, I have a bias. I play Xbox. I have an Xbox Series and Game Pass and a PC. I prefer PlayStation because I enjoy the product more. I'm honest about my bias. I am biased. I have a bias, but I'm not blind. I try to be as objective as I can. I have a bias because simply I enjoy the product more. It's not just I like the box more. I like what they put on wax. And I don't know if every Xbox fan can say that. Like, you like Xbox more because this game, that game, this philosophy, this technology, this innovative thing, this VR, the way they do DualSense, the way they're innovative, the way they, Tempest and what they're doing with SSD, with Ratchet and Clank, things like this, how they have interesting things there, R&D, just the philosophy over the years, the IP, the game. Like, I don't see that with a lot of other fans. They just like the box. They just enjoy the box. I like the product. I like the philosophy. I even like the culture, of PlayStation and Sony more. I like the way they behave. I like the way they carry themselves. They're not loudmouthed like Aaron Greenberg. They're not con men like Phil Spencer. Yes, they fucking are not perfect. Sometimes they lie. Sometimes they do this. Sometimes they do that. But their demeanor is different. The executives, their demeanor is different. Their delivery, their methods, everything about them I like better. And the most important thing are the games, the IP, the games. And not just this game, that game, this generation, built over a period of decades. It's trust built over a period of decades, over generations. It's IP built, relationships built, technology, innovation built over a period of decades. That has gained my trust, that has gained my fandom. It's not just one game or this game or a couple games, this generation, that generation. No, it's been built over time. And I haven't been disappointed, And even if there's brief periods where I am disappointed, it always is better than the alternative. It always ends up, improving and becoming, at least to a degree, what I want. And they just stay putting out games I want to fucking play. I'm just not a guy who's super into competitive multiplayer. Like, I'm not against it, but it's not like... I enjoy story-based games. Interesting, intriguing, thought-provoking, story-based games. Great production value, great voice acting, characters, story. That's what I enjoy, for the most part. Interesting, innovative games, innovative technology. I don't like whitewashed, just rudimentary, bullshit. That's why when the PS4 and the Series X specs came out, everyone was like shitting on PlayStation. I was like, fuck it. You can have your 2 teraflops extra. What intrigues me more are the innovative and immersive technologies that the PS5 appears to have. Before they even came out, just when we knew the specs, everyone was shitting on PlayStation because it had 2 less teraflops, essentially, or 1 point something, 1.75, 1.85, 1.85 maybe less teraflops, something like that. It was 12.15 to 10.28. I'm not gonna do the math right now, but everyone was shitting on PlayStation because it had less teraflops, and I was like, I like the hardware better for PlayStation, because what they're talking about with the DualSense and the haptics and the adaptive triggers, and with the SSD and with the Tempest 3D audio, to me, all that together, combined, maybe not one of them, but all that combined, was more intriguing hardware than having a little under 2 extra teraflops of raw power. Maybe having a slightly better resolution on a game? To me, it was more important that the game was going to be more immersive through haptics and adaptive triggers and 3D audio and what it could do with the SSD. That immersion potential was way more impactful than maybe a game on Xbox would have a slightly higher resolution. Or maybe instead of a dynamic, it'd be native. Or maybe if it was dynamic, it would run between 1400 and 2160 on Xbox, whereas on PlayStation it'd be between 1080 and 1520 or something. To me, it's way more important that the input, that what I actually interact with in my hands is going to feel more immersive. That what I'm hearing on my ears is going to be more immersive and realistic. What I'm seeing on the screen, what the potential, what they could possibly do, like they did in Ratchet and Clank with the SSD, is going to be more interesting and more innovative. To me, that was far more impactful than maybe a slightly higher resolution. And nobody had that line of thought. Even hardcore PlayStation fans who I talked to were shitting on the fucking PS5. Like, Sony fucked up, man, when they announced the specs. Sony fucked up. Even, like, legitimate people I talked to. Like, real legitimate people on PlayStation. Like, hardcore, legit people were like, Sony fucked up. And then when the PS5 came out, a lot of them switched their tune. Some of them haven't, but the ones who aren't total sheep, who are legitimate, acknowledge that the PS5 is good hardware and that they were wrong. But even at the time, I wasn't like, oh, Sony's got the worst hardware. They have the lesser hardware. Hardware. We're talking about hardware. Hardware as a whole. We're not talking about GPU. We're not talking about CPU. We're talking about hardware as a whole. The entire thing. You mean to tell me the controller, that the thing that's in your hands, the thing you interact with, the input that you interact with, that is in your hands, that you're touching, has no relevance, has no fucking relevance? It's literally, besides your eyes, the only other thing, besides your eyes and ears, that you can interact with. And it's the most important of the things, because it's your hands, what you're actually doing. That's going to be more immersive? That's so innovative. We haven't seen anything like that since Rumble was added, and this is a way bigger deal. It was a huge deal to me. And it wasn't just that. Like I said, it was the Tempest 3D audio and the SSD and all that shit to me. So even when they announced the specs for the PS5 and Series X, I was like, I think PlayStation has the better hardware. I'm not talking about PlayStation has the more powerful hardware in terms of what it can output for resolution or, theoretical floating points, which isn't even accurate. Teraflops isn't necessarily as accurate a depiction of power as people believe. But no. It was hardware in general. Hardware in total. I don't give a fuck about RDNA 2, this, that, and the other. We've seen that. That was all overhyped bullshit. As the two consoles, in terms of power, have been very, very close. Very close. In fact, early on, PlayStation seemed to have a slight advantage. Now it's almost even. Maybe Xbox seems to have a little bit more of an advantage on some third-party games. But it's very, very close. Like, extremely close. Almost negligible, So for people to have been making such a big deal about the specs, it's so funny that they actually turn out to be so insignificant in terms of raw power. The difference is so minor. It's so close, man. Yet somehow Xbox fans still feel like that's not the case. There's games that are on PlayStation that are like, that run at like 1440p. Like 1440p at like 30 or something, and they're like, oh man, if it was on Xbox though, it would be native 4K 60. Like, you really think like it would double performance? like what are you talking about? Like, I've heard people say like, what if it was on Xbox? It'd be native 4K. It'd be 120 frames. It'd be like, they're basically saying like, if this game was on Xbox, the specs would be doubled. Like, it would be double the performance. Like, what? The games have been almost identical third party. You've had wins on PlayStation, wins on Xbox, optimization issues here or there, certain games better. I mean, when it all evens out, it's been very close. It's been very close, It's been close. It's been close. It hasn't been anything like the Xbox One X and the PS4 Pro, where the Xbox One X was legit more powerful, significantly more powerful. It had better RAM, more RAM. The GPU, everything, it was much more powerful. You were getting much better performance, and even that wasn't super significant. It was just resolution, maybe some frame rate, but mainly resolution. But it was at least significant enough. It wasn't just you get a win here on this. It was almost always a win on Xbox One X. That was significant. With the PS4 and the original Xbox One, it was a huge difference, a very significant difference. PS4 was consistently outperforming it. Big, resolution differences. This isn't even close to either of those. The PS5 and the Series X are very close. They're almost neck and neck. They're very, very close. It's not even close to either of those other two. And before the generation started, you had Xbox fans saying like, this is gonna be such a massive fucking difference. Oh my god. Like, comparing it to like it was with Xbox One X and PS4 Pro, it was never going to be that. If you had a brain, you would know that. if you're not just looking at the raw teraflop difference, which was roughly the same between Pro and between Pro and 1X and Series X and PS5, roughly the same. What was it, 4.2 versus 6, and then it's with the Pro and the 1X, so 1.8, almost 2, and then you're looking at 12.15 and 10.28, so you're looking at almost the same difference, almost a 1.8 with both. But you're an idiot. You're an idiot if you think that is going to translate the same. Look at the percentage. Look at what percentage, 4 going into 6, the percentage there. And then you're talking about 10 and 12. Because the numbers have doubled, or more than doubled, like, it's different. Like, the percentages are different. It's such a smaller percentage difference, Also, it's not exactly the same. The architecture, yeah, it's x86 and all that, but they're doing different things. Like, the PlayStation is running much faster with less cores. It's kind of a different setup. And supposedly there are advantages to how Mark Cerny did it, and that's partly why the power advantage isn't as great, but I'm just tired of all the rhetoric, all the bullshit. Facts never fucking matter. It's just all about hype, nonsense, bullshit. It was when the specs came out. It was even when the systems came out and PS5 was actually outperforming Series X, and it was about tool sets, and they're still saying that 2 years in. It's just like, come on, man. Just give credit where it's due. Just stay in reality. The fucking 2 games get delayed for fucking Xbox, and all they want to talk about is 2023, and Phil's done such a great job, like, he doesn't deserve any criticism. Like, no. You deserve criticism when you fuck up. He didn't plan right. He didn't fucking plan right. This isn't a one-off. If it was a one-off and Xbox had great games and a great launch lineup, okay, like, maybe you give Phil the benefit of the doubt. Series X had no fucking launch lineup. It was one of the worst launch lineups I've ever seen. Maybe the worst. I can't name a major console launch. A major one, not like some shitty thing. Not like even like the Jaguar or something. I'm talking about a major console launch. I can't name one off the top of my head that had a worse launch lineup. I can't. A port of a XCOM, an year-old PC port of an XCOM Gears game. This is the biggest thing. And the next-gen version of Yakuza, even though you could still play the PS4 version on PlayStation, and it was only the next-gen version exclusive for a month or two. Like, what the fuck? Some garbage indie timed exclusives, free-to-play timed indie exclusive, Enlisted. People were really bragging about Enlisted. Like, come on, man. That was the worst launch lineup I honestly can think of for a major console launch. People say, like, the PS3 had a bad launch lineup, PS4 had a bad launch lineup. They still were better. And the PS3 was much better, especially the launch window. People misremember, man. The launch window for the PS3 wasn't that bad. People are like, oh, the PS3 sucked the first 2 or 3 years. It sucked. They didn't have anything good to play. It was only until later on in the generation. Like, really though? If you go back, Resistance day 1, Heavenly Sword day 1, Uncharted, Drake's Fortune, the second year, Tools of Destruction, good. I think the second year, and then followed immediately by, Uncharted 2 and all that. Like, I think it was better than people give credit. I really do. I think the first few years were better than people give credit. The problem was with the multi-platform games, is that people couldn't figure out the sell, and a lot of them had worse performance on PlayStation. Like the Bethesda games ran horrible, and Microsoft did a very smart thing in that they locked up some really amazing timed exclusives like Oblivion and like fucking BioShock and Mass Effect, which I played all of those day 1 on Xbox because they're some of the greatest games ever, and I'm playing that shit day 1 because I'm a real fucking gamer. I'm not a fraud like a lot of these motherfuckers. Yeah, I played Mass Effect day one in 2007. Yeah, I played Oblivion day one on Xbox 2006. Yeah, I played Bioshock day one. What, 09? 08? Yeah, of course I did. Of course I had an Xbox. Day one. Waited in the rain to get it. Because I'm where the good games are. I'm not just... I don't worship a plastic box just to worship a plastic box. I worship a plastic box because what it gives me is better than anything else. At least to me. And once it stops doing that, I'll worship a different plastic box. Or I won't fucking play anything. I'm not gonna just play shit I don't like. If there's nothing out there that I truly like, I won't fucking game. It's just crazy to me, man. I don't know, man. The double standards, the fucking... just the way the industry is, it's just gossip. It's all gossip, TMZ, bullshit, headlines. The people who get popular are idiots who don't fucking have any knowledge, who don't play anything, who have no play history. I don't get it. I don't understand. The worst people get the most popular. The people who the publishers doing the worst things get the least criticism. Like I don't understand. You're gonna fucking shred The Last of Us remake being full price when Mario Kart 8 Deluxe and all that shit, those straight ports, Wii U ports that became Switch games, were all full price mostly. Nobody criticized that. Fucking Microsoft deceiving people left and right about exclusivity, putting embargoes on the games that were shown at E3, so the websites can't even elucidate it and tell which games were exclusive or for how long. They want to make it seem like Wulong and all that shit was exclusive. Like, they put a 48-hour embargo so the games couldn't be talked about by websites after E3. So some people would be tricked into thinking they were exclusive. That deception didn't get any fucking hype. Fucking Push Square talked about it for a second. No one cared. Even the hardcore didn't care. On PlayStation Nation, nobody fucking cared when I talked about it. That's a way bigger deal. A way worse precedent than, oh, Neil wasn't specific enough about the combat mechanics in The Last of Us remake. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Those aren't even close. One is a horrible, dangerous precedent for the industry, purposely being deceptive and trying to block information from the casual public. Blocking fucking websites, blocking the media from talking about games because they want to deceive people. That is a dangerous precedent. And because motherfucking Neil Druckmann wasn't super specific about combat mechanics in a single game, that's the biggest controversy of the year. Other than Gran Turismo. Because, you know, Gran Turismo has microtransactions. No other fucking games have that. It's not like Forza didn't have fucking loot boxes years ago. Literally, Forza had loot boxes. Was it the lowest rated Xbox exclusive of all time, like GT7 is for PlayStation? No. Did it really get hurt bad, you know, as far as its reputation, like GT7 did? No. Did it fucking lose the FIA and lose sponsors and lose shit because of it? Fucking no. It was a little tiny conversation that went away pretty quickly. They even did it with Gears of War. They put loot boxes in Gears of War. Oh, this is what, after Battlefront 2? Wasn't this after, right around Battlefront 2? Like the gall of them? But, you know, that shit doesn't get publicized as much, you know? Of course, Forbidden West, God of War, they called copy-paste DLC, Horizon Zero Dawn 1.5, God of War's DLC from 2018. But Assassin's Creed, fucking Gears of War 5, Forza Horizon 5, these games, Call of Duty does get some criticism for it. These other games, they're not DLC. They're not fucking DLC for the previous games. Forza Horizon 5 wasn't similar to Forza Horizon 4. Gears 5 wasn't similar to the previous Gears games. Gears 4 wasn't similar to they literally used all the same animations in Gears 4 as they did Gears 3. It was the Coalition. They wanted it to feel like Gears and this and that, and it was the first time doing a Gears game. They literally copied the animations, like all of them. Like Gears 5, I played it. It's a shooting gallery. Like, it's, I don't know, you got the dog sled. I guess that opens it up a little. Like, it's very similar though. It feels the same, man. Like, it's a shooting gallery, the same overly sticky fucking cover-based combat. It's the same fucking guerrilla characters, just meatheads with no fucking depth. The same nonsense, man. Fucking Forza Horizon 5, it's the same shit, dude. Even Forza Horizon 5, isolating it from the other Forzas. Like, I was doing the shit I did in Forza Horizon 5 that I was doing in fucking Need for Speed Most Wanted on Vita in 2012. Breaking fucking, signs, billboards, fucking speed traps, finding cars out randomly in the world, doing this, doing that. Like, it was the same shit. Like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Like, the criticism is so low for these other publishers. And what should be criticisms aren't. Like, there's so much shit that was even in Need for Speed in Forza Horizon. There's so much shit that was copied from Forza Horizon 4. Like, but it doesn't get any fucking shit. It doesn't get any criticism for it. It's looked at as God tier. Like, Ragnarok's not even out yet. It's being called DLC. Forza Horizon, Horizon Forbidden West literally improved every single thing in the game. Literally. It is the prototype for how to do a sequel. It should be up there with Assassin's Creed 2, maybe even Uncharted 2. Not necessarily as good as Uncharted 2, but in terms of how to do a sequel, improving fucking everything. Adding new mechanics, opening it up, and improving everything. That's what they did, and the game got fucking trashed. It got trashed. It's still looked at as, oh, it's just eye candy. Like, I'm still almost like, I have to be prepared to have a rebuttal when I say that was my game of the year. I think the game was a great game. Like, I think it was a 9 point, maybe a 9.2, 9.3, 9.4, like, out of 10. Like, personally, I think it's a great fucking game. I think it's a better game than Zero Dawn even, but it's up to perception. I understand why people would love Zero Dawn. It was new at the time. The setting was so fresh. It was all new, you know? So it's different. But for people to trash Forbidden West and say it was copy-paste, J-Rock on Twitter had merchandise saying hashtag lazy devs, hashtag copy-paste. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Of all the games, you're going to say lazy? That fucking game, copy-paste, because her repel animation when she repels down with the rope is basically the same. One fucking animation is basically the same. So it's copy-paste, lazy devs? No, that's lazy trolls. You're a lazy fucking troll. You're a lazy troll by saying that. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, I could write a book. I could write a book about how wrong people were with that game. They criticized it for being cross-gen as soon as it was announced cross-gen. They took an old-ass quote about flying mounts and like, oh, it's cross-gen. Sony lied about generations, lying Jim Ryan, and look, it's going to hurt the game so bad, we're not going to have flying mounts because it's cross-gen. You fucking idiots. I don't even want to say spoiler, but just if you played the game, you know. That was a narrative, and people conveniently forget. They move the goalposts. They fucking move on. They move on to the next one. Like, where are all the people retracting those criticisms? Where are all the people retracting those videos, those statements they made? Grant. It's just a toy, man. Calm down, dude. Why are you growling like that? It's a toy. You're not hurt. Nothing's wrong with you. You're being overdramatic. It's just a toy. Come on, man. It's just a toy, dude. Why are you so upset? Calm down, bud. Calm down, okay? Mwah. It's okay, monkey. Calm down. I could just go on. I could do a podcast for hours. I'd love to do a podcast with idiots saying all this shit. I'd love anybody. I'd love people to come in my video, tell me I'm wrong, tell me why. I'll fucking wreck them live. Like, anywhere, bro. Like, I can't stand it. I can't stand it. And the worst part is these people get substantiated. They get co-signed. They get likes. They get for saying dumb shit. Memes and fucking GIFs and one-word responses and ratio this guy and stupid nonsense things that don't push the intelligent narrative anywhere. They don't push intelligent debate anywhere. Those are the ones that get the hype. Those are the comments that get the hype. Those are the people that get the hype. Not the people who actually have something to say. Not the people who have brains, who have knowledge, who are thought-provoking, who have their own opinions. No. It's the people who say dumb shit. The people who... I can't stand it, man. I can't stand it. I can't stand the state of the industry, the state of the fans, the state of PlayStation fans. I mean, I love PlayStation, and I love passionate, intelligent PlayStation fans. And that doesn't mean you have to be super knowledgeable. That's fine. I'm not saying you do. But if you're not super knowledgeable, don't have a super loud and aggressive opinion about something you don't even understand. That's the problem. And if you're literally making money, if this is like your living as being Mr. PlayStation, is, you know, you're associated with one brand and you're literally making income off of this, and you have hundreds of thousands of followers, I mean, then you have a responsibility to be knowledgeable. Then you have a responsibility to be thought-provoking, to have some original opinion, have some original thought, and to have played these PlayStation games. I mean, I'm sorry. If you're making money off people, if you're charging people to ask you questions, you're making like $100 a video in donations, and then on top of what YouTube's giving you, if this is basically your job, you have a responsibility to fucking play PlayStation game. Like, and if you haven't played them and you're just a casual who got hot for whatever reason, go back and play them. And if you really don't want to play them because you're not about it, you're not like really about that, if you don't want to play them, then there's a problem with you being Mr. PlayStation. But if that's the case, you know, whatever, do your thing, get your money, but go back and like speed run them, play them on easy, just so you know. At the very least, watch a playthrough so you know the story. Like, I can't get with somebody being Mr. PlayStation like MBG, and I'm sorry to fucking harp on this guy, but I mean, it just shows. I'm a PlayStation fanboy, sure, whatever. Sure, I guess so. I love the brand, but I'm not gonna just support everybody who loves the brand. Like, I still have a brain and my own opinions, and if I don't think someone's representing the brand well, I'm gonna fucking be honest. Maybe part of it's being salty. Maybe that is part of it's being disappointed in what they're doing and not doing for the brand. If you're this popular, this associated with it, you have this much responsibility. Also, your responsibility to the fans. If you're Mr. PlayStation and you have 100,000 followers or more or whatever, or in that ballpark, you're making money off of them. They're paying you, literally. YouTube's paying you. You have a responsibility to be able to talk to them about these games. Not the games that have just come out. Not the games that are about to come out. To talk about the history of the brand. To talk about the biggest games in the brand. To talk about previous entries of a game you're now hyping. I mean, it's almost laughable that he hypes Ragnarok so much when the guy's only played one God of War game. 2018 God of War is the only God of War he has ever played. He has a picture of Kratos on his fucking wall, a big poster, like up there with Metal Gear Solid, I think, is like, because that's his favorite fucking franchise. It's like the only thing he's really played that he's like passionate about. And Kratos is right next to him, as if that's your second favorite franchise and character. Bro, you've only played one God of War game. There's been 1, 2, 3, Ascension, Chains of Olympus, Ghost of Sparta, 2018. There's been 7. There's about to be 8. There's been 7, not including remasters and re-releases. There's been 7. I've played them all. I played every single one. And in fact, I'll argue not only are they all essential, at the very least 1 through 3, obviously 2018, I would argue Chains of Olympus is essential. More so than Ghost of Sparta. Ghost of Sparta is good. I think Chains of Olympus was better. Those are the PSP games that later got a PS3 remaster. Alright, I played them on PSP and then I platinumed them on PS3. And Chains of Olympus I think it's necessary. I think Chains of Olympus is necessary for any big PlayStation God of War fan. I think Chains of Olympus is a necessary play. Like, it involves his daughter, like, stuff you didn't know, like, some very interesting things with the narrative even, and the gameplay was very good. It was a really, really good game. Like, surprisingly good for a handheld. Surprisingly good. And it had some interesting story notes. They give you insight into Kratos, and I thought it was very necessary to play. You know? Like, I really did. And if you're a fucking famous PlayStation YouTuber and you're Mr. PlayStation, I would be a little bit embarrassed if you hadn't played Chains of Olympus. But then you're Mr. PlayStation and you're Mr. God of War, and got a poster on your wall, and you're just always talking about God of War, and you're so excited for the new game. Like, how the fuck have you never played God of War? Like, literally, you love God of War, and you've never played God of War. I know, but he played the 2018 game. That was God of War. Okay, technically that was. You can say my statement's false. But also, God of War, the original God of War, was called God of War. That was the original God of War. That has more significance as being God of War than the 2018 game. That's the reboot. That's 2018. We call it 2018, you know. We say 2018, the 2018 game. 2018, the reboot, 2018. That's my favorite God of War game of all of them. I love the reboot. It's one of my favorite games of all time. But the original games are great as well. And the first God of War is God of War. And how can you love God of War and you never played God of War? Meaning the first God of War game. Meaning the original God of War games. Like, you've never played God of War, the first God of War, and you love God of War? You're Mr. PlayStation? Like, how? Like, bro, you got a responsibility. At that point, you have a responsibility. Like, go back. I've platinumed the first God of War. Once or twice. I know, once. I platinumed it once. I didn't platinum it on Vita. I platinumed it on PS3. I played it on PS2. Platinum it on PS3. I played it on Vita. I didn't platinum it on Vita. I platinumed the second game on Vita. I don't know if I platinumed the second game on PS3. I obviously played all the games originally as well. But that's besides the point. I mean, yes, I've played them on 3 different platforms. PS2, PS3, and Vita. Even on Vita too. Because I'm a real one. I'm about it. I love PlayStation. Like, yeah, good. Yeah, I had a PSP. Yeah, I had a Vita. Like, but that's just me. Not everybody has to do that, and that's fine. The games played pretty well on Vita as well. And they weren't great. It wasn't like the Sly Cooper collection, which was an incredible remaster for Vita. That's the best Vita remastered collection of all time. If anybody has a Vita, the Sly Cooper collection on Vita is essential. The Ratchet & Clank collection, it wasn't a great port. It's still good, but not a great port. The God of War collection, decent port, more playable. The Sly Cooper collection on Vita, oh, it's just beautiful. It's a beautiful thing. Jack and Daxter collection is horrible on Vita, but I mean, still, it's worth playing. If you have a Vita, there's not, that much. But goddamn, the Sly Cooper collection was just a fucking dream. A dream. Sly Cooper, everything on the Vita is a dream. My God, Sly Cooper Vita, baby. If you got a Vita and you like that shit at all, or you have never played Sly Cooper, and even if you don't have fucking interest, if you have a fucking Vita still that works, go out there and get the fucking Sly Cooper, especially if you haven't played it. Go out there and get the fucking Sly Cooper collection. You get all 3 games. I don't know what it'll cost. You could probably get it digitally on the store. I don't know, $20, $30. $40 would be the most, but still worth it. Go out there and get the fucking Sly Cooper collection on Vita. Not just that. Go out there and get fucking Thieves in Time. Sly Cooper Thieves in Time is gorgeous on the Vita. God damn, Sly Cooper Thieves in Time was beautiful on the Vita. Man, that game was a bit underrated. It was done by Cesaro, right? Who's now first party studio from who are they with? They were one of the big fucking crooked ass organizations, Science Cesaro. One of the big crooked ones. So they're no longer available, but Cesaro did a really good job, man, and they gave it some glitz and glamour. Thieves in Time was solid. It deserved probably better reviews than it got. I think it was high 70s, 76 maybe, something like that. Maybe 78. Like, it should have been low 80s. That game was solid. It was good. They didn't skip a beat. It was Sly Cooper at its core, like, for the most part. It was fucking gorgeous on PS3 and Vita. It was one of the best looking games on Vita, and that was an early Vita game. It was like 2012. And it came with the Vita version free. And it had fucking 3D. It had when PlayStation 3, which I loved, and had a 3D TV. And I got one too with the MotorStorm collection. It was like less than $200. You get the little 27-inch TV or whatever. You get MotorStorm and some shit. I got that too. Because honestly, I wanted to have a TV that had the PlayStation symbol on it. And I wanted, it to be portable, to have it set up in the playroom. Fun. And, it had 3D. I believe it had 3D as well. Sly Cooper Thieves in Time had 3D on the PS3. It came with the Vita download, and it was phenomenal on the Vita. And the fucking Sly Cooper collection, man, everything Sly Cooper on the Vita is good. God, I love the fucking Vita. I still play the Vita on occasion. Darkest Dungeon, it's fantastic on the Vita. I'll pull that up sometimes. And I still fuck with the Vita from time to time. There's not a lot of new shit, but go back and play some backlog stuff. I fucking recently booted up Killzone Mercenary. I was in a Killzone mood after going back and playing some more Shadowfall and playing through the campaign. And with Shadowfall, maybe a little better than I got credit for, but I want to go back and just I wanted to touch Killzone Mercenary a little bit and just touch it a little bit. And was this as good as I remembered it? And it was, man. It really was. God, that game feels good to play. That game feels so fucking good to play. It's so well done. The production, the visuals are so good. It was an early 2013 game. A pretty early Vita game, year and a half out. About a year and a half out after the North American release of the Vita. Yeah, it was pretty early in the life cycle. God damn, this is maybe the best looking game on Vita. Arguably, or one of the best. That's a better game than Uncharted Golden Abyss. Golden Abyss is good, but that's a better game than Golden Abyss. Like, that's one of the best games on Vita. Killzone Mercenary. I'm not even a big multiplayer guy. When I played the fucking beta for that game, I was like, holy shit, this multiplayer is more fun than actual PS3 multiplayer. Because PS4 wasn't out yet. I literally had more fun with Killzone Mercenary multiplayer than I did with Shadowfall, and that's not a knock against Shadowfall. Shadowfall has bots, Shadowfall has good multiplayer. But the maps were smaller, they were tighter, you had different abilities, like the Vanguard abilities I thought were so cool and fun. They were so fun, man. The Vanguard abilities, like playing, like you could send out the little like robot with the pinchers, and you could go behind people like as controlling the robot in first person, and then like pinch their fucking brain from each side and like kill them. And there's so many cool things you could do, like those like bomb attacks from up top. You press the dots and take them out, and the Vanguard attacks were so fucking cool, man. They were so cool. And I like the style of it, and the blackjack, the dealer, the weapons dealer, and yeah, it didn't have like a great story, but it was an adequate campaign. And the good thing about the campaign is you go back and you can play it in stealth, play it in whatever they call it, like in assault mode or fucking like mixed mode, whatever the fuck they call them, where you had different objectives and change the play style, and it was cool, man. It was a really good game. I got a 78 Metacritic. That to me was egregious, absolutely egregious. There's no fucking way. There's no way. And then it had bot zone. You could play bots. How many times I fucking was out 2013, 2014, at work or whatever, and I was fucking on lunch break, whatever, playing bot zone, like, it was so good. The multiplayer was just tight and good. The maps were small but fun. The Vanguard abilities were great. Like, I don't just say something's good and not say why. I never fucking do that. I don't say something's bad and not say why. I never fucking do that. I'm not one of those. I'm different. The fucking multiplayer was great, man. It was great. That game deserved way higher than a 78. Way higher. That game deserved mid-80s. I'm telling you, that deserved fucking mid-80s. It deserved an 85, at least an 85, I think. It deserved like probably an 85. And if it had a great story, like a really great narrative, I would say there's no reason why that game shouldn't have gotten like a 90. But it didn't. It was a good campaign. Very good, very fun campaign. But it wasn't like a great emotional, deep story at all. And that's the only thing that held it back, in my opinion. I would say that game deserved like an 85. Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't have gotten an 85. There really is none. There's no reason why that game didn't break 80. How that game didn't break 80, didn't hit 80. It didn't fucking hit 80. Multiple points under. Like, what the fuck, dude? The state of some games that get scored 80, 81, like, are you fuck? Tunic got an 85, 86, 85. Are you fucking for real, bro? Killzone Mercenary couldn't get a fucking 80? Maybe it was 79, 78, I think, Mercenary. Couldn't get a fucking 80. Tunic got a fucking 85. Off what? Based on what? Based on fuck, because it's a fucking mouse, fox that looks like Link? Based on fucking what? The combat? No. The visuals? No. The production? No. The story? There is none. Based on fucking what? It's not a bad game. Tunic's not a bad game. It's not a bad game. It's not. There are bad indie games. It's not a bad indie game. It's not. And I wouldn't be super harsh on it if it wasn't a game that is very likely going to be a strong contender for Indie of the Year. And if it didn't get so much fucking overhype, Xbox fans jizzing over it, like, oh my god, this is the greatest indie ever. And then it comes out 3 months later on PlayStation. And the fact that it wasn't that great of a game. All that shit. So I'm going to be harsh. I'm going to be more harsh on it. They want to put this game on a pedestal. Microsoft wants to deceive people about the exclusivity of this game. And it gets deeper. The developer of that game, I talked to people who were like, I was on streams when the developer was showing the game off before the game released. And I was asking if it's going to come to PlayStation and about the exclusivity. And they literally timed the person out or kicked them out from the stream. Like, are you fucking kidding me? Microsoft put you on that much of a fucking leash, that much of a fucking gag order that you're gonna time people out or kick them out just for asking if it's coming to PlayStation? That type of shit doesn't fly with me. That type of shit is disgusting, and Microsoft's been doing that for a while. For the developer to go along with it, nah, man, I don't have any respect for you or your game. If your game was good, I would give it credit for being good, and I would move along. Your game kind of sucks, and at least it's very overrated, and you're a dick, and you are grimy, and Microsoft's grimy. So fuck you and fuck Tunic. Tunic is not a bad game. It's maybe a 7, 7.5 out of 10 style. Ain't no fucking 85. Ain't no 86. Ain't no Indie of the Year. I mean, saying it's a 75 is me being generous and trying to be objective. I'm not one of these people that's just like, it's trash. If it's against my agenda, it's trash. it goes against my agenda, it's total trash. No. I don't even say Halo Infinite is total trash. Of course, unlike MBG, when I criticize Halo Infinite, I'm doing it based off of my own play experience, on my own Xbox Series S, on my own Game Pass subscription, on my own fucking 20-plus hour playthrough of the game, which I had not finished it. I played it on hard, which was a mistake that extended my playthrough. It's actually pretty hard on hard. I like hard games, but I like hard games that I like. I don't like hard games that I dislike, and then the difficulty now extends my playthrough, makes it more tedious. I can beat Halo on hard. I can beat it on super hard, whatever. It's just, do I really want to? I should have just played it on normal. I should have played the fucking shit on normal. But anyway, even Halo Infinite, I didn't trash it. I reacted to the overhype. I reacted to the laughable scores and the 50 or whatever Game of the Year awards. I reacted to that. So when I criticize it, it's a reaction to the overreaction, to the overhype. If that game came out with no hype, no nothing, it was just a Joe Schmo, your regular old fucking game, I say, yeah, it's fine. It's a fine game. It's okay. It's alright. Nothing wrong with it. It's an okay, decent AAA game. Especially if it didn't have expectations. Especially if it didn't have the Halo name. Like, that elevates the expectations. Even if you don't love Halo. Like, that's Microsoft's flagship franchise. That was their flagship next-generation game. Cross-gen, whatever. Flagship game on their next-gen system. It's a next-gen game. I'm sorry. Your flagship next-gen game. Over a year into the generation, already been delayed 13 months. I mean, the expectations are high. So I'm not deducting it more points for that, but I'm going to be more harsh because this is supposed to be the creme de la creme. You know, this is your biggest deal. This is your $500 million game. You've already delayed it 13 months. People, it was delayed for a year. No, it wasn't. It was delayed for 13 months. I think over 13 months. I think it was over 13 months. A little bit over 13 months. It was delayed for 13 fucking months. That is a long fucking delay. A long delay. And then when it does come out, it's still missing co-op. It's missing modes. It's missing multiplayer stuff. Like, come on, man. Come on, man. Come on, man. And that's fine. If the core game was actually great, that game was a scam. That game was a scam. In so many ways. It literally makes me a bit upset that it won like 50 Game of the Year awards, that it got an 87 Metacritic, because it's unfair. It's unfair. It's not fucking fair. That game was meant to flop. That game was meant to be a black eye on the Halo name. That game was meant to flop. That game was meant to be an example for not only the industry, and not Microsoft only, but for 343. That game was meant to reinforce the fact that you cannot fuck around in development, that you cannot go into development hell, that you cannot have a fucking mess on your hands with no direction and be firing creative directors and having people come to work with nothing to do because the game is in such a state of disarray. People don't even know what to do. That's not okay in production. We're seeing the same thing with Data Decay 3. We're seeing the same thing with the game Perfect Dark. Like, and if these games don't become failures, developers and publishers aren't going to learn. They're not going to fucking learn, man. It almost is a bad thing that Halo Infinite was successful. It reinforces that it's alright. You can just throw whatever kind of crap up on the wall. It'll stick. It'll be okay if you put enough money behind it. Like, that's the wrong message, man. You read about the stories about Halo Infinite, and I could go into fine detail about why it's not a good game. It's not a piece of trash. For a Halo game, yes. When we're judging on that scale, yes. For the flagship, title of one of the biggest console brands and publishers in the history of gaming, yes. If that is your flagship brand, $500 million game, yeah, it's trash for that. just judging it objectively away from all of that, and this is where my review comes in, and it's a soft review because I haven't finished it, but from what I've played, it would never be a final review. I'd never write it up. If people even say, how can you review a game? Bro, I'm not reviewing it. I'm trying to attach a score to it so it gives some relevance, so people can understand, because people are more simple. They can't work in just words. They need those hard, scores. And that's fine. I do too at times. I do too a lot, actually. Like, even review sites that don't give scores, I'm like, at the end of the review, I'm like, well, that sounded good. What the fuck did you score it? The problem with the reviews nowadays, you'll read a review that sounds like a 10 out of 10. A lot of times, especially for a PlayStation, they'll be like, yeah, incredible game, 8 out of 10. Like, what? So I get it, but I'd say the Halo Infinite, from what I played, 7.5, 7.5. Probably, if it wasn't Halo, 7.5. As Halo, I mean, I'm not going to judge it like that, because it's not fair. What am I going to give it, a 6 or something? No, that's ludicrous. It's not garbage. But I'd say maybe a 7.5. Like, that's what it is. It's an average game. It's a mediocre AAA game. That's it. That's what it is. There is nothing exceptional about the game except for maybe the combat controls, which are very tight. Very good. That's it. Combat controls are very tight, very good. Really good combat controls. Super tight, responsive. I like to say slick, but very tight, responsive, almost Destiny-like combat controls. It feels good, in combat, like moving and shooting. Not other ways, vehicle controls and shit. Even the grappling hook I thought was really way overrated. Just the length of it wasn't great. It didn't do anything interesting. Like, oh my god, a grappling hook. Oh, it's just an average grappling hook. That's it. It's a mediocre average grappling hook, and it doesn't even have long distance. And it's not. It's in multiplayer. It's a fucking item. It's not even a permanent thing. It's just an item. You can pick it up, grab something else. Like, I don't know. I thought it was a bit overrated, but whatever. It's cool. You have it, sure. Horizon Forbidden West had a grappling hook. Nobody gave a fuck. Had a lot of shit. Had the umbrella, the float, grappling hook. It had so much shit that was new. Nobody gave a fuck. Everyone was like, oh my god, a grappling hook in fucking Halo. Whoa. Crazy. But the game was about a 7.5 from what I played. But the sheer fact that game scored an 87, basically the same as Forbidden West. And I could break down why Forbidden West is massively superior. The sheer fact that Halo Infinite got an 87, and I think it won, I don't know, last I checked maybe it was in the 40s. I'm assuming by now it's probably damn near around 50 Game of the Year awards. Like, it's up there. Good. It's not one of the top 2 or even 3, I don't think. But it's in the top 5, I think. Like, it's up there. It's got a good number. 50, it's probably around in the 50s. Around 50, something like that. 40 to 50s, something like that. Got a lot, a lot. Good number. Reinforces this game is a success. This game was great. 87, really good score. But it's all about context. I'm disappointed by Forbidden West being 88, but that's a whole other story. But still, for what Halo Infinite was, an 87 is a fucking triumph. Especially for how people reacted to that game when it was shown. For the state of that game was in 13 months before release. People coming to work not knowing what to do because the game was in such a mess. Firing the creative director years into the project. Yeah, the game was a mess. I mean, that's why it was so bare bones. That's why the game only had, one biome and not much diversity, and it was pretty vanilla and just was missing a lot of shit because the game was in such a state of disarray a year out when they delayed it, basically, a little bit before they delayed it, that simply, I forget who came in, when the creative director was fired and the person who came in to take over the project, he saved the project. He saved it. He didn't turn it into an 87 like people say, but he turned it into a low 70s kind of game. Low 70s Metacritic kind of game that should have deserved that. Low to mid 70s Metacritic. Like, he turned it into a competent, average, decent AAA game. An okay AAA game. Not an abomination. Which, that should have been Microsoft's... That should have been Halo's first abomination. Like, the fact that that game scored better than, I mean, not better. The fact that that game scored 14 points higher than Shadowfall, crazy, crazy. At the very least, that should have been Halo's Killzone Shadowfall, which wasn't even a bad game. And you could argue that game deserved a little better. I think it was a 73 or something. Like, that wasn't a bad game. I wouldn't even say it was a mediocre game. It was a pretty good game. It was pretty good, that's all. It was pretty good. It had some very good aspects, but it wasn't a great game. But, I mean, it should have scored high 70s at least. Like, I don't know. There's no reason why. Shadowfall should have scored what Mercenary scored, and then Mercenary should have scored mid-80s. That's how I feel. Shadowfall should have got mid-70s, high 70s. Like, it was good. It was fine. It was fine. Good multiplayer. It had benchmark visuals. It still looks good to this day. You take out resolution, I think it's a better looking game than Halo Infinite. At least the Series S version. Deadass serious. Deadass serious. Deadass serious. The OG PS4 version of Killzone Shadowfall, I think, is a better looking game pixel, polygon for polygon, than Halo Infinite on the Series S. Deadass fucking serious. I'm not even joking. Dead fucking serious. Dead serious. And Shadowfall never even got a PS4 Pro update. You're playing the original version just with an unlocked frame rate. That's it. Even on PS5. So you're gonna get a better frame rate. You're gonna get about double the frame rate. But that's just from it being unlocked. They had no upgrades, really. None. But that's a whole other story. But Halo Infinite was in such a state of disarray. They had to come in and they had to get a game out. They had to release a game. So they had to start cutting things and focusing in on a very small area of very specific things to make sure they were good quality. And then they had to cut so much. They had to cut a lot. They had to just cut the fat and focus on a small area of things and make sure that they were adequate so they could get a fucking game out. I mean, it just tells you the game wasn't what it was supposed to be. And there are so many things that hint at that. That hint at a lot of the Destiny comparisons, like the way the world is structured. It's called Infinite, so it's meant to be a service game. But there's nothing service about the single player at all. There's nothing Destiny about the single player. Like, it seems like they had a certain direction for the game when they were starting it and making it, and then they didn't have the chops, man. They didn't have the chops to do something that was more akin to Destiny, to do something that had dynamic co-op, where you just would find people like randomly online and run with them, which was brilliant how Destiny did it. It seemed like they didn't have the chops to put in regular co-op. Like, I don't think that's still even in. 343, say what you want about them. They didn't have the chops to do it, man. Say what you want about Destiny and Bungie. Everybody who's tried to copy it in any way has failed miserably. As bad as you want to say Destiny is, which I honestly haven't played it much. I played the beta and the alpha. I never really played the main game. But, I mean, from the beta and the alpha, it was, I appreciate what they did. Especially with the loot and all that. Obviously, the story is another story. But as far as the design, everybody who's tried to match that design, that dynamic kind of co-op, the MMO kind of, FPS sort of deal, the online, the service aspects, the kind of evolving world, the events, the longevity, the relevance, the loot. Nobody has even come close. Nobody's even made anything relevant or adequate. Like, nobody's made anything competent at all. At all. And if they make something, they've changed it. I really believe Halo Infinite was meant to have more aspects that mirrored Destiny, but they couldn't pull it out. They didn't have the chops. Anthem, probably the biggest example of a Destiny clone from a top tier, supposedly, developer in BioWare, who they were a top tier once upon a time. They're a different developer now. They're like Rare. They're BioWare in name only until they can prove us wrong. And Casey Hudson's gone and all that, so they're not the same guys that made the Mass Effect trilogy. Let's just put it that way. It's one of my favorite trilogies of all time. Yeah, I'm a PlayStation fanboy. I should only like anything that's PlayStation exclusive. No, I'm a gamer. I love Deus Ex. I love fucking BioShock. I love Mass Effect. I love games. Like, it just so happens I like PlayStation games a lot because I enjoy the product, you know. But regardless, yeah, BioWare's just, they're BioWare name only, really, now. And unless they can do something with fucking Mass Effect 4, which is in development, man. Mass Effect 4 is in development. Andromeda, we ain't gonna consider that Mass Effect 4. I played some, it wasn't good, in my opinion. I want to go back and retry it. Some people tell me I'm maybe being too harsh on it. I didn't play it at launch, I bought it at launch, I tried it at launch, but I waited and then played it after it was patched, and still, I didn't think it was good. I didn't think it was very good. I really didn't. It just didn't have any soul. The characters were just, they were nothing compared to the characters in the trilogy. The story didn't seem massive and interesting and grand. The base combat was good. I didn't feel it, man. I wasn't feeling it. It had nothing to do with glitches. It actually ran decently, even though I think it had a progression bug. But anyway, you know, Halo Infinite was meant to be a failure. It was meant to be a disaster, because that's what it was. Basically a year before it released, and then they released a competent average game. And people went crazy for it. Got an 87. It was literally voted. It was the fan-voted Game of the Year at the Game Awards. Before the game had even released. Only the free-to-play multiplayer beta had come out. And the fans, for some reason, they still put it on the ballot. And the fans voted Halo Infinite as the fan-voted Game of the Year at TGA, when it was only just a free-to-play multiplayer beta that had come out. The actual full game hadn't even come out. And that's how much hype it had. Fake fucking hype. That a free-to-play multiplayer beta was the only thing out. Early access. Free-to-play multiplayer portion was the only thing out. Early access, basically a beta. Full game wasn't even out. Even the multiplayer portion wasn't even fully released. It was early access. And the full game gets voted as the fan voted Game of the Year. That's the problem with hype, because it influences things, man. It influences people. It was a joke that it was the fan voted Game of the Year. We joked about it on fucking PlayStation Nation. Like, are you fucking kidding me? The game hasn't even released and it was voted Game of the Year by fans. Like, are you kidding? So I wouldn't be as harsh on Halo Infinite, but it was meant to be a failure. It was meant to be an example and a lesson. It was meant to be a lesson for Microsoft and for 343 that you can't fuck around, you know? You can't fuck around in production. You can't just throw some shit on the wall and think people are going to just love it and go crazy. And if anything, it just perpetuates this idea that developers can fuck around. They can just throw shit at the wall. And it doesn't matter what you do. If Halo Infinite got an 87 and won like 50 Game of the Year awards, it reinforces that developers can basically just do publishers can do whatever the fuck they want. Whatever the fuck they want. That game was in disaster mode. It was in development hell mode. Developers literally coming to work not knowing what to do on the game because it's such a mess. And we're not talking 3 years out, 2 years. We're talking like a year out, like maybe a little bit more. The game should have been an example for the industry and for Microsoft. And it wasn't. They just reinforced that, oh, here's 50 Game of the Year awards. There you go. It's a joke. And it even proves that the game wasn't that great, because they had to cut so fucking much just to get it out. And you read the reports, man. You read the stories. I think Schreier and some other people wrote about it. And they had to cut a lot just to get it out. So it wasn't even close to what the actual vision was. It was just they had to get something out. They had to focus on a small area of things to make sure that they were competent. And it fucking is Game of the Year and 50 Game of the Year awards, 87. Come on, man. Come on, bro. And you see that reinforcement. Like I said before, State of Decay 3 is in development hell. It's just a disaster right now. That thing was announced years ago. Hellblade 2 was announced well before the fucking Series X was even shown. What are we going on, 3 years now that the fucking Hellblade has been announced for? I mean, just look at this. That should have been the example for Microsoft to get their fucking act together. Look at this. Halo Infinite was a disaster. It was meant to be a disaster. It was meant to score like a disaster for the most part. And it wasn't. They reinforced how great it was. And look at what is going on. Everwild, stuck in development hell. Years. 3+ years now? Everwild, development hell. Hellblade, development hell. State of Decay 3, development hell. Perfect Dark, development hell. I mean, I just rattled off 4 fucking games, man. 4 significant games. Microsoft first party games, 4. Like, obviously there's a situation. You know, they went from micromanaging too much to maybe not managing enough. They always brag, 32 studios, this and that. There comes a point where it's too much. It's too much for you to handle. It's too many people. Too much oversight, man. You can assign people to do it for you, but now you're not really hands-on. Now you're getting away from the core, not of what made Microsoft great, but the core of what makes a publisher great. Is having hands-on. Having, a good publisher improves a developer, they improve an IP, they improve a product. You look at what Sony has done. You look at all these developers since being acquired by them, or since being very closely associated with them. Once they get their big project, their big break, once they're real close with them or get acquired, you see the elevation of these guys. Look at what Guerrilla Games has done. Look how they've elevated from just a linear first-person shooter developer to creating one of the most popular Western RPGs out there. Back to back, damn near 90 Metacritics, even though Metacritic is garbage. Just look at what Guerrilla has done over the past generation. Look at what Insomniac has done, especially after being acquired a few years back. I mean, they've been the MVP this generation for any developer, any publisher. Out of any developer, Insomniac has been the MVP. Look at what Guerrilla's done. Look at what Insomniac's done. Look at what Sucker Punch has done. They literally made their most successful and best game they've ever made in Ghost of Tsushima. Look at what there's more developers too. I just can't think right now. But I mean, look at these guys. Look at what they've done. People want to shit on Naughty Dog. Naughty Dog made the best game I think they've ever made in their last game. Good. The Last of Us 2. I mean, look at how they fucking elevated from the PS2 generation. Look at what they've done since the PS2 generation, Naughty Dog. Jak and Daxter, great, fine, all good, But after PS2, they made Uncharted. They made The Last of Us. And they made Uncharted 1, 2, 3, 4, Lost Legacy, The Last of Us 1, 2. I mean, goodness gracious. People can talk all the bullshit and hate that they want. Good. Sure, good. That's not good, but yeah, okay, good. That was not good at all. People can talk all the hate they want. Naughty Dog is arguably been the best developer in the business. I mean, these guys just continue to grow. Look at Housemarque, man. Housemarque is newly acquired. But they finally got their big break. Alright, stop whining like that in my ear. I'm gonna get you a spoon, okay? Housemarque finally got their big break from big evil Jim Ryan. Evil Jim Ryan only cares about money and blockbusters. He greenlit Returnal. He funded the game. He pushed it. He acquired them even after Returnal was a great game that won 30 Game of the Year awards, yet didn't sell well. He fucking still acquired them. Big, mean, evil Jim Ryan, who Jason Schreier... Who Jason Schreier said only cares about blockbusters. It's just so hilarious to me. Jim Ryan and Sony only care about blockbusters, yet they greenlit Returnal, and then when Returnal didn't even sell 1 million copies, Jim Ryan decided, you know what, we're going to acquire Housemarque. We're going to make them a first-party studio. We're going to buy them. We're going to purchase them. We're going to acquire them. Because we only care about giant, successful blockbuster games. So much that we're going to acquire the guys who have an 80-person studio, who have only made indie games prior to Returnal, or like indie-level production games, who just made a AAA game that didn't even sell 1 million copies. Good. But, you know, Jason Schreier puts out these stories, and Sony only cares about blockbusters. They only care about big games. Fucking Jim Ryan acquires Housemarque after Returnal basically flops commercially. Like, come on, man. Come on, bro. Fuck out of here, dude. Sony only cares about blockbusters. That's why Dreams fucking came out. That's why Returnal came out. That's why Concrete Genie came out. Like, come on, bro. That's why they made these deals, these exclusivity deals for Sifu, for Kenna, for Solar Ash, for Fist, for Tribes of Midgard, for Stray, for Little Devil Inside, for Anno Mutation M. Yeah, I'm a real one. I fucking know what I'm talking about. I know PlayStation. I know the industry. I know these games. I know indie games. I play games. I'm not a fraud. So I'm sick of all these frauds, like MBG. Bro, he can't rattle off shit. If he does it, it's because he's reading it from a fucking article or a paper. But, like, come on, man. They've been killing it. Bugsnax. All these games they made exclusivity deals with. All these AAA indie exclusives. These significant, impactful indie games. Why would they do that? Why would they do that if they didn't care about fucking... All they cared about was blockbusters. Why help fund Sifu? Why would you do the China Hero Project and help fund Chinese developers who otherwise wouldn't get the publicity or the funding? Fist, which is a fantastic game, Forged in Shadow Torch. Really good indie game, which I need to finish. Fantastic indie game. That was part of the China Hero Project, which is a project Sony has where they give money to talented developers in China who need the help. And they did that, and they helped Fist get out there with funding and with publicity and pushing it and putting it on PlayStation as a console exclusive and promoting it and giving them money. Like, they're doing a similar thing with, from Bang, what is his, Bing, Yang Bing or whatever, I can't remember the name of the game right now, that Final Fantasy, like, looking Devil May Cry game, God, what is that called? Such a stupid fucking name it has. Jeez, I can't remember the name. But yeah, same thing, you know. Even with Oasis, even though Oasis is a shitty Chinese publisher, still, they've been pushing Oasis games. Like, they're trying, you know. They're trying to push indie development. They're trying to push China development for indie games. I don't give a fuck about political stuff. Oh, China. No. These are developers, man. These are indie developers. This has nothing to do with political fucking anything. I'm all for developers. That's why they gave $10 million, the COVID initiative, to developers, indie developers who are struggling due to COVID because of the money. Like, come on, man. Big, bad, evil Sony only cares about blockbusters. Everybody ignores all the good shit they fucking do. Like, do the people who say that even know what the China Hero Project is? Did they even pay attention to the $10 million from the COVID initiative? Do they even realize these exclusivity deals with Bugsnax and Sifu, the Pathless, fucking Fist and Solar Ash and Little Devil and Stray and Anno Mutation M, and, like, do they even pay attention to these games? Like, even Oddworld had exclusivity for a while. Fucking Little Big Planet and fucking Dreams and Tearaway and Gravity Rush until they killed Japan Studios, so I get you there. But Astrobot and fucking Returnal and Concrete Genie and the new game from Pixel Opus that's going to come out, that small studio Pixel Opus. Like, come on. Like, come on, bro. Not every game from Fire Sprite is going to be a massive monster game, even though Fire Sprite is a big studio. They just signed a deal recently with I think a German indie studio. They're making some kind of horror game. They tried to do a deal with Blue Box, even though Blue Box is just a disaster. But, like, still, they fucking have been making a lot of moves to procure smaller games, to pad out the fucking lineup. They don't just care about fucking monster blockbusters. I hate that shit, man. The Jason Schreier article did so much damage. Fucking Valkyrie Elysium, bro. Valkyrie Elysium is exclusive this September. Technically, it's AAA price, not a big AAA game. Yeah, it's part of the relationship with Square Enix, but still. They didn't have to pay for exclusivity, which I'm sure they probably did. It's just tired, man. It's tired and lazy narrative, and I expect the most respected journalists and people in the industry who perpetuate these narratives to be better than that. I really like Jason Schreier, man. Be better than that. Like, just look at the facts since you said that. Look at all the games that they've supported since you said that. The guys who don't care about fucking indies. And there's so many more that had exclusivity, but it was short exclusivity, which I don't even count that shit because it's saying Microsoft. Sony, typically when they do exclusivity, it means something. But they do have some of those shorter ones, like Spelunky 2 and shit like that. But I mean, it shows like they've supported so many smaller games, whether through exclusivity deals, through short time exclusivity, which normally it's not, through long exclusivity, like through first party, from Pixel Opus to Japan Studios to Housemarque, like to Media Molecule. Like, come on, man, these tired fucking narratives. Let me talk to these people. I'll have a fucking podcast. I'll have a debate. God, I would love it. I just don't have the platform. Nobody cares about me. Nobody follows me. Nobody listens to me. Nobody cares. Nobody. I have no exposure. Nobody cares. Nobody says, "Oh, you gotta hear this guy. He's got good shit." Nobody cares. Nobody fucking cares. I guess they feel like I suck or I don't deserve it. What I say is bad. Nobody cares. They turn off when I start ranting. I don't even know if there's anybody watching right now, but whatever. I'm gonna finish my rant and then probably put The Last of Us 2 on, so then I can rant about The Last of Us remake while playing The Last of Us 2, and maybe it'll get some people to actually come and watch, because it'll actually be a Last of Us game, which will have some relevance, so we'll see. But I'll actually play when I'm ranting this time. But it just bothers me. There's been feels like so much extra criticism that other publishers don't get in so many ways. It manifests itself constantly. I mean, if it was one example here and there, I get being a fanboy and only isolating the negative things that happen to your team and avoiding the negative things that happen to other guys and being like, woe is me. I've tried to be as objective as I can. I be as objective as I can. But when the examples are hitting you in the face consistently, I have to speak about them. Like, I get it looks, oh, you're just a PlayStation fanboy, so this happens on all sides. All companies get criticism. Yes, they do. But like I tell people, it's about levels, man. It's about fucking levels. Your rebuttal to me cannot be one article of Xbox getting criticized, or if I'm like, oh, Rich Musasi has an agenda. Rich from Review Tech. He's got an agenda. He's more harsh on Sony. And then you post a screenshot about a video he did criticizing Microsoft. To me, that's very weak, and you're not even in my ballpark. You're nowhere in my stratosphere. As far as, gaming acumen, as far as gaming debate, as far as knowledge with gaming. That's just weak. Maybe I'm too passionate, but I'm not about that. I'm not about giving one example that you cherry-picked from Google when I'm on the ground floor. I'm seeing this shit every single day. Every day. This is opinion I've formed over years. Every single day, watching and seeing. I don't want no lazy fucking rebuttal from a person and trying to make me look bad, and I'm like, oh, he's more harsh on Sony, and oh, they post an article where Rich was harsh about Microsoft, and I made to look like an idiot. I have to feel embarrassed just because other people aren't knowledgeable enough to understand how little that means. It sucks that you have to feel embarrassed because other people are idiots, essentially, or because other people aren't knowledgeable. You have to feel embarrassed about someone like calling you out, putting you on blast, or whatever, ratioing you. Like, no, man, it's just people are stupid. Like, I mean, not stupid in general, but in terms of their knowledge and acumen and nuance about the industry. One example, it means nothing. Not nothing, it does mean something, it's there. But it means very little. I'm seeing it every single day. You know, I'm much less so use Google or one screenshot of something to make my point. No, I talk about it. I don't use memes and GIFs and one screenshot of something. And I know that's the stuff that gets people excited, because they need that fucking hard proof, supposedly, in their face. Because most people aren't passionate enough to be experiencing it every day to understand what's going on. But I am, so maybe I'm just different like that. When people post one screenshot of one thing that's supposed to counter my point, of course, it's a giant gaming industry with thousands of websites and millions of people, billions of people that are interested in it. Of course you could cherry pick a fucking article or a comment here that supports your point of view or goes against mine. Of course, I would hope so. There's billions of people in the world. There's billions of people probably that are interested in gaming, that talk about it. At least millions that write about it. Like, that are on social media about it. I would hope you'd be able to find something, one thing to support your point. Like, no, I'm talking every day what I see. Same thing when I said David Jaffe seems salty. He seems more critical of Sony than he should be. He seems more harsh. He's been really harsh about Ratchet and Clank. I said that like a year ago, maybe. Some guy on PlayStation Nation posts a fucking screenshot where David Jaffe says he has finished, Ratchet and Clank, and his review of the game, even though I don't think he actually did like a real full written review, but he gave it like a 9 or something, like 9.5, a 9.25, a 9, something like that, like a 9. And so, the game's great. I was made to look stupid on PlayStation Nation in front of supposedly hardcore PlayStation fans because nobody knew anything. So the one screenshot's all they have to go by. Nobody fucking knew anything, dude. They don't watch Jaffe, at least with Jaffe, they know other things. I mean, they're pretty good. But not perfect, They didn't know what Jaffe was saying. They didn't know about the stuff. They weren't keeping track. I was. I knew he was going on stream, playing the game on stream, calling it, 6.5 or 7, saying this is bad, mediocre, bad-mouthing it a lot, even before the game came out. He said, Ratchet & Clank does not look like a Game of the Year contender. It looks like the same old thing. But what does is Psychonauts 2. That looks like a Game of the Year contender. Ratchet & Clank doesn't. He's had this negative vibe about a lot of Sony stuff. And unexplained either. Why are you ripping Ratchet and Clank, bro? I don't get it. And it feels like to me, the only reason he went back and gave it that 9 or whatever, and I saw his fucking video, his 10-minute video, or whatever, 6-minute video, where he says, Ratchet and Clank's a 9. It was way after the fact. After he had been ripping it. After he had gotten criticized heavily by people, and called out. And I think he was saving face, Saving face, saving fans, saving reputation by being like, oh, I'm not salty, I'm not hating on it. Look, I am giving it a 9 now. That erases everything I've said for the past 6 months. No, it doesn't. I was watching, It doesn't, man. That's a tail between the legs move. And you can tell, too, because even in the video where he, gives it a 9, he spends, the first 3 or 4 minutes criticizing the game heavily. And then after that, he's like, yeah, but then I played it more, and yeah, it's actually really good. And it's like, alright, bro. Even in your video, where you're giving it a 9 and giving it praise, you spend 3 minutes plus ripping the game. You obviously still feel a certain way or have an agenda. Even in your video where you're trying to apologize and praise it, you're still being negative in the first part. Like, I know being constructive criticism and this, but come on, man. Come on, I see it. I said the same. He was doing the same thing about God of War. The same thing about God of War, which he was. Nobody wanted to listen to me. Nobody fucking gave me the time of day, man. Even on PlayStation Nation, nobody fucking gave me the time of day. Go fucking look at his coverage of God of War. The new one, Ragnarok. Look at his fucking coverage, bro. Just look at some of his thumbnails. He had multiple videos within like a month span. Multiple videos where the title, the headline, everything was dedicated to. He said, God of War will not release in 2022. God of War delayed to 2023. Guarantee it. God of War is DLC. The God of War Ragnarok trailer was tired and it didn't impress me. He did a video with King Thrash where he was trying to defend why God of War doesn't look good. He started the whole God of War's DLC narrative. I wonder why David Jaffe would be salty about God of War. Can anyone guess why he might be? Maybe because he helped create the first God of War, and then stupidly, like a jackass, he left after the first one, and the franchise only became arguably Sony's biggest IP, with the 2018 game like selling probably 3 times as many as the best-selling God of War game previously, being highest rated, the highest respected, the most awarded, the most successful. The God of War is bigger now than it ever was, by a mile. He left after the first game. You can understand why he might be a little salty. Why he might be a little like, God of War is not as good now as it was when I made the first one. You know, why he might be a little regretful that he left. Now he's a nobody that nobody wants to work with. And he says, this is my choice. My choice not to develop games anymore. Not really. I mean, it's your choice not to, like, try to hang on and get a deal with Nacon or something. Like, Sony doesn't want you, bro. Like, they gave you a shot with Drawn to Death. And not that I think that it was horrible, but it reviewed bad and nobody cared. It was a massive failure. Massive failure. Your development team flunked and they're debunked, like the detective agency, whatever. The game was a flop, like, and I'm not even killing that game. It's just it's what happened. It was the truth. And that was after calling all cars and shit like that, like calling all cars, Drawn to Death. Like, you tried since your first God of War game, and then Twisted Metal. You tried. It wasn't that long ago, Drawn to Death, several years back. I think it's a lot easier to say, I'm done with the industry, when the industry's actually done with you. When a girlfriend doesn't want you anymore, they'd be like, fuck that bitch, I don't even want that bitch. And I mean, in reality, in your head, you're like, oh, I hope she texts me. Like, come on, man. Come on, bro. It's easier for him to say, I'm done with the industry, and talk about all the bad things about the industry, because the industry's done with you. Like, come on, bro. I'm sure there are bad things about it, but you're not. Man, he would love to be the director of Ragnarok, to be attached to, if he was the director of the 2018 game, and people were saying it's the greatest game ever, and it was a consensus game of the year in 94 Metacritic, he would love that. Come on, man. He's a little salty, a little jealous, and he's been very negative about God of War Ragnarok. He really has. Like, nobody would even listen to me about that. But then it just became so obvious and apparent after all the bullshit he spewed. And then, even after his comments of multiple videos saying delayed till 2023, then a month or so went by, and I was calling him out, but I'm a nobody, so nobody cared. And I said, like, man, when God of War releases this year, you're going to look really stupid, Jeffy. And, you know, nobody retweeted it or fucking anything. Nobody cared. And then it was funny, because then we thought God of War was going to come out, and then Jeffy was like, well, I guess I was wrong. And then a couple weeks went by, and Jeffy was like, I've heard, you know what, I know, God of War is definitely delayed this time, for sure, guys. It's not coming out. And then Cory Barlog even puts a face, he puts like a comment with a face like looking as if like, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? Like, Cory Barlog made some kind of funny response, as in saying like, you're full of shit, you don't know anything. So he tried it again, even after those 2 videos. And now it's November 9th. Like, come on, bro. What are you trying to do, bro? Are you trying to kill the hype for the game? Like, he's hurt that fucking game. He has. Not with his delayed comments so much. Those weren't too bad. You know. They did create a lot of fucking headache. Help add to headache for Santa Monica, I do believe. I don't think Santa Monica appreciated that. A lot of people were like, oh, God of War, why the fuck isn't it have a release date yet? Oh, it's not coming out this year. Oh, when Cory Barlog was giving his, like, address, his update on God of War, this was like, what, 2 or 3 months ago? And Cory, like, didn't actually say definitely this year, but he said, you guys will know really soon. Like, just giving an update. People were like, oh, he's trolling us, and like, this is, why didn't he actually, and Jaffe was like, why didn't he actually say what the release date is? This is bullshit. He's obviously just fucking with us, or it's not coming out this year. Like, bro, because they're gonna do a specific announcement for it. They're gonna do it all pretty and nice, and they're still trying to decide exactly when it's coming out. It was always most likely coming out this year, but they just wanted to be sure. They had all their ducks in a row, just in case, so they didn't have to say definitely coming out this year in some random Cory Barlog video, and then something happens and they have to push it. So, like, come on, you're a developer. You were a developer, Jaffe. You should know this. Like, it's common sense. I'm not even a developer, and I can understand it. You're not gonna fucking announce a game is coming out definitely this year when it's not the official announcement for it, just a bullshit video. That's a big deal. Like, come on, man. Fucking Jaffe, bro. Salty bastard, bro. Salty bastard. I don't give a fuck, bro. I've been saying this for years now. It's probably for like a year plus now. At least a year. Especially with the Ratchet and Clank shit. Even Returnal, bro. He's hating on that too. Like, saying how, oh, they're lying about the DualSense. Like, he's just trying to rip the fucking promotion about the haptics and stuff. And he was like really ragging on that about Returnal. Like, they're saying you can feel the rain, he was saying, in the controller. He's like, that's bullshit. I'm telling you folks right now, that is bullshit. That is all PR bullshit nonsense. That is fake. That's a lie. You will not feel the rain in the controller. He's like, that is not how it works. I know how Sony works. I know how marketing works. This is marketing bullshit. And then try to make some big philosophical rant about how there's so much marketing bullshit in the industry and he's sick of it. No, that was legitimate. You can fucking feel the rain in the controller, you dumb shit. Play the fucking game. You can feel the fucking rain. You can feel the rain, man. Sorry, I don't know how they did it. Returnal has probably the best DualSense implementation, at least the best haptics, arguably, out of any game ever. You can feel the fucking rain, bro. You were wrong about that. You can feel the raindrops in your fucking controller. Yeah, it's crazy, dude. To tell people unequivocally, definitely this is a lie. This is all marketing bullshit. To kill people's hype for Returnal even a little bit, or the DualSense, or to perpetuate the idea that the DualSense is a gimmick and it's overhyped and exaggerated, which is a theme that trolls have been trying to perpetuate since before the PS5 released. They look stupid because there's so many examples of how amazing the DualSense is, even by third party, that I don't even sweat it anymore. But at the time, it was just like a bad look. Like, what are you trying to do for Returnal and for the DualSense? Like, you don't know. You haven't played it. Like, shut the fuck up, dude. And you were wrong. Dead wrong. Turned out to be the best haptics ever. And you could feel the fucking rain, which was amazing. As soon as you start that game up, 10, 15 minutes in, you're pretty much guaranteed that it's going to rain. And you're going to hear that fucking lightning on the Tempest audio. It's going to, like, literally scare you because it has the best 3D audio ever. And then you're going to feel the fucking rain. Like, it is what it is. You're going to feel the rain. You're going to hear the fucking lightning. And it's unbelievable. It's better than anything I've ever experienced. In terms of 3D audio and haptics, it is what they say it is. They are what we thought they were. I let them off the hook. Fucking Denny Green style, man. It is what it was. It's the best. It's the benchmark. Sorry, Jeff. It's even weird, too. Like, am I mistaken, or does David Jaffe really like Tomb Raider? He said a lot of really nice things about the Tomb Raider series over the past year or two as well, on Twitter. And I think he was excited about the new Tomb Raider. It's going to be Unreal Engine 5, and he really likes the new Tomb Raider games, and I'm pretty sure. Am I wrong about that? Or was that somebody else? Or is Jaffe been, like, very positive about Tomb Raider on Twitter and stuff? If I'm wrong about that, maybe it's true, but I'm pretty sure he was. And the weird thing about that is, that's fine, Tomb Raider's fine, multi-platform game, it's all good. Even though Rise, was heavily associated with Xbox because they did that horribly sleazy backroom fucking bullshit deal where they put a gag order on Square Enix, wouldn't let them even tell when or if it was coming to PlayStation, and it was a backroom deal at a fucking gaming conference that nobody saw coming after PlayStation had already shown Tomb Raider at one of their conferences, and it's an IP that's much more heavily associated with PlayStation, and nobody saw this coming, and you do a backroom deal several months before the game comes out to fucking steal like exclusivity, like blindside people, and it was filthy. It was really one of the worst. It's not like they but Street Fighter 5 and PlayStation, they took Street Fighter from. They fucking helped to fund the game. The game wouldn't have been funded without their money. Capcom wasn't Capcom now what they were then. Capcom was struggling then. They were making shitty games that weren't doing great. They were making Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And they were making fucking Dead Rising crap, fucking Dead Rising 4 and other shit that was worse. Like, they weren't the Capcom they are now. They were making deep down. They were like swallowing the tens of millions losing on the Panta-Ray engine. God, how much money they must have lost. That Capcom was struggling financially. There's even talks of acquisition. Sony literally helped fund that game. In a big way, they helped fund that game. They helped that game become a game. Like, they helped it exist. It was totally different. Of course you deserve exclusivity in that case. It's completely different from just stealing the game from another fucking platform. The platform was more associated with for, like, whatever it was, a year plus, 2 years, something like that, I don't know. Like, at the last minute, when nobody even saw it coming. After they showed it at their conference, it was so sleazy, that fucking deal. People were so stupid. Fucking, but Street Fighter, bro. Completely different situations. Like, I don't even have time. Like, I can't even say I don't have time for people who don't understand. Because hardly anybody did. So I would have time for nobody. I wouldn't be able to converse with anybody. So I had to address those things at the time. Totally different situation. It's like, come on, man. But, yeah, I could have sworn Jaffe is, like, really fucking excited and, like, being very nice about Tomb Raider. Liking it and being nice about it. Okay. The thing is, David Jaffe has never played Uncharted. Think about that. The man was working on Twisted Metal into, 2010, 11, something like that? The last Twisted Metal came out? He was working on it then. After Uncharted had come out. After Uncharted 2 had come out. I think even after Twisted Metal, he was working on Drawn to Death. Like, he was associated with Sony while and after Uncharted 1, 2, 3, 4, I think Lost Legacy. Maybe not Lost Legacy, but Uncharted 1, 2, 3, 4 were out. He's working with and or associated with Sony. During those years, he never played an Uncharted game. He always badmouths Uncharted. He always says, that never appealed to me, those games. They never appealed to me. They're big budget, if I think people wouldn't like those games as much if they weren't just, like, pretty. Like, and then he finally is, like, gonna play some Uncharted, I guess. He tries Lost Legacy. He's woefully screwing up. Like, way worse than I screw up in games, and I screw up bad. Just not figuring out how to even use the rope. Can't figure out how to climb the rope, how to like jump on the rope, how to get anywhere in the level. Can't figure out what to do. And then he's criticizing the game and being like, people only like these games because they look good. And he's like, honestly, like, people think this looks that good. He's like, I mean, now this game's older now. There's so many games that look better than this. Like, basically saying, okay, people only like Uncharted because it looks good. Now, since this game is 4 years old, 5 years old, Lost Legacy, he's trying to say, okay, people only like these games because they're good. Now that this game is old, it doesn't even look good. So basically saying this game sucks. It's only good because it looks good, and now it doesn't even look good. Basically, what are you left with? It's not good. Like, the one thing that made it good isn't even relevant anymore. That's basically what he said, without saying it. Like, that's what he said. I'm not a moron, so I can see that's what he said. Basically saying, people only like it because it looks good, and then saying, and now by today's standards, this game doesn't even look that good. There are so many games that look better, so he's saying it doesn't even look good anymore. That was the one thing that was positive about the game, and doesn't even have that anymore. It's really fucking negative, man. And just being negative while he's playing it, at least from what I saw, not being able to figure it out, questioning, why do you do this? This is stupid. Ugh. I never liked these games. I never played these games. They never interested me. I never really played these games. Never interested me. Bro, you were a Sony employee. Like, bro, you're gonna be positive about fucking Tomb Raider? It's the same shit. The new Tomb Raider games. Just not as good. The same shit, just not quite as good quality or interesting characters. It's the same shit. Like, fuck, man. And that's from the company you worked with. Tell me you're not salty. You're gonna praise Tomb Raider and say Uncharted never appealed to me. Those games were never seemed very good. They were only good because they had good graphics. But I'm so excited for the new Tomb Raider on Unreal Engine 5. I could have sworn he fucking said that. Could have sworn Jaffe tweeted that he was really fucking excited for the new Tomb Raider, especially on Unreal Engine 5. Let's break that down. You're excited for the new Tomb Raider. You like Tomb Raider. Basically the same thing as Uncharted nowadays. You're extra excited because it's going to be on Unreal Engine 5, which means it's going to have even better, really good graphics. Which means that's an important thing to you in these types of games, that the game looks really good. That gets you excited that it's going to have even better graphics. You totally dismissed the importance of graphics for Uncharted. You completely trashed it as only having good graphics, that being the only reason why people like it, and basically dismissing the importance of graphics, which he does all the time. So all it had was graphics, Uncharted, and graphics weren't important even at all, really, with Uncharted. But you're super excited about Tomb Raider, and even more so because it's going to have even better graphics than the last one, because it'll be on Unreal Engine 5. I swear, if I get that wrong, and that wasn't David Jaffe, and he has never been positive about Tomb Raider, and he didn't say that thing about Unreal Engine 5, I apologize to nobody, because probably nobody's watching, but I apologize. But my God, if I remembered correctly, wow, what a clown. Salty, bro. Salty. Like, I can break it all fucking down, too. I remember these things, you know? I don't forget these things. That's the difference. Fucking people forget. People forget. They don't have memories. I remember when Phil Spencer said, play the game, not the resolution. I mean, he was downplaying specs and resolution, and sometimes frame rate. Usually not, though, but sometimes he has included frame rate in the past during the early Xbox One generation. But yeah, I remember when he was going on about specs not mattering. Play the game, not the resolution, from 2013 even into 2015 at times. Especially like heavy 2013, especially right before the Xbox came out. Like, he's just going crazy about it. But even in the 2015, downplaying specs, like big time. Specs don't matter. It's about the game, not the resolution. It's about what the game plays like, not what it looks like. It's about what the game looks like on your screen to you, not what the specs and numbers are. How quickly did that erase? He was even saying some stuff like that in the 2015. Scorpio was announced in 2016, I think, and then released 2017, or was it 2017, 2018? So what was it, like a year later, year and a half, maybe two? I don't know, like a year or two later, from downplaying specs to having Aaron Greenberg's fat ass walking around wearing Monster 6 teraflop, or, you know, GDDR5, 12 gigabytes RAM, this, that, like, all the specs on your shirt saying Monster, you guys posing with the chip, like, in your grill, you guys saying true 4K, true 4K, true 4K, That's what matters. PS4 Pro, literally like trashing the competition, trashing PS4 Pro when it gets announced, saying that we don't feel like PS4 Pro is a true 4K system, this and that, like trashing it, man, trashing it, saying it's not true 4K, it's not true 4K. Our Scorpio is gonna be true 4K. Scorpio was a year later, a year after, but they announced it right after, or it was right after, or right before the PS4 Pro, because they wanted to kill the hype. They announced it like a year over before they even released it, because they wanted to specifically kill the hype for PS4 Pro, and it did. Essentially, it did. I mean, it was still successful enough, but essentially, it did. I mean, at least, especially in the terms of like the fanboy debate, the flame war, the console wars. Oh man, it killed it. It killed it. It killed it. It killed the hype. I mean, it still sold well enough just because PS4 was so hot, but you know, it wasn't like a super monster success. It did kill the hype. It killed it to a degree. Definitely killed the hype. And the conversation around it was just a bad look. Like, people made fun of the PS4 Pro right after that. Scorpio was announced right after PS4 Pro was announced, but announced and coming out within like a few months, you know. And Scorpio was announced like right after that, I believe. And yeah, it really hurt. It hurt because there was a lot of like making fun of, bad talk. It was very effective by Microsoft, very smart. But the problem was like they were saying some bullshit and some lies. Like they were saying it's not a true 4K system. It can't do 4K, and it would have people saying the PS4 Pro is not capable of doing 4K, which was a flat-out lie. There are numerous games that have native 4K on the PS4 Pro. I mean, most games didn't, but there were games that did. Like, it was capable of doing 4K. Of course it was. Of course it was. I mean, of course it was. Like, there were literal games that had native 4K. Like, it wasn't the majority. It was the minority of games. But, like, to say it couldn't do it, and it was perpetuating. I even looked on Google. Like, I remember looking on Google. It was like, you ask a question, you say something, and there's like a couple of little answers. And you click on it, and I was like, it wasn't asking if it could do 4K. But I clicked, there was a little question that said, like, can PS4 Pro do 4K? And it said some bullshit, like, no, the PS4 Pro is not capable of, like, doing native 4K. I was like, what? I was like, this is a Google, like, official Google, like, answer and question? Like, what? Of course it is. Of course it can output 4K. Native 4K, 2160p. Like, are you fucking, like, the propaganda and bullshit actually infiltrated that deep to where this is, like, thought of as common knowledge now? It was just bad, man. They're so grimy and smart and just evil. But the problem was, whatever, you make fun of your competition, that's fine. But then they said it wasn't a true 4K system. They made fun of checkerboard and dynamic a little bit, but more so checkerboard, because it was known for doing checkerboard. That was like its secret. That's why the PS4 Pro could have similar looking results to this One X, even though technically the resolution wasn't as good. But that's why it could have such good looking games, especially first party, even though it was so much less powerful. And that's why the first party games continue to look better than the Xbox first party games, even on the Pro system versus the One X, which was much more powerful, because they were able to do, well, I mean, that's not why, it was developer talent, but the checkerboard, like, helped them stay close. It actually had, you know, hardware that they had put, you know, some technology on to make checkerboard rendering more easy. But that's all fine and good, but the problem is, when they're ripping the PS4 Pro, and they're ripping, you know, it's not true 4K, because it does checkerboard. When the Xbox One X came out, which is what they ended up calling Scorpio, literally on the box of the Xbox One X, it says, I believe it's on the box or on the pamphlet or something like that, their official definition for true 4K for the Xbox One X, they literally have a definition, probably so they couldn't get sued. They had to put this here. But it said true 4K, and then the description of what true 4K was to them, it said includes checkerboard rendering and buffers that use checkerboard and dynamic rendering to achieve a 2160p output. It said dynamic and checkerboard rendering were included in their definition of true 4K. I posted it so much on the internet, and like once in a while someone would care a little. Nobody really cared. Nobody really cared, man. Can you fucking imagine if that was Sony? Imagine if that was PlayStation. Can you fucking imagine? Every time PlayStation does shit like that, which isn't often, but when they do fuck up like that, and they're like boasting about something and it turns out to not be true, they get fucking scolded. They get lit. They get fucking just thrashed for it. Like, it seemed like nobody gave a fuck that Microsoft going on about PS4 Pro is not a true 4K, not for our system's true 4K, checkerboard is not true 4K. And then on your official definition of true 4K, checkerboard and dynamic rendering are included. Because the Scorpio Xbox One X, even though they told everybody, you know, it's a true 4K system, everything, basically insinuating everything's going to be native 4K. That wasn't the case by a long shot. Yes, it was much more powerful than the PS4 Pro. Way more powerful. On paper and in actual practice, it was much more powerful. Granted, the results weren't too different because Microsoft was leveraging grunt power. Sony was leveraging, you know, tricky techniques and checkerboard more and things like that. And plus they had the developer talent. But still, it was way more powerful. It was outputting higher resolution, higher frame rate sometimes. Yeah, it was better. It was better power. It was more powerful. But even as powerful as it wasn't powerful enough to make sure everything was 4K, native 4K. Even wasn't powerful enough to make sure that half of the things, or even that a third of the things were native 4K. Like, most things were not native 4K. The mass majority of things still at least use dynamic resolution on the One X. So it's like they were such hypocrites, man, and nobody called them out for it. I don't get the double standard. I know Microsoft has more money, more power, more influence. They probably spend more money marketing in North America, so they're giving companies, the websites, gaming sites more money. So maybe gaming sites would be more loyal to them. I don't know, man. They have more people, more plants, more people planted, like more fake people pumping up good news. I'm sure they're doing more sneaky things. They have a better relationship with North America. I live in North America. I don't know, man. Like, I don't know, what is it? What is it? Why are they so protected? And they have been for quite a bit now. Ever since, like, around the Scorpio era, they've made a big push, a big social media push, and they've gotten the media kind of behind them, and the people behind them, and, like, nobody seems to call out their bullshit. And Sony seems to be getting thrashed to the point where it almost feels like smear campaigns. It almost feels like funded, like someone is pushing and funding this, like, through influencers, through, like, Xbox has more influencers, they have more and more popular influencers, like so many and so many more. So many more big influencers who are hype, Xbox hype, like pro Xbox, so many people associated, like Cole Eastwood, like, I think he has a contract with Microsoft, like, they push these influencers, maybe it's just the hard work they're doing through social media, through corruption, through influencers, through questionable things like that, through GameStop. You know, they had that deal, they were like saved GameStop, and they would have like Microsoft stuff and Xbox stuff like at the front desk of GameStop, and like it was a good way they could promote their stuff more. And I don't know, that's tricky to me. When you're fucking with GameStop, who owns Game Informer, and now so you have a stake in, like, you almost have a stake in Game Informer, which is, you know, still one of the bigger review sites, magazines out there. I don't know, to me that's like tricky. That's scary. That's a little scary. They're better at fucking playing the game, I guess, but it's sad. It's sad that they're so protected, and it seems like PlayStation just gets thrashed, and nobody holds them accountable. Like, I'm fine. Let's thrash everybody equally. I'll thrash PlayStation. I'll be more harsh on certain things if it was fair, but it's not. If I saw Microsoft and Nintendo, more so Microsoft, but Nintendo at times too, man, they get off the hook too. If I saw Microsoft and Nintendo getting equally fair or unfair treatment as PlayStation, I'm fine. I'll thrash everybody. But I'm not down for targeting. Especially if it's the fucking company I like the most and I think they're doing a good job. I'm not going to jump on the bandwagon when everyone else is getting off the hook. I'm not going to dogpile, oh, but you won't say a bad thing about Sony because you're a PlayStation fanboy. No, it's just when I see other publishers getting away with way worse, but not getting criticized for it, I'm not going to target the company I think is doing a good job, especially if I think the criticism is overhyped. I'm sorry. If people are overhyping the criticism, overblowing it, while other publishers are getting away with way worse, I'm not jumping on, man. I won't dogpile. I'll give my honest opinion. Like I said, I think The Last of Us remake is overrated. Not overrated. Sorry, overpriced. A little bit overpriced. I understand why it's so expensive, but still, you can't not have the multiplayer and then charge full price. Even if it's a remake that took blood, sweat, and tears, like, it's just going to be a bad look. It'll never be accepted by the public. And even because I've twisted all these other things and don't understand anything, the whole $10 like director's cut, PS5 upgrade thing, and $70 thing has been made to, make PlayStation look really bad. They can't afford to look really bad. So yeah, I think $70 was a mistake. I think it's overpriced because it was never going to play well. Like, it's not worth it, man. Just charge $49.99 and people will say that's a good price. Or they probably wouldn't. You'd still have this fucking criticism about the combat. Nobody's even talking about the price anymore, so I'm probably wrong. They probably know what they're fucking doing, But it's a bit expensive. I think it's overpriced. I don't think it's a cash grab. I don't think it's lazy. So, I mean, I'll say what I think is... I'll say my honest opinion. I'm not necessarily trying to protect anybody. I'm just trying to be fair. Like I said, if every company's getting equal treatment, yeah, I'll be more harsh. I'll kill everybody. But, nah, man, I'm not going to target. And I'm sorry, but this is real life. We all do have bias. We are biases. We are all biased. We all have bias. Biases? Bias? We all have bias. We all have bias. Biases is not a thing. We all have bias. Yeah. And especially like I said, the company that makes the products I love, that I want more of, that I want these products to be successful, so the company gets more money, so they can make more of these products. I want them to be successful, of course. Yeah, of course. There's a little bit of that. Maybe there's a little protection going on, maybe, but I'm still honest about it. I'm just not gonna drive it into the ground when everybody else is, and then other companies aren't getting the same type of criticism. So no. I'm not going to fucking drive it into the ground. Just like I didn't mid-last generation when everyone was shitting on Xbox. I was honest. I was like, this is a horrible abomination of a game's output. Yeah, the hardware seems weak. But, I was not one of those people who was, calling people Xbots. I was not one of those people who was... This I thought was lame, really lame. Said, we don't even have to compare exclusives. Xbox doesn't have any exclusives at all. They don't have one exclusive because all their games are on PC. So they don't have any exclusives. Never. I don't think you could catch me saying that once. I'd be surprised if you could pull up an old tweet or M4G fucking article. I am Tyler Durden 1 on M4G. You can find my Twitter somewhere. I'd be surprised if you could find me ever saying that once. About they don't have even one exclusive because all their games are on PC. The only time I would say that is as a joke. When people would criticize PlayStation games now for being on PC, I'd be like, yo, if you want to play that game, you could say Xbox has no exclusives because every game's on PC, so you don't want to play that game. Yes, I've said that. When people are like, oh, it's not even an exclusive because it's on PC for PlayStation, they're an Xbox fan. It's like, bro, what are you talking about? All of your games are on PC. We're not going to play that game because then you would have no games that I couldn't compare any of PlayStation's games to Xbox exclusive-wise because you wouldn't have any exclusives. I've done that, but, that's reasonable. I'm just saying, yo, you can't go there because if you go there, we can't even compare because you don't, all your games are on PC. But I was never one of those people that said that shit. Xbox doesn't have even one single exclusive because all their games are on PC. That was like the big fucking PlayStation fanboy, like fucking dart, like just that was the burn, man. That was the big fucking killer that they would say last gen, like, oh, y'all don't even got one, you got no exclusive because they're all on PC. I thought that was lame. I thought it was really, really lame. I always thought that was lame. I always thought calling people Xbots was lame. Don't get me wrong, I got into my fair share of fucking debates, and I've been petty, especially when I was younger. You know, even like when I was in my young 20s and whatever, like, just, I've been stupid too. But I never got into that. The whole Xbox, the whole Xbot shit, that whole meme with the like black and white drawn ugly like bald face of the crying guy. The meme of like it's like a drawn meme. It's like white with like drawn in black with like that ugly crying face, and then they put like a PlayStation hat beanie on it or whatever. And like they do the same with Xbox. They'll put like an Xbox beanie on it. I never got into that. Never got into calling people Xbots. Never got into saying they have no exclusives at all because every game's on PC. That wasn't my style, man. Not to say I was perfect. Not to say I was never influenced by the crowd. Everybody is to a degree. I think I'm better at that than most. I'm not being influenced. But, you know, still, I probably fell into some stuff. But, I never fell for that shit, man. Because it wasn't true. When every single game is day one on PC, yes, it definitely devalues the console. 100%. I agree with that. That's why I don't want every game to be day one PC on PlayStation. I'm in favor, in some aspects, in favor of games coming to PC. If they've been out for years, especially if they need like the hype, if they didn't sell that well, in huge favor. Like, I'm cool with Returnal coming to PC ASAP. It's one of my favorite games of all time. It didn't even sell 1 million copies as far as I know. It didn't sell well. The last reported numbers were like 500K. That was a long time ago, so it probably sold more. It probably still hasn't hit 1 million. Like, as far as games units sold, it's on it's on a PlayStation Extra now and all that, but so more people are definitely playing it. But as far as hard sales, like, it wasn't hugely successful. So yeah, I'm good with that going to PC. Like, get that out there, get more people buying it, playing it, like being excited about it. But unfortunately, it doesn't really matter to me that much. Actually, I don't really care that much. I did care about it going to PC because I thought maybe if it went to PC, it would sell more copies, kind of do a Death Stranding, which I thought would never have a sequel. Because it honestly undersold, wildly undersold. It did not sell what they thought. I have numerous examples for why they thought, for what they thought it might sell, and for what it did seem to sell. I'm not going to get into it, but the game underperformed commercially on PlayStation. Just the facts. That game never would have gotten a sequel if it didn't release on PC. I think it did pretty well on PC. Like, it did pretty well, reasonably well. It brought the numbers up to a respectable level. I forget what it sold, 5-6 million. Something like that. 5+ million. That was older numbers, a little bit older, maybe 6. Probably get to at least 6. Probably get to 6 million. Like, that's good enough. That's good enough, you know? It's not bad. I know they spent a lot of money on that game. Considering the relatively short development period, and considering the fact that Kojima Productions was like an 80-man team, it's a tiny team for a AAA. But the problem is, that game had a big budget. Had a bigger budget than a lot of PlayStation games. A lot of PlayStation first-party games, even. They had much bigger teams. And a lot of PlayStation first-party studios were jealous and upset that the game got such a big budget that they let Kojima do whatever he wanted. Anything Kojima wanted, they announced that it's coming out to PC before it even releases. Release it on PC, like 6 months after it releases or something? Sure, no problem. You want this actor, that actor, you want this budget. You want us to take half of Guerrilla Games and make them work for like a year on your project instead of working on their own project? Sure. Like, you want full use of the best proprietary engine we have, and then you get to keep that proprietary engine, which I really hope that's not the case, but I think it might be. Good. Like, sure, they let Kojima do whatever he wanted. So you know, and they had it because they had expectations that it was going to sell. You know, I don't think they had Metal Gear expectations, but they had expectations, and it wasn't a flop, but it was a commercial disappointment. But releasing on PC, it boosted the numbers up enough, and we're getting a sequel according to what's his name? Sam Porter Bridges. Jesus, I can't remember his name. What's his name? Yeah, the guy. I mean, unless that was a troll move, there was a troll, it was a fake, it was a facade, and unless Kojima was in on the fake, which he like basically confirmed it by like kind of jokingly reprimanding Norman Reedus, right? And Reedus said multiple times that the game was in production, so like, I don't think it was a troll. I don't think it was a big fake by Kojima, and he like put Norman Reedus on to do this. No. I just think it was Norman Reedus being naive. So we're getting Death Stranding 2, which is awesome. So I thought Death Stranding was awesome. Didn't finish it. I've played most of it. There's a lot of reasons why I didn't finish it. A lot of things happened where I didn't have the game. I gave it to somebody. It's a hard game to put down, go back to, but I'm gonna finish it. I put in like over 100 hours. I got 58% trophies. I've gotten, you know, to the Hartman part where you get to go to his house and he's going to the beach to try to find his family every 20 minutes. Like, I've played a lot, you know. And the game's awesome. I do need to finish it, though. So I'm really happy we're getting a sequel. That's great. I never thought we would. So some games going to PC is actually very beneficial. It's really, really helpful. If it's the right circumstance. But yeah, I don't like games coming to PC in less than a year after release because I feel like it will devalue the console. I'm not in favor of games going to PC day one. I'm tired of everybody trying to scare everybody. I'm tired of Microsoft and Microsoft fans and anti-Sony fans trying to scare everybody into not purchasing games day one on PS5 or PS4 and trying to devalue the console themselves by saying, oh, it's going to come to PC, and, you know, games are coming to PC day one, the better version on PC, don't buy it on PS5. I've literally heard people say this on PlayStation blog, like PlayStation fans. Like, it's getting in, like, it's penetrating them, like, it's working, man. The smear campaigns and the propaganda and the bullshit rhetoric, it's all working, like, it's working. These idiots, even PlayStation fans, are repeating and regurgitating this shit. That's why I have no respect for the PlayStation fan base. Not individuals. Certain individuals are awesome. I like a lot. You know, but as a whole, like, they've been way too weak. Way too easily penetrated. And from the littlest guy to MBG. Fucking that guy, man. So many examples, like, of him being an idiot, of people just eating the fucking trash, just eating it and regurgitating, spitting it back out, just perpetuating the bullshit, man. Like, they're doing the job for these trolls. Like, the PlayStation fan base is doing the job for them. It's sad. It's sad, man. It's sad. Until we start seeing games coming out 6 months or less. Until we start seeing games coming out less than a year. I'm talking about first party games. The Kojima Death Stranding thing was a totally isolated incident. They had no choice. That was a prerequisite by Kojima. They had no choice. That wasn't a first party game either. They didn't even publish it on PC, so It was only partially published by Sony. That was isolated, man. Isolated. But I mean, until we start seeing PlayStation first-party games coming to PC in even a year, 1 year or less, like, come on, man. I'm not gonna stand for that stuff. I'm not gonna stand for it, man. I don't care what rumors or leaks are out there. It hasn't happened once. Not one time. Not one time, man. Good old Diego. Right when Forbidden West, before it came out, after it came out, I think too. The whole time, really. You know, he and other people telling people, don't get Forbidden West on PS5. Don't get it. Wait for it to come out on PC. Diego specifically said it'll be on PC in 6 months. Within 6 months. Like, he knew that. There's no precedent for that. It hasn't happened once. Stop it. Just stop it.